Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a soap dish. So with a soap dish, very easy. We're going to go ahead, just take this default cube right here, just elongate it a little bit, squish it in. What I'm going to do is go to edit mode, take this top face right here, and what we're essentially going to do is we're going to go E-fret extrude, scale it in, E-fret extrude, scale it in, E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then we'll go E-fret extrude, bring it down, scale it in, and then E-fret extrude, bring it down into this nice little kind of dish look, and we'll do another E-fret extrude, and then we'll just scale this part in just as such, so it should look like this. And then we'll go E-fret extrude again, bring it up, so you've got this nice little ridge in the middle. E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then E-fret extrude and drop it again. So the base with this as well, we're going to go with G, just bring this down just a little bit. And we can go E-fret extrude, and we can just make some little patterns here. Just at the base, E-fret extrude again, scale this outwards, and then E-fret extrude at the bottom. And scale in, just as such. So this will be the soap holder that we have. Let's shade this smooth as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some little ridges. So we can go with cylinder, rotate this by 90, scale this outwards, scale it back down again. So you've got these nice little ridges going on. We're going to go shade smooth again. Press G, bring them down. And then I'm going to put one on this side. Oops, I'm just going to go wireframe a moment. One on this side. We'll put one on this side. And then one here. And one in the middle as well. So we've got that nice little hold for the soap that's going into the middle. So just even these out just as such. We've got this nice little soap holder now. So what I'm going to do is press G, bring this up, and I'm going to go add plane, and I'm just going to pull this outwards. Now if you've not done already, render engine to cycles. Looks like a little bit more detailed now. So this is our nice little soap holder. I'm going to take these in the middle, these little ridges, and I'm going to make them black. Just take this one right here, black. This one right here, black again. And then this one right here, I'm just going to go ahead and move it up just ever so slightly, make it black. And then for the soap holder itself, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on the shading tab. So the shading tab right here, I'm going to go ahead and add Voronoi, I think. Just to give it a nice little pattern. So just scale that outwards, ever so slightly. And then I'm going to go with add and colour ramp. And then I'm going to change these colours to whatever I'd like to change them to. So maybe we'll go with the blue. Kind of like a blue opaque kind of colour maybe. Go with red if you wanted to, or you could go blue and green. Yeah, to be honest with you, I quite like that white that's coming into there. And what I could also do as well is I could have a little bit of roughness. So if we go to add and we go noise texture right there, colour to roughness. And what you should start to see after we add the bump is a little bit of diffusion. So if we go with bump, you want to go colour to height. when it loads in. So now we've kind of got this little metallic kind of look. Just increase your distance up at the bottom. And increase your noise as well. Gives it kind of like this nice little bumpy kind of look. So when we render this, we now have this nice little plastic bumpy soap holder that we can use. So yeah, to make the soap, really, if you really wanted to make soap off this, we could just go with add. We could go with cube actually. Just kind of elongate that a little bit. Let's make it a bit smaller. And I'm just going to go ahead and go to the edit mode. We'll subdivide a couple of times. And then we can go to the modifier over here. And we can go smooth. You can just kind of smooth this in a little bit. So, just about there. Right click, shade smooth. So this is our little bar of soap. You could also put some little imperfections on here if you wanted to. For me, I'm just going to leave it the way that it is. So for the soap itself, all you need to do, turn up the metallic a little bit. Make it soapy like. Maybe turn the roughness down if it's wet. And then you could kind of add a little colour to it if you wanted to, like a little red, a little maroon or something like that. I'm going to go ahead and actually sit mine on the side so you can kind of see the soap. Oops, maybe go that way. Yeah. Maybe go like that, just up at the side. So yeah, once we've done all of that, we now have this nice little soap dispenser. And your piece of soap, I guess. Let's see, can we make that? Actually, no, you know, I want that smooth. It kind of looks nice smooth. Yeah. So that's our little piece for today. If you enjoyed, subscribe, like, whatever you need to do. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a candle. I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. We can go ahead and add a cylinder. What I'm going to do, just elongate it. Pretty simple kind of tutorial. And what we're going to do is shade smooth. And we'll go to edit mode. Take the top face right here. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go E fret extrude. Scale it inwards. E fret extrude. Scale it inwards. Give it that nice little waxy look. E fret extrude. Don't move it. And then we're going to go ahead, scale inwards into the middle roughly here. And then maybe we could go E fret extrude. Bring it down. Scale it inwards. E fret extrude, bring it down, scale it inwards, so you've got that nice little pit happening. And then we're just going to scale it inwards again, and then at this part we can go just E fret extrude. We could use actually slight scaling, and then just drop it down into the middle. Make it almost like a bowl. And just bring it down a little bit just in the middle there. Almost like it's melting. So, once we've got this little bit right here, what we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead, edit mode. And I'm going to say, let's go with Control R. Scroll the center wheel. And just place these vertices right here. Maybe put some more vertices at the top. Some just here. Just vary the vertices on this side, because what we're going to do, we're going to sculpt this top bit. So to sculpt this top bit, what we're going to do is we're going to go to sculpt mode. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to build up some little bits, and I'm also going to put down some little bits as well. So we're going to make it look like it's melted in parts, essentially. Or it's been damaged in parts at least. So maybe we could just pull little bits. Just make it basically rough. That's all we're doing really. Add little bits, bumps, all that kind of stuff. Little imperfections. And what we can do as well, we can actually draw on this. So we can actually bulge this bit out maybe. A little bit of damage at the bottom here. Maybe it wasn't set properly. Maybe it got melted by all the candles or the sun or something like that. Just make it a little bit more imperfections. And what we can do here is we can just pull little bits. Maybe someone dropped it at one point. Make some little ridges. Whatever you'd like to put onto it, just put onto it. And what I'm also going to do is we're going to add a few little drips going down as well. Just at the sides. So we can go blob. We can start to pull some of these out. Let's go with strength actually. Just increase the strength on this just a little bit. Kind of make it look a little bit mangled at the top. And we can go ahead and just add some little more imperfections right here at the side. Okay, so once we've got this, we're going to go ahead and add the wick. So, the wick itself, just very simple. Grab a cylinder, press G, bring it up, scale it down. We're just going to scale it in. Oops. Yeah. Okay, scale it in. We're just going to place the wick right in the middle here. Now what we can do with this is we can actually shade it smooth. And we can go... yeah, edit mode for this. Just take the top little bit right here. And then we can start rotating certain things. So, make it a little bit squiffy, as if it's already been lit. Just going to go ahead and drop that down just ever so slightly. And maybe just scale it up just as well. So what we can do in the middle right here is we can actually make a kind of water as well. So if we go again with the mesh, add circle, press G, bring it up to the top, scale it in. And what you want to do with this is go to edit mode. We'll press F for fill, object mode again, G, and just place it just underneath your wick. Now at this point, if you've not already, go to render, Eevee, and we'll change this to cycles. So when we render it like this, it doesn't really look like much. I'm going to go ahead and just bring this lamp up a little bit. So the goal with this little bit right here, this little circle that we have, if you select it, go to Materials tab, click New. What we're going to do is we're going to change it to a slightly yellow colour. Just ever so slightly, and we're just going to pull down the alpha slightly, and then we'll raise the metallic. So now what you've got is this nice little surface area of melted wax, essentially, just at the bottom there. The candle itself, you can have the shaded smooth if you wanted to. We can do new, and I'm going to make it look waxy, so we're going to go with metallic, up ever so slightly. Keep your roughness up as well. And then we're going to add, say, whatever colour you'd like, really. For the wick itself, we can also go with, let's go with kind of a black, brown kind of colour. Or you could go with something a little bit lighter if you wanted to. So for making the flame itself, you can do one of two things. You can either make a physical flame with physics, or you could just make a droplet flame. Now if you wanted to make a droplet flame, all you really need, let's take a UV sphere, press G, bring it up. You want to go to sculpt mode, and all we're going to do is just pull the top up a little bit. So it almost looks like a flame. So you can do it something like that. So you've got this nice little flame going on. Let's go shade smooth. Scale it down. G, bring it down. And you just want to scale this in so that it's roughly just on top of the wick. So you might want to bring your wick up just a little bit. So with this, we go to Principled BSDF. This is in your Materials tab, Emission. Change this to a kind of yellow. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this light real quick. And this would be great for a background prop as well. You can now turn this up, turn this down, turn this to wherever you need it to be. And that is your basic candle. So yeah, this is great for background stuff. Yeah, so I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for watching. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a plastic tray, kind of like one of those dinner tray things. So we're going to go ahead and add a plane to this. I'm going to go and turn on my screencasting keys. So I'm going to go ahead and scale this up. Just go sideways a little bit as well. I'm going to go to edit mode. Let's go for E for extrude. Leave it where it is. Just kind of scale it inwards just a little bit. I'm just going to get rid of this face on the top. So let's get rid of that face right there. I'll get these 4 points back. So, we're making it like a nice little curved tray. So let's just press G to bring this down a little bit. E for extrude. Scale it outwards. And on this turn, we're going to go ahead and just make this a little bit more shallower just on the sides right here. Press G, bring it up a little bit. E for extrude. Bring this up, scale it outwards, E for extrude, oops, bring this up, we're going to scale this one outwards as well, then E for extrude, and then we'll scale this outwards too. I'm going to go ahead and put this on side view so you guys can see what's going on, and X-ray as well. So, we're going to go ahead, E for extrude again. Scale it outwards. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it down. You want to make a little lip on the side of this, so scale it outwards again. E for extrude, bring it down. E for extrude again, bring it down. Scale it inwards. E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude, bring it down again. Scale in. And we're just going to follow the internal part of the tray around the outside. Scale it in again. just go ahead and do it like that. Okay, so now we've got this nice little tray going on. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this X-ray mode. Shade this smooth. So now we're going to want to make this look a little bit more plasticky. So what I'm going to do, go into render engine, change this to cycles. I'm going to go ahead and place a plane underneath. Press G. Bring it down just to underneath the tray. And this is what it should look like when rendered. So to make this look plastic, just click the tray itself. We'll go to New here under Materials. And now we can start adding a few colours to it. We can maybe make this a blue tray. We can take the roughness down just a little bit. Pull the metallic. And what you could also do is on this centre bit right here, because this is a tray that maybe it's carrying stuff, we could go for shading. Take this bit right here, go to Materials, press plus, and this will be the new material. Click Assign. And what we can do right here is we can add a noise texture. Put colour to base colour. Make all these little dots so it's kind of got a rough surface to it. Add, and we'll go colour ramp. Press plus on there. Maybe make this the same shade as the tray, roughly. We can then go ahead and add a bump texture. Just right in here. Change your colour to height from noise to bump. Just as such. Your distance, increase that a little bit. Now you can see that we've got some stuff going on there. We've got this nice little bumpiness. I'm just going to go ahead and reduce that blue a little bit so it matches. And we can also take this noise texture, this bump, Shift D, put it underneath, and join your normal from the bump to your roughness, which will give it a nice little sheen over the top. You can also increase your metallic if you wanted to. With this little bump as well, we could reduce the distance just ever so slightly. So now you can see that we've got this nice little bump, but we've got this nice little sheen over the top of it too. You can just reduce that as well, wherever you need it to be. So when we go back to layout, we can now see that we've got this nice little textured plastic tray. With the plastic side as well, you could, let's see, let's go for materials, 1 second, material 1. We could go ahead and add some scratches to this. So we could go with Voronoi texture. And we could put the colour into the metallic or the roughness. So now we've kind of got this nice little hex kind of look going on. Could be a nice little decent pattern as well if you wanted that. We could also go with add a bump. Just place that there, and you want to go colour to height. So now we've kind of got these little scratches and imperfections running around the outside. So yeah, you can change this to colour if you wanted to, or you can change this to metallic. I'm going to change mine to roughness, just right there. So, yeah. That's a little plastic tray that you can practice with Blender with. Put some items on there, maybe you've made a teacup or something like that. Yeah. So, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Thank you for watching. Bye. Okay guys, welcome back to Blender Tutorials. So today we're going to be building a ladder. So, pretty simple project. All we're going to do, take the default cube, we're going to go ahead and just shrink this in. Press S to scale, and then S on the other side as well. The aim is to kind of get this kind of elongated square kind of look. So we're going to go ahead, scale outwards, make it into a nice little long piece. So we'll go to edit mode, take your top piece right here, so top face, and your bottom face as well. We're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. We're going to go S to scale. I'm just going to bring this in, just at the side here. S to scale as well, bring this in just at the side here, so we've got this nice little bit. So at this point, what we want to do is we want to go S for scale, and you just want to scale outwards. So in the end, you'll end up with this nice little curve at the end. So we're going to go to object mode, shade this smooth. We will then go with Shift D, bring this across onto the other side. We're going to go ahead and add a cylinder. So at this point you want to shrink this down a little bit, elongate it. Rotate this 90 degrees. I'm going to go ahead and just scale it outwards just ever so slightly. And then we're just going to rotate it just inwards ever so slightly as well, just to give it that little bit of curve. Shade smooth. Scale it down so that it's roughly the same size as this little spoke right here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to scale it outwards to a point where both sides meet, just as such. So once we've got to this part right here, what we're going to do is I'm going to change the colour on this one so we don't have to do them all later on. And we'll just go with, say, like a black or something like that, just a nice little grey. Just on there. And I'm going to go Shift D, bring it up. Now if you press 1, that is, it's a little bit too shallow for a ladder. So maybe we could go with 10. But then that's too much. So what I'm going to do is press G. Shift D to duplicate it. We'll press 5. Bit too much. Maybe we could try 4. Actually, let's go with 2. 2 looks pretty promising. Shift D. We'll go 2. Shift D. Press 2. And so for the ones going down on this side, we're going to press this one again. Shift D. And you want to go -2. Shift D. -2. Shift D again. And you're going to go -2. So now you've kind of got this ladder going on. You can also put another one on top here actually. Shift D and then we can go 2. It is outside of the barriers right here, so we can select these two on either side and we can go scale and we can just bring that up just ever so slightly and press G and bring that up as well. So that is a basic ladder within Blender. If you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a flower pot. It's a pretty simple kind of project. So let's go ahead with a circle to begin with. We're going to go ahead and just scale this outwards. S to scale. So you guys can see what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and split the atom here. So you guys can see the side view. So on the first view we're going to want to press number 1 on the number pad. So you've got the side view right here. If you don't have that, we've got view and align views, and we've got viewpoint as well, which will give you top, bottom, front, back, left, right, general stuff. So with this one, what I'm going to do, we've got side view, we've got normal view. So we're going to go ahead and we'll do the circle right here. We'll go edit mode. What I'm going to do is going to press F for fill. And from here, this will be the base. We're going to go E-fret extrude. And what you want to do is just get that nice little lip around the outside. So we're going to go E-fret extrude, bring it up. We'll do this distance right here. S for scale. Just bring it outwards just ever so slightly. E-fret extrude. And then we'll do another S for scale just to bring this out again, just ever so slightly. So you've got that nice little curve just at the side. And then we're going to go E for extrude straight up. So what you want to do with this part is we're going to scale it outwards so it's got that nice little pot bit. And we'll go E for extrude again. Little lip on the inside just here. S for scale, bring it out. And then E for extrude again, keep it where it is. S for scale, bring it out. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it up. S for scale. And we'll go on to the outside. E for extrude, bring it up just to here. S for scale, and then E for extrude. S for scale, bring it inwards onto the middle right here. So now we have this nice little pot going on. Oops. And what we're going to do next is I'm going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then we'll press S for scale to bring it in. Now this is the point where we're going to need the X-ray. So to get the X-ray, we're just going to go toggle X-ray, and we're going to go E for extrude, bring it down, S for scale, just so you've got that nice little lip up on the inside right here, if you can see that. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, we'll bring it down. And you can make a little lip on the inside if you'd like to as well. And then we'll go E for extrude, bring it down. Now what you want to do at this point is you can either go out to the outside right here, so we can scale this onto the outside and you can have a thin lip, or if you want a thicker pot, we can go just inwards right here. E for extrude, bring it down. Scale it inwards. You want to give it that nice thick kind of ceramic pot. E for extrude. And we'll go ahead and we'll just scale this in. So this is the inside of our pot right now. If we go to the object mode right here, we can now see that we've got this nice little plant pot. We're going to go ahead, right click, shade smooth. So at this point, we have this nice little plant pot, but it doesn't quite look like a plant pot. So what we're going to do, go to the shading tab right here. We're going to add some texture to this. So if we go with, just click this one right here. So we go with new, because we currently don't have a material to this. We can go with add, and we've got different textures right here. We've got brick texture, we've got checker texture, all of these ones to choose from. You can choose absolutely anything that you want. Usually, I would use noise textures for something like this. So if we plug the noise texture in, see that we've got all this kind of funkiness going on. If you press scale, I bring this up. We can now make these little kind of bumps. So if you place your noise texture right here, I'm just going to go ahead and just pull this up. So we're going to go noise texture right here. We'll add a colour ramp just into the side right here. And we're going to go ahead and add a nice little kind of orangey brown, I would say. You can have multiple colours here. So let's go with this one. Let's make this one maybe a little bit lighter. Just at the side there. Maybe it's got some moss growing on it. Let's go ahead and add another one. Just bring that in. Maybe a little bit of a darker tone this time. So now we've got this kind of pot look. So if this was for a regular pot, this would be a great thing for you to do, kind of thing. If you wanted something that was painted, I would say just kind of go with mutual colours and then add more metallic to it. But I'll show you how to do that in a moment. So let's do this one real quick. So if we go to add and we go bump, place your bump in right here. You want to go colour to height. Generally, so if we move some of these tones, you can now get different ones. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the black actually. Let's get rid of that black. You can do these different tones in a way that it makes it look like maybe the pot wasn't set properly as well. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this yellow as well. Maybe have something like this. Make this a little bit darker. Maybe take this yellow and just make this one a little bit more darker as well. Just as such. Right, so once we've got all this in just here, what we can do, we can duplicate these two. So if we go Shift D, duplicate these, then we can change this to roughness. So at the moment, I believe that we're still in Eevee. So if we go to the render tab right here, go to Eevee, change it to cycles, and then we can press render. And our light is missing from our scene, wherever the light went. I think the light's on the inside, there it is. Right, so if I just take this light out right here, and just press render, we can see that we've got our pot right there. I'm going to go ahead and just turn this light up a little bit, actually. Okay, so once we've got our light on this side, we can also do our light on that side. Maybe just take these two, Shift D, rotate, and we'll go 90. So we've got that all around it. So now you can see that we've got this pot right here going on. So with this, we can now change the distance, add a little bit of texture to it. You see this right here, all this texture. So if you mess around with your distance, this is what's gonna happen. So we have no texture, and now if we turn our distance up, we now have texture. So we can do the exact same thing with the colour on this side as well. So now you can see that we've got this nice little bumpiness going on with the pot. You can also turn up your metallic slightly as well if you wanted to. So it's a nice bumpy shiny pot that you can put in your garden, however you're putting it. So we could also put on here as well imperfections. So what we need a mix, I believe it is. Yes. So if we just place our mix right here, if you guys can see that, I'll just pull this up a little bit. So we've got our base colour right here. And then we have our roughness right here. So this mix right here, what I'm going to do is take these two that are at the side of the mix. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add, and we will go with Voronoi texture. I'm going to place the Voronoi texture right under here. I'm going to take this bump and I'm going to go Shift D to duplicate. We'll place this under here. So we're going to go colour to height from the Voronoi to the bump. And then from the bump, we will go to the B on the mix. So what this is going to do now is going to add little scratches, little imperfections to our stuff. So if we scale up the Voronoi texture, just ever so slightly, if you can see that happening, we've got these little bumps going on. So if I just go ahead and just disconnect the base colour just for one moment, and say we go factor B. So, don't know whether you can see this on the recording, but there are little hairline cracks just in the middle here. If I just go ahead and scale this up, you see those all coming up. So these little hairline cracks, so to speak, are the little imperfections that we can place onto our little piece right here. So it could have been scratched, it could have been dropped at some point, maybe it's not been set properly, whatever you'd like it to be. So those are in there now. And when we move this factor from B to A, we can now get the texture coming back. So if we go from factor to about 50% right here, roughly 50%, we can now get both textures on here. I would say just play around with it a little bit, see what goes on. So now we can reconnect the colour ramp to the base colour at the back. And now we have this nice little textured pot. You can mess around with your metallic if you want to. And on our layouts, this is what we should have. So we go to add, plane. And now we can see how much shine this actually has, because sometimes you can't see the shine on it. You have to come back and do certain things. So to reduce your shine, all you need to do is shading, click this, and we'll turn down the metallic just ever so slightly. So we've got the mirror right here. If you wanted like a brass pot or something like that, that's how you would do the mirror on that one. And if you wanted a regular pot, this is how you would do it on that one. So with different colours with this as well, what we can do is if I take this pot and I just shift duplicate this, I just press G. I think my dog wants letting out, he's crying. So I'll take him out into the back garden in a minute. If we get 3 pots at the back here, I'll do this real quick. Oh, we're out. Quarter, baby, come on. So my dog is incredibly good at opening baby gates. Ain't you, buddy? Quarter. Wait, come here. Yeah. My dog is incredibly good at opening baby gates. I think he wants to be let out. So, right, yeah, I'll do this real quick for you guys. Let's go shading. We'll take these 3 pots right here. So we've got this material, which is the original material. So I'm just going to put original. And then we're going to go duplicate. Take this pot right here. And this is going to be original 01. So we're going to go for 2, version 2. So with this one, what we can do, we can change the colours of this. So we can change this to a blue. If you wanted to, just different shades of blue. So just come into the colour ramp right here. Let's go with this one. Change this to a nice blue right here. And then we can turn the metallic up as well, if you wanted to. So now you've got a nice little blue pot. With this one, again, duplicate, we can change this to 3, the third, oh, it's not 32, 3, for the third texture. We can go with this with red, maybe, if you wanted a red pot, red and pinks. And then this one, again, duplicate it out. This is 4, and I don't know, we could go for a green with this one. Just go ahead. Change that to what you need it to be. Yellows, greens. Kind of a yucky kind of green. You can even go ahead and change the white if you wanted to something else. So yeah, this is basically how you do it. The plant pot tutorial. I was going to say something else then. Plant pot tutorial. There you go. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm going to go ahead and let my dog outside because clearly he needs to go. So yes, I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making an egg. Very basic kind of tutorial. I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. If you guys haven't already, I work in cycles on these tutorials. So let's go with the render engine just at the side right here. We're going to switch out the EV to cycles. And what we want to do is we're going to go to add. Now, the last time that I did this, I think that I took a circle and then kind of just moulded it into an egg shape. But this time what I want to do is I'm going to go with a circle. I've not got my screencasting keys on. 1 second. Neglecting to do stuff again. Right, okay, so we've got the screencasting keys on now. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just scroll straight into the middle right here. So this will be the basis for our egg. And I'm just going to press S and scale this upwards just a little bit so you guys can see what's going on. And what I'm also going to do is just shrink down this bar right here. And I'm just going to split the screen. So we've got this at the side. So if you press number pad 1 on the side, you should be able to go to the side view. If you can't do that, just go to view right here. And we've got the viewpoint as well. We've got top, bottom, front, side, right, back, left. Right, so we've got the side view going on right here. We've got the top view going on right here. If we go up to the top tab right here to the object mode, switch it out to edit mode, we now have this nice little circle going on. So what we're going to do is we're going to go for E-fret extrude, and we're just going to go upwards. Just click the middle part right here. And we're just going to make this an egg shape. So at the top we want to go inwards, and at the bottom we want to kind of go a little bit more flat. So what we're going to do is just, we can press E for extrude again, bring this up. You want to go S for scale, just to bring it in slightly. E for extrude again, bring it up, make sure it's on that nice little line. S to scale in the middle. E for extrude again. And we're just going to go S for scale. Make sure that the angle is nice and pointed for the top bit. E for extrude again. And we're just going to bring this around into a nice little point just at the top. And obviously eggs are different shapes as well, so you can have your egg however you'd like it. Remember, this is your egg, your project. Just going to go ahead and just make that a little bit more shallower at the top. E for extrude again. Just going to go ahead and scale this in. Now what you want to do at this top part right here, since we've got a hole, is just press F and it will fill it. So obviously we've not got a flat top to an egg. So I'm just going to go E for extrude again. And I'm just going to go ahead and just close that gap up just a little bit more. And what I'm going to do is just bring that down just ever so slightly so we've got more of a rounded edge. So now once we've done this, we now have to make the bottom of the egg. So what I'm going to do, because I feel like this is a little bit too squished down, I'm just going to go ahead and scale it up a little bit. So if you want to do that with yours, we can press A to select everything, and we can press S, and then just go ahead and scale it upwards just ever so slightly. So we now have this massive hole at the bottom right here, and what we want to do is we will go right here to toggle X-ray just at the top. We're going to go ahead and click in and just box select this. So now we have all of the little points at the bottom of this egg all selected. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll outwards a little bit. We're going to go E for extrude, and we're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to bring it down. So at this point we want to angle it in just a little bit more. So I'm just going to come into just here, E for extrude again, scale this inwards, E for extrude, and we go ahead and we scale inwards. So if yours starts to look like this a little bit, you can also backtrack. You can go Control Z, and this will take it back a little bit. You could then scale this one out just ever so slightly. E for extrude, bring this back in, scale this in. E for extrude again. You go ahead and just scale this in. E for extrude, scale it inwards. And we could get more of an egg shape from this. Now for me, I think this is a little bit too thick at the sides, so I could change that if I wanted to. So we're going to go E for extrude again. I'm just going to pull this around, and I'm going to press F for fill. So now we have this filled bit at the bottom. We just wanted to change this just a little bit, just to bring that out just ever so slightly, and we want to go in again. So now we kind of have this little egg shape going on. I'm just going to press A and just elongate this just ever so slightly. So scale, and we'll go upwards. Remember, not all eggs are equal, so if you've got a nicer egg, it's great. We can also do something else as well if we wanted to edit this part, because I think it's a little bit too pointy. We could go box select with the X-ray mode on, so you're selecting everything. We can press G, and we can bring it down. We could scale this outwards a little bit if you wanted to, make it a little bit bigger. So, we now have all of these little squares on the edge of our egg, and we don't really want that. So what we're going to do is just go shade smooth. Right click, shade smooth. We can also do something else as well, which is add modifier, and we could also do a smooth modifier as well, if you wanted to do that, where we could change the shape just a little bit. You could also get some ridges and imperfections on there as well. Maybe it's not a perfectly smooth egg. So the next thing that we could do with this as well, we could go into the shading tab right here, just at the top, and we could go new. And what we could do with this is we could go and add a noise texture, just right here. Now you can plug your noise texture into whatever you'd like, really. So you could go ahead and plug it into your base colour, or you could plug it into your roughness if you wanted to, your metallic. We'll go with roughness. So we just go to the render mode right here. Let's see, if I go on base colour right here, you can see that we've got all these little bumps. So if we work from the base colour to begin with, we can get all these little bumps for the egg that are going to go on here. Now, what we can do is take this noise texture right here, we can go ahead and add a colour ramp. Just in the middle right here. Press plus, and we can go ahead and add some nice little shades, depending on what type of egg you have and which colour you'd like it. Just press plus again. We can add some little imperfections, maybe it hit the dirt or something like that and it's got some little bits on there, I guess you could call it like that. We could go another plus, just combine this, maybe it's like a duck egg or something like that. So now you'll notice it's really flat as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this noise texture, and we can go ahead and go Shift D, place this at the bottom right here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to zoom this out a little bit so you guys can see, and just pull this up. So we've got this nice little texture going on right here that's quite flat. If we go noise texture colour into roughness, just underneath here, we now will have the same noise texture as here, but we don't have any texture on it. So what we're going to do, we're going to go bump, stick the bump in between the noise texture and the roughness, and then we will move this colour to height. Now we'll have a little bit of bumpiness going on with this object, or at least we should have, within the back. So now you can mess around with the distance. You see the see this right here. So if we move the distance to 0, there's no bump right here. You seen that? But if I move this distance up, we now have these little lines. We have these little bumps that are going on. So it looks like there's little ridges going on in the middle. We can also turn this metallic up if we wanted to. And you can see them even more now. You see how that one's working? So because this noise texture is the same as this noise texture practically, we can also add a bump into this as well if you wanted to. So I'm just going to go ahead and tone down this metallic just ever so slightly so you can see the ridges, but I'm going to go ahead and take this bump, you know, copy, and then we can go paste. Or you could do Shift D for duplicate if you wanted to. Right, so we've got this one isolated right here, this one's still plugged in. Stick this bump right here in the middle between these two. Change this to height. And now we have even more texture. So now we can change the distance on this a little bit with the colours. So let's see, if I just reduce the distance on this one, it'll go darker the higher the resistance. Sorry, the distance even. And it will be lighter the lower the distance. So with this in particular, we could also tone up some of these little crevices that we've got right here going on. Let's move that one to that side. You know, I'm going to put another one of these on here. Just give it a little bit more of a lighter shade. And also we've got like a little bit of bruising right here, which is caused by this one. So hopefully if we get rid of this one and we get rid of this one, that should disappear. And you see that we've got the black as well. This is the colour right here. So if we take that one away, we'll also have this. So you're going to want that little bit of texture on here. And to reduce that darkness, you just move another one of these tones just across the board a little bit. So now you've got this little egg, and it's got some imperfections to it. And you can go ahead and you can edit some of this, and you can make it look a little bit more egg-like, such as I can go scale it up a little bit. You could also do a little bit of smoothing around the top, and also you could do some bumps. Maybe it's been bumped at some point, or it's just like an odd shaped egg. I don't know, your imagination, whatever you want to do with it. So I feel at the moment it's a little bit too dark just around the outside, but then again we have like this little spotlight going on. So what I'm just going to do, just going to edit the lighting coming in just from here, just so you guys can see what's going on. So yeah, you see how the lighting is playing a huge role in this as well. And what I'll do is I'll add a plane underneath. So we've got some of that light refraction coming back up as well. Because if you've noticed, the egg is super shiny. We can't really see it from the other angle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these two lights right here. Let's go with Shift D. Keep it where it is. And then we're going to rotate. We'll put 90 in. So we've got this nice little shiny egg going on now. So if we go back to the shading tab, we can now see what we're working with. It's a little bit way too shiny for my liking, so I'm just going to go ahead and take the shine down just ever so slightly. Take this metallic down. You want to mess around with the roughness for this one. If you do super detail like I am, it might take your computer a little bit longer to see what's going on. I'm just going to make this slightly darker as well. I mean, you guys can mess around with the settings as much as you want. Whatever floats your boat, really. So, let's just turn the roughness up on this just a little bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn the roughness up on the base one as well. And you can turn the bump down if you wanted to, make it a little bit more, a little less shiny, shall we say. Just turn that metallic down. I think that's okay for an egg. If it's, say, like a prop or something like that in the background. Let's see. Just mess around with the settings, really. Just see what you can achieve. If you go into distortion as well, you can make some nice little crazy patterns going on with the egg as well. So yeah, I think there's a little bit too much light in here. Maybe let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. Let's have these two. So yeah, that's primarily an egg in Blender. I think I might change the top a little bit. Let's go to layout, edit mode. I'm just going to take these top vertices right here on the X-ray, and I'm just going to go ahead and shrink this in just ever so slightly, because I think it's too sharp at the top. And then maybe we'll select all of this. And then just move it up a little bit. Yeah, so that's an egg with texture tutorial on Blender. Play around with it, do what you want. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome back to Blender, guys. So today we're going to be doing sort of a potion bottle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and we're going to go ahead and add a circle. So once we've got our circle, we're just going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to work with. And what we'll do as well, we'll go to edit mode, we'll press F for fill, E for extrude, and we're just going to make a nice little fancy base for this. So what I'm going to do is just going to press 1 for the side view. Just going to scale this out just ever so slightly, E for extrude, and then I'm going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and we'll scale outwards just at the side right here, E for extrude, and scale inwards, E for extrude. And what we're going to start to do is make the edging for the glass bowl that we're going to put into here. So we'll start going just inwards, E for extrude, scale in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then we're just going to scale in so that it's got like this nice little curve just at the bottom, and then E for extrude, and we'll bring it down, and then we'll just curve in the bottom ever so slightly. So this will be our base. I'm just going to shade this smooth, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to add, and we'll get another circle again from the mesh. So circle in the middle, we'll go G, bring this up so that it sits just in the middle right here. We're going to go edit, F for fill, and what you want to do is go for 1 again, so side view, and then X-ray. So what we'll do, we will move this across just to here to follow the contour lines right there. E for extrude, scale this in. You can follow the contrast lines if you'd like to, but if you'd like a smooth bottom, then you can do a smooth bottom. I'm just going to do mine like this, and then we're just going to go E for extrude just to bring it upwards in the middle. You know what, I might actually do smooth bottom because it actually looks a little better, I think. So I'm just going to go G. Just going to bring this in. Let's scale this in. Scale it in right here. E for extrude, bring it up. Scale it outwards. E for extrude again, bring it up. We're going to just scale it outwards. So it's got that nice curve. E for extrude, bring it up, scale it outwards. Nice little curve going on. Let's just pull that back a little bit. Then E for extrude, and we'll kind of just curve this outwards so that we've got that nice little bevel. Oops, no, I don't want to save. Let's go with scale. It'd be nice to save, but we don't want to do that right now. Right, so bring this up just into the middle. And what we want to do is just essentially make a jar going around the sides. So I'm just going to start straightening it up right here. Make sure that you kind of got an equidistance between these sides as well, because we're going to do like a little pattern going on the inside. So if you just run it up like this, don't worry, there's method to my madness. I'll show you what I'm doing in a moment. Just run it up down the side just here. E for extrude, bring it in. And then I'm going to do the neck of the bottle on this part right here. So we're just going to go ahead, just pull that in. Just pull this up. Make sure you've got this little lip around the outside. You got E for extrude, scale it outwards ever so slightly. E for extrude in the middle right there. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it inwards just so it's got that nice little lip on top right there. And then from here, we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it straight down. And you want to follow the contours of the lines on the inside. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, so we could go ahead and we could do something like this. Maybe warped glass, it's thicker in certain places than it is in others. Let's go ahead and just pull this down. And then you just want to round it off just ever so slightly at the bottom. Just as such. So, when we've got this, we want to right click, go back into object mode, right click, shade smooth. What we're going to do is we're going to go to render, let's go to cycles. Now this is going to be glass, so what we want to do is go new, and we're just going to type in glass on here. And what we want to do from here, principal BSDF, and we'll go to glass BSDF, and just turn down the roughness on this as well. So we should now have glass just in the background here. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane, just so that we can see that a little better. And we should have a light in this scene as well, but I can't really see it that well, so let's find this light. Just bring this to the side. Oops. Bring it up a little bit. And then I'm just going to bring it to the side as well. Okay, so now we just need to do this one as a wood kind of colour, or you could do a bronze kind of colour. Let's see, if you want to do bronze, just put the metal up and the roughness down. So for this as well, we're going to need some liquid inside of it, some sort of thing, if this will allow me to do it. Come on. Right, so if we're doing a Halloweeny kind of look on this, what we want to do is we're going to go to add. Let's go to circle. X-ray again, so we can see what's going on. I'm going to press 1. I'm just going to bring this circle up to the middle. What you want to do is follow the contours of the inside parts. So we're going to go edit mode. We'll press F to begin with. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards again. And then we can go E for extrude. Bring this up in the middle. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude. And we can just scale inwards. Just on that one. So, with this centerpiece right here that we have, we could go ahead and have this as glowing materials. We can go ahead and have this as different ones. So I might put this as an emission. So we've got this kind of toxic green kind of liquid on the inside. And maybe we could just end it there. Maybe we could just have the toxic green on there. I'm going to edit the IOR though. Just kind of make it glass, but not quite as much. So yeah, that would be a little jar with some questionable material in it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's slime or something. I don't know. But yeah, whatever your imagination wants to put out there, I guess. So yeah, that will be the tutorial for today. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making an egg timer. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to box select everything in my scene, or just press A to select everything. We're going to go ahead and we're going to delete that. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a circle. So with this circle, this is going to be the middle of our egg timer. So what we're going to do is to make sure that both sides are the same length and the same height, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a mirror modifier. So if we go to mirror modifier, we want to click off the X and add the Z into this one. So when we go into edit mode, if we press F for fill and we go E for extrude, we now have two sides extruding. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to press 1 to go sideways, and we're just going to start making the egg timer from here. So we go E for extrude, we're just going to scale this outwards, and you want to kind of slope it a little bit, Just make sure you're not going sideways as well. You just pressing S to scale. One to just go to the side. We've got E for extrude again. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. We might want to scale this down afterwards, but it's fine. So E for extrude, and then we scale outwards again. E for extrude. Scale outwards. And then we're just going to go around just to make this little bit of a bulb kind of thing. Just slowly bring it up. And then E for extrude again, bring it up to the top. And then we're going to start to slope back inwards. And then just round it off just at the top right here. So once we've got this, we now kind of have our little egg timer kind of thing. You can always edit this if you don't like the size of it, or you can squish it down, or you can make it a little bit taller if you'd like. I'm just going to go ahead and look at my reference image just for 1 second. So, what we can do as well, if you go back to edit mode, if you don't like the shape of that one, we can go ahead and we could just make it, say, a little bit more tighter on the top as such as well. So, once we've got this egg timer thing going on, we can go to object mode, right click, shade smooth. And what you want to do is we're going to go to render tab right here, change out your Eevee to cycles, and then we'll go to the materials tab right here. We'll go new, and this will be glass. So I'm just going to change this material type to glass. We can edit this later on to have a couple of scratches if you want, or a little bit of fading or some patterns on it. That will generally be all in your shading tab. So once you've got this right here, what we're going to do, go down to principle BSDF. We'll change this to glass. And if we go to render, we now have glass. Unfortunately, we can't really see how the glass is reacting right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane. Oops. Let's go ahead and add. Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. For some reason it disappeared. So we're going to go ahead and add a plane. Just scale this outwards. Now this bulb is a little bit too big, so I'm just going to bring it in. So now when we go into the render tab, we can now see that we've got this nice little glass going on. There's no light in the scene at the moment, but what I can do is let's add a point. Press G, just bring it up. And then I'm going to add a secondary point just on the other side as well. Now we should be able to get the glass effects. We can kind of see it right there. We just turn up the exposure a little bit. And the power. Just on that side. And then we can turn up the power and the exposure on the side as well. So you'll notice that the glass is a little bit foggy. So what we're going to do is just turn down this roughness. And now we've got this nice little glass kind of thing going on. So the next bit that we need to do, we need to make a top stand for it and a bottom stand for it. So when we're doing this, if we take a circle and press G, just bring it up. Just go to 1 at the moment, so you've got that side view. If we go S, we can scale this up. And notice that we've got this line right here. So this is where the top's going to sit. Just going to scale that down so it's just about the size of the top of this. So what we can do now is go into edit mode. You go E for extrude and just bring it up. What you want to do as well is make sure on the inside here, so if we go into the X-ray mode just for a moment, and I'm just going to go ahead and just backtrack that. If we press F, it will fill it, but you'll be able to see this on the inside. You see how you see this on the inside right here? So we're going to build the outside, and then what we'll do is we'll build the inside. So just ignore that for now. So it's got a nice little lip to it. So if we press 1, we're going to go E for extrude. Just give it that slight little lip on the outside. E for extrude again. E for extrude, and we're just going to do some nice little patterns going up the side of this. E for extrude. And then we'll do E for extrude again. Just pull this in. E for extrude. E for extrude again. Scale this outwards. Just slightly. Give it that little bit of a kind of Victorian lip. E for extrude again. And then we'll just take this. I'll do some little bevel patterns just here. Just right there. And then just round it off at the back. So once we've got this underside right here, what we want to do, press 1 on your keyboard. You want to just go ahead, hold down, and select everything so that you're selecting the entire ring right here. We are going to go to 1 again, E for extrude, scale it inwards, and what you want to do is just ever so slightly clip the edge of the glass right here. So we can't really see the glass on that side, but we can on this side. So you'll notice that this is coming onto the inside right now. So this is the glass, and this is our kind of wood surround. So we're going to go E for extrude. Sorry, 1 second. If we go G, just bring it down to the bottom. So you've got that nice little lip around the edge. E for extrude. Scale it inwards slightly. To make sure that it matches on the other side as well. E for extrude. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude, scale in. You see where I'm going with this. Scale in. E for extrude, scale in. E for extrude. And you want to go all the way around this prism right here. Scale in. E for extrude, scale in. E for extrude again. Scale in. And you can just about see the edge right there. So what I'm going to do is just scale it in as far as I can see it. And then we'll just round it off at the base. Just about here. So, once we go to the object mode right here, we want to shade this smooth. So this will be our top and bottom. So when we render this, we can now see that we've got this nice little top to it, nice little bottom. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it a fancy kind of design. So I'm just going to go back on to this right here. Let's go to edit mode. Take off this wireframing. Oops. Take off the X-ray even. So what I'm going to do, on this center bit right here, just place one of these. Control R. E for extrude, and then I'm just going to go ahead and scale this out. And maybe you want to just pull this in just ever so slightly on the edges. Maybe go for another E for extrude, scale it outwards, scale in. So I've got that nice little side going on. So now this is going to be supports for another little design that I'm looking to do on the outside. So what we can do as well is we can go ahead and we can take the top of this. So maybe if we just go to 1, X-ray, just take the top section. And I'm just going to scale this top section out so that it matches up with the part that we've just done. So when we've got this now, we can then turn this upside down onto the opposite side. But first what I want to do is add a little bit of detailing. So we're going to add a UV sphere. Press G, bring this up. And my detailing is just going to be on the side just about here. So I'm just going to scale this down. Bring it up just ever so slightly. Shade this smooth. Now, what you want to do, you want to go into the materials tab right here. We're going to make a new one. This is going to be wood. We'll go ahead and just change this to brown to begin with. And we can change the properties of this on the shading tab afterwards. So this should be assigned to wood. We take this one. We're going to go ahead, go to this drop down right here, assign again to wood. Take this little point right here. And what I'm going to do is press G just to bring that in just a little bit. So this is going to be the details. Shift D, bring it across to the opposite side. And we will go Shift D again. Rotate this by 90. Select all four on the outside. And I think we're looking at 45 now, so let's go Shift D. Keep it where it is, rotate, and then put it as 45. It's got this nice little pattern going around the outside. We could do something in the middle right there, but if you select all the balls that you've just done, press 1. Make sure that you've selected the top as well. We're going to go Shift D, and we're going to bring this down to the opposite side. Now once you get to this point, we want to flip it over, so we're going to go and we'll go rotate, and we'll go 180. Just make sure that just sits and fits very neatly at the bottom. And so this is what it should look like rendered. So we're not quite finished at the moment, it looks a little bit basic. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some little supports on the outside. So let's go back to the regular render right here. We'll go to our cylinder. Let's bring this up, scale this up, scale this down. What you want to do essentially, and you could do a half and half if you wanted to. So if we take this and we just scale this down, I think it might actually be better for a circle rather than a cylinder for this one. Let's go with circle. We'll go G, bring it to the middle. And what we'll do, just bring it to the outside just ever so slightly. Now, if you go to the modify tab, we can go with mirror again. Select Z, click off X, we'll go edit mode. E for extrude. Just kind of make a little ball with this, I guess. Scale this in. E for extrude. Scale this in. And then we'll go E for extrude, bring it up. We go E for extrude again. We'll make another little ball on this. Scale this out. E for extrude. Scale this out. E for extrude. Scale this out. If you want to, you can press 1 again so that you can get the correct parameters for this. Scale this one out. E for extrude. Just go slowly in again. And just continue doing this relatively until you get to the top. So go again with one of these circles. And it doesn't matter what size they are because they'll match at the top anyway, so it's kind of cool. And then we'll just do a through E for extrude. So once we've got to this point right here, we shade this smooth. We want to size this, just S to size, S for scale. Press G, bring it in. And what you want to do is get this to sit on this side right here and this side right here. So we're just going to scale this down a little bit more. and then maybe just bring it out just ever so slightly. So now we've got this nice little pylon going on here. We're going to go to the materials tab. Let's change this to wood. And what I'm going to do, let's go to Shift D. Just duplicate this over. Make sure that it's roughly the same size as the other side even. We'll take these two after selecting them. Shift D. Rotate by 90. So we've got this nice little pattern going on. And then we'll do another one. And we will rotate this one by 45. So this is what you should have after you've finished that one. So you can add any patterns to any of these. You can change any of the colours to any of these depending on what you want, really. What's your preference? To make sure that you've got the sand on the inside, you can use a particle system or you could make it artificially. I'm going to make it artificially for this tutorial. To make anything artificially, what you want to do primarily, let's go back to 1. Oops, yes. Let's go back to 1 right here. Okay, so you're going to need something in the bottom right here and you're going to need something in the top right here. So with particle systems, I would generally tell you to put a particle system around here so that it comes down onto this bit and then have kind of an animation of it falling through so that it collects in the bottom right here. But today we're not doing that one. So what I'm going to do for artificial is we'll take circle, G, bring it up to the centre right here. What you want to do, if we go into the X-ray mode, you can see that we've got the neck of the bottle right here. Scale this down. And you can also make, if you wanted to, the inside of the glass. Because obviously you've got that nice little lip on the inside of the glass as well. You can experiment with that. I actually might experiment with that. It seems a very interesting concept. Let's go to edit mode with the circle. E for extrude. And essentially what you want to do is just pull this up. Bring this round. E for extrude again. Scale this outwards. And just generally let it follow the edges of the glass. And what you could do as well is you could come into this and you could also edit the surface tension as well to make it look a little bit more bumpy. So when we've got it rendered, we should have it like this. You should see this in the middle. I'm just going to go ahead and change this to kind of, yeah, we could go with that nice little gold kind of colour. Just rough it up a little bit. And I'm going to name this gold as well. And we can put some materials on there as well. So let's go with circle again. Just at the bottom. We're going to go G, we'll bring this up. I'm just going to take this off render mode for a second. So we've got the X-ray right there. And what you want to do, again, just follow it round to where you need it to be. So, let's go on to the edit mode. I'm just going to press F for fill. E for extrude. We'll scale this round. E for extrude again. And then we're going to scale this just at the top. You just want it to run nice and smoothly just around the edges. If you've not already, you need to seal this one as well. Let's see. So we go to edit mode. You notice that it's not sealed at the top, so just press F and that will fill it at the top. So once we've got the render, we've got something like this. And I've not used a colour on this. We need to put the gold onto that one. So you'll notice that the glass doesn't exactly sit right. To be honest with you, I'm thinking about going back into the glass and just doing an inner piece. Maybe that would help. Just trying to think how I would do that, because I'd have to open up the top a little bit, but it might work because you don't need to do both sides because we've mirrored this. So let's go to edit mode. We've got the top right here. So if we go to 1, We go for E for extrude. E for extrude again. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. And just keep going. Just for the inside right here. You notice that this comes out in the middle as well. Just pull that back in. E for extrude. And just make this in the middle kind of thing. Scale that in. E for extrude. Scale it in. I think if we go on the render right now, we can now see that there's kind of an inside to it, which is going to give it a lot more detail, and you've got this nice little bump on the outside now. So, let's just continue on with this. E for extrude. We will get rid of the fill actually on this. And we just go to the end right there. So now, once we get off to the edit mode, we now have this nice little egg timer that's got an inner bit to it. So, the next thing that I would say with this is we need to edit the wood a little bit. So if we go onto shading tab right there, you've got glass BSDF, you've got roughness, IOR, all that kind of stuff. So let's just change the glass up a little bit. And what we want to do with this wood right here is add, and we'll go to, let's see, we'll go to, I'm just trying to think. We could do it with a brick texture and warp it just ever so slightly. So we could do it like this. I mean, you could do yours any way that you'd like to. What I'm going to do is let's go with brick width and just put that outwards a little bit more. We'll go scale this up. So we've got this kind of graininess of wood. Let's go ahead and add a colour ramp. And we'll get some browns in here, some reds. Maybe some greens as well. Maybe you're making a game piece or something like that. And I don't know. Maybe the wood's got a little bit of rot in it. And I don't know. It's your world, whatever you want to create. You could have it super shiny, where it's nice and polished, and it's clean, and it's nice. Or you could just imperfect it just so slightly. Also, you've got bump textures as well, so we could add a bump in here. Go for height. Take that one off. This will give us some surface tension just on the outside. Just going to go ahead and just scale this down just ever so slightly. So you've got these little knocks in the wood as well at this point. We could go ahead and scale it up actually, give it a bit more grain. Also what you could do as well is you could go ahead and add some Voronoi texture. So this will give us some cracks in the wood. We could go colour, roughness. And now we've kind of got this nice kind of triangulation coming over the top of it. Just here you can see that. So this will allow us to put smudges on. So if we just have, say, a little bit of triangulation going on, maybe it's a rough cut, then we could go ahead and we could get a bump texture. Let's place this in here, put it to height. Now we kind of have this very rough, kind of grainy wood, if you will. Just turn up the black a little bit to just pull that kind of grain out. And we've not even got metallic on here, but it's like super shiny already. But yeah, you could pull up the metallic, make it kind of like a dark wood. I kind of like this. Okay, so the next one that we want to do is the gold. So the gold right here needs to have some sort of graininess to it to look like sand. So we're going to go with noise texture. Let's go colour, base colour. You'll notice that the gold now goes. Don't worry about that, we'll fix it. So now, what you'll notice with this noise texture is that you've kind of got this very psychedelic kind of look coming in. You see that right there? Kind of all different shades and stuff. So what you want to be able to do is pull that down to a point where it's manageable. So it kind of looks like sand already. So we're going to go add, we're going to go colour ramp. And we're going to go plus, and we'll change this to a nice gold colour. Bring the black in just a little bit, just to pinch some of that colour off. Just a bit more contrast. This white, we could change this to more of a goldy red. And what we could do as well, we could add noise texture. Let's see, noise texture again. We could go colour and roughness. So we can get that nice little roughness in. You could turn up the metallic just ever so slightly, just to bring that off a little bit more. And then we could do bump. Let's add bump texture into here. Just right there. And then colour to height. I'm just going to make this a little bit more orange. So we've got that gold going on. And then once you finish, just bring up the base right here so it's got something to sit on. And that's your egg timer, or your timer kind of thing. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to build a walkway. Just a little sci-fi thing that I thought of. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete the default cube, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete everything else just for the time being. I'm going to start with a plane. We'll rotate this by 90 and just scale this out. So with our walkway, we're also going to go with another plane as well. So I'm just going to go Shift D, duplicate this. We will rotate this again 90, and I'm just going to scale this in. So once we do this, what I'm going to do is just pull this up to the side right here and just scale it outwards again. So what we want some little sections in the middle that we can work with. So I'm going to subdivide it, and subdivide again, and subdivide again, so that we can make these little holes that are coming in the middle. So we'll take this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one, and we'll just kind of do it 2 by 2 all the way down. Let's see. So I'm going to need another extra bit just on the end there. So what I'm going to do is just take this, select all these, E for extrude, just bring it outwards. And then we're going to go with the faces again. I think someone's burning something in the area, like I thought that was my computer there. Right, okay, so we've got these two, these two, these two, these two, and these two. So we're going to go ahead and click delete faces. So now we've got these holes that are in the middle. We're going to go A, select everything, E for extrude, and then we can go E for extrude again, and we can just scale this inwards just ever so slightly on the bottom. And then we can go ahead and select this side. Just all of these bits at the bottom right here. Just shift just to select them. Let's see what have we got. Right, sorry, just 1 second, just selecting everything. Okay, so on this section as well, we're going to go E for extrude, and then we'll scale this in ever just so slightly. So now we've got these little holes in the middle. What we're going to do is we're going to go and add, and we will add another plane. Bring this up, just so that it's midway through the platform. Scale it up, and then scale it across. We'll go back onto the edit mode. Let's go subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. So we've got this nice little grate system going on here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to, let's see, we'll go to object mode. We'll add modifier, search, wireframe. We're just going to pull this down just a little bit, so maybe about 5 meters. Just across right there. Object mode. So now we've got this nice little grating going on. I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up. Press G, bring it up. So now we've got this nice little grating system going across. So the next thing that we want to do is I'm going to take this, we'll leave it just as it is, we won't smooth it out. We'll go add, and we'll add a cylinder. So just pull the cylinder outwards, scale it up, we go G, just line it up with the edge right here, and we will shade this smooth. So what we're going to do with this, I'm going to put this just right here. Press G and bring it across. So just make sure that it's nice and thin, and it's roughly walking height, so to speak. So imagine that you had someone walking down here, and you had this. We're going to go edit, take the top part right here again. If someone was walking down here, I want to see this is at the right height. So I'm just going to put this down a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. You want to press G and bring it forward just ever so slightly. E for extrude, G, bring it forward again ever so slightly. We'll rotate this as well at the ends. So now we've got this nice little pole. Right click and shade smooth. I'm going to go ahead and put this at the end right here. So what we can do with this, we can actually add a material to it. So I'm going to go with a nice grey material. So we'll go grey line, and then I'm going to go Shift D, and maybe we could go, let's see, we could go 1, or you could go 5. So Shift D, 5, Shift D, go 5 again, Shift D, we'll go 5, Shift D, and 5. So you can see that it's just off the edge, just slightly here, but that's okay because we can elongate this just ever so slightly. So edit mode, and just select everything that's on this side. So maybe the platform just changes as it moves around. I'm also going to move this just outwards ever so slightly. So we're right there. So now we need some poles that go across. So we're going to go mesh, cylinder, G, bring it forward, R for rotate, and we'll go 90. Scale it outwards, and then scale it in, and then scale it outwards again, up to the point where this fits all the way across the bars on this side. So you can have these on the outside if you want to, on the inside, wherever you would like them. So, just going to shade this out just slightly. Right, so now we've got a bar coming across. Also, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to cycles in a moment. So we've got this bar coming across right here. We could do drop down, we could go grey line. And Shift D again. And then Shift D again. Just go at the bottom right here. So we've got this nice little balcony, nice little kind of overlap. And then we'll go Shift D. And then we'll place one of these bars a little bit bigger. Just at the edge right here. Now at the edge right here, what you could do, scale this inwards just ever so slightly. We can change the colour on this one, so we can go with, let's minus that off, edit mode, minus that, let's go plus if it's not going to come off. We'll go with black, make this slightly metallic, and we'll assign this black to all of this. So now we've got a black railing. At the bottom here we can put some lighting on there, so I'm just going to go to add, and we'll go cube. Scale this cube out, scale it down, press G, bring it up, press G again, bring it up just to the side right here. And what we can do, we can then stretch this out to the sides, and we can also make this an emission. Let's see, just going to move that to the side right there. Okay, so let's go to, let's take this wall, I'm just going to duplicate this, rotate this around 90, press G, bring it down. And then we'll select this just underneath, and then we'll go with emission, maybe red. So around when we render this, you'll notice that nothing's happening currently, which means that we are still on EV. We need to change the cycles. So now we have this nice little red coming in just at the bottom. I'm just going to intensify this just slightly so you can see through the grates. So if we come over to the grates right here, we can actually see through these. This could be great for, say, if you wanted some bad guys. Maybe it's a bad guy's base. You know, this nice little red undertone. And we could even increase that red undertone actually. If I take this and I just go ahead, Shift D, and I duplicate it just on this side, and then Shift D, duplicate it on this side as well, just in the middle. And we should, in theory, get some red hue on the wall right there. So it's nice underlit red. Maybe we can intensify that just a little bit. And you could also possibly put another balcony above here if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, I think with the ceiling, you could probably put some strip lighting. I think that would look a little bit more attractive. So, with this as well, what we can do, we can go to the shading tab. We can get some texture on here. So if we go new, let's add a Voronoi. So we go color to base color. We scale this up just a little bit. And then we can go and add a color ramp. just right here. You can intensify this a little bit, say take down the roughness, pull up the metallic. Pull up that roughness just a little bit as well. Okay, so if you want that flat, that's a pretty good kind of thing. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to randomize this a little bit and then just turn these up as well. Let's see. And then maybe we could add a bump just to that as well on the height. So we've got that nice little texture coming in. Just put a little bit diffuse roughness on there. And then these grey bits as well, we could add a little bit of metallic so that they reflect a little bit more light. This wall, make it black. So now we've got this nice little kind of balcony thing going up. We also need some lighting on the other side as well. So maybe we could do that strip lighting actually. Take this white right here, pull this up. So there's this ceiling, and then the strip lighting that we could add in here. We can do cylinder. Rotate this by 90. Scale this outwards. Oops. So right here, just scale this outwards. Scale in. And then G to bring this up. Add. And then we can go emission. Now we've got this little emission that's coming up from above. You could also take this and you could place it onto the platform itself. Scale it down. Press G to bring it in. And we will get it just in the corner. And what we can do from here is just turn it up just ever so slightly. This floor as well, we can make it a little bit more lighter so we can see the detail. Maybe have some more strip lights just within the scene as well. So let's see if we can just grab that real quick. Just place these across, just to give it a little bit of extra light just at the side. And maybe you could tone this down just a little bit, just to give it some moodiness as well. So let's see, layout. Whoa, that's a bit bright. So this would be your balcony that we've just made. And this could be used in anything really. It could be used in a small project, it could be used in like game design or anything like that. I know Blender doesn't have a game engine anymore. Maybe they'll bring that back at some point, I don't know. But yeah, that was the tutorial for today. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and just put it sideways as well. Let me just check that real quick. So, select all of this. Select that light, select that light, and also the wall. I think that will all come together. Shift D, rotate this by 90, rotate this by 180. I kind of bring this together just at the side, and then all you need to do is just elongate this one just at that side as well. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove one wall for a second. We just take this one, we go to edit mode and select all of this. E for extrude, just bring it across. And then we're just going to go G and bring this down. So now we've kind of got this double wall thing going on. So you've got a little bit of background. So imagine you're stood there. Let's elongate that bit just ever so slightly. And then this should be the render that you've created. If you can see that. Yeah. So I mean, you could add more to that if you wanted to. I think I might neaten up just this kind of corner right here, and maybe put a corridor or something like that just going into the abyss wherever it's going. But yeah, that's how you make a balcony in Blender. So let's just, oops, scale this one, scaly, scale this one, and this should look better. And then we'll take the floor right here and just scale that outwards as well. So, when all is said and done, this is how it should look. I don't know whether you want to stay for all the kind of flies to go in and stuff like that. I mean, like, you've got denoise as well. Up in the render section that looks like a camera. It will render in a load of detail, it's just it takes a little bit more time. It just doesn't put the fuzziness on there, it just kind of just blurs everything out, it denoises, essentially. So yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, would really help me right now. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of lighting. So what I'm going to begin with, let's just mosey on that down. What I'm going to begin with right here is I've got a cube. I'm going to press delete on this. I'm going to get rid of the lights just for the time being. And I'm also going to get rid of the camera as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you can use a cylinder for this, you can use a circle for this as well. I'm just going to go S and just scale this down and then scale it up. So this will be the base of the lights. We're going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Select your faces just on the side here. E for extrude. Scale in. E for extrude. Scale in. And just leave it where it is. And on the back we don't really need anything. So, what we're going to do is, let's go for E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So, we'll go to object mode, we'll go to add, and I'm going to go with another cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that this cylinder is just about the right size to fit into the little drop down that we've just made. So we're going to press G, bring it up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. I'm going to take the top face right here, press G, bring it down just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards, and just keep going until eventually you reach a point just at the front right here. And then I'm going to go Control R and just roll your center scroll just to make these little lines right here. So this, we're going to go right click, shade smooth, the bottom one as well, right click, shade smooth. So this one right here, what you want to do is we want to go Shift D, and we're just going to duplicate this. So what you can do is just bring it up just at the top there. This one underneath will be our emission piece, so we'll go with material, we'll go add, change this to light, And we're going to set this to an emission. Now, before I set this to an emission, what I'm going to do, let's just undo that one. You don't need to undo that. So I'm just going to place a plane so you guys can see the emission. And I'm also going to go to the render engine and change out EV to cycles. So let's go back to our emission piece right here. And I'm just going to place this on render so you guys can see the emission that comes through. So we'll go to Principled BSDF just here. We'll go to emission. And now we can see that we've got this nice little glow going on. Because this is an outdoors light, I'm going to change this to a kind of yellowy orange. And I'm just going to increase the strength just ever so slightly. So this would generally be a wall light. Next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take the base and we're going to go new and we're going to go, this will be black. So let's change this to black. This will be part of the plastic. We'll change this roughness upwards just a little bit. So once we've got that done, we'll take the top part that we've made right here. We're going to go into modifiers and we're going to type in wireframe if it's not down here in your Dropbox. So now we have this nice little wire. So I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring it back over the top. Just as such. And we can now mess around with the thickness of the lines that we have. Just going to press G and just bring this down just ever so slightly. So now we have this nice little light going on. So what we can actually do, if you wanted this as a floor lamp, we could take this, let's see, so if I just go back onto this mode, I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just bring it up. We could take this one, we could duplicate this, scale outwards, and we could kind of have a double bubble kind of setting for this. Also with this little frame that we've got on here, what we can do, we can go down to materials, click new, and we can make this black. Or if you want to make it the same colour as the stand, just click the black there. That way it's all uniform. And that's just basically how you make a wall light. If you want it against an actual wall, we can take this. I'm just going to go ahead, just rotate this by 90. Right, so if you wanted this as a wall light, wall mount, we could press G. I'm just going to go ahead and rotate it by 90, and then we'll go ahead and rotate it again by 180. Let's press G. Place it up against the wall like that. And then you could do this, just upwards a little bit. And then Shift D, duplicate, maybe have it as, let's go with, maybe -50 apart. Shift D, -50. Shift D, -50, Shift D, and then -50. I don't know how much you guys have got, the distance wise, but you could do this and we could go 50. So everything's going to be minus on this side and plus on this side. So just type 50 on this side, minus on this side. So Shift D, and then we press 50. So now we've got all of these. We can do a little render. You can see that we've got these wall lights going all the way across. So, what you could also do as well, if you wanted to do a wall right here. Let's turn this around. This is a shading tab, by the way. We can go brick texture. Just click that there, colour to base colour. You got your nice little brick texture going on. Let's scale that down a little bit. And then what we can do, just Just move this to the side. We can actually add a bump texture, just right in here. Colour to height. You also want a colour ramp on this as well. Just to go in the middle, just right there. It should pop up. If it doesn't, just delete the bump node. Let's go bump again. Right there. Get that to height. Might just be taking a while to load in. Or maybe not. Maybe I've glitched it up a little bit. But anyway, if you can't get the bump node to work, you always have this as a brick texture. And then we can go ahead and add some noise. I might try the bump texture again in a second. So, you get some noise on here. Bit of diffusion. You see how that's noise right there? And then we'll try the bump texture once more. Just to see whether this works or not. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work, but what I can do, let's go ahead and stick it here, height. We can change this to the roughness, just in the background as well. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that bump node and maybe just have the wall tiles just for show for the moment. So, let's go with layout. I got rid of the camera, didn't I? So, let's go with, where have you gone? Let's add camera. We'll go to view, align camera to view. We'll go G, bring this back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this one right here. So if we go to depth of field, take this little dropper right here, select this, and then just lower the f-stop ever so slightly. And we should have this nice little blur that happens around the outside. Say ratio. Just going to pull that ratio down a little bit. And you get these nice little bits at the side as well, quite artistic. This nice little blur of light. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just move this slightly. And I'm just going to tone this down just ever so slightly as well. I think that should be okay. So when we go to this render tab right here, we can now get this kind of look where we've got nice little blurs on this side, and we have the blur on this side, and then we have the light that's in focus. And usually I would say to give the brick a little bit of texture, but today it's not working for some reason. So that's the tutorial for today. I hope you liked. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a metal cup with a few blemishes. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to shrink myself down there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the default cube, and I'm going to delete the camera because we don't need that. Unless you want to make an actual render, then you don't need the camera. If you're just practicing making stuff, then this is going to be a little bit different. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn on the screencast keys. You guys can see what's going on. And then I'm going to go to add, and we will go with circle. So just scroll in. What I'm going to do, just scale this outwards just a little bit. Then I'm going to go to edit mode. Press F for fill. E for extrude. And what I'm going to do as well, I'm just going to split the atom, so to speak, here just a little bit. we're just going to go sideways on here. So just number pad 1 to go sideways. So on this edge right here that we've just made, what we want to do is we want to scale it out ever just so slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it up. And then we're just going to scale out again. And then E for extrude and we'll bring that up again. So, go and sit that there. So we're going to have a cup that kind of blends outwards a little bit. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale this outwards, E for extrude. I'm just going to go all the way up with this actually, depending on how tall you want your cup. Just scale it out. We're going to go for Control R. We'll do a couple of little ridges right here. Now what you can do with this is you can pull them in a little bit. Let's give them some surface. You know, I'm going to actually reduce how many I had. So I'm just going to go Control R and then scroll. Let's just shape this in just a little bit and then Control R. And then I'm just going to scale this bit out just a little bit there. And then Control R again. We'll scale this out just a little bit at the bottom. So to make the inside of the cup, we should have something like this. We're going to go to this tab right here, which is Toggle X-Ray. So if you go for this tab as well, which is Face Selection, what we're going to do, and I'll show you the edge right here, we're going to go for E for Extrude, scale it inwards a little bit, E for Extrude, scale it in, E for Extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then E for Extrude, and we're going to go down, and then scale inwards just ever so slightly. So you see that we have this nice little lip at the bottom. Now we're going to go all the way down the cup, and what you want to do is leave a little gap between the outside and the inside. So if we go E for Extrude, and just bring this down, then E for Extrude again, you can see that we've got on the outside of the cup. So what we want to do is just press S, scale, and we bring this back in. So we're going to go E for Extrude again, come to the middle, we're going to go S for scale, bring it back in, E for Extrude, come to the bottom, and then we will go S for scale, bring that back in, and then E for Extrude again, scale this outwards, and then E for Extrude, and what we're going to do is we're going to just curve this ever so slightly at the bottom. So, just like that. And we're also going to leave a little bit of a gap just between this and that. So then we're going to select this face at the bottom as well. And we're going to go E for Extrude, bring it up, scale it in. And then E for Extrude, bring it up, scale it in. So then we've got this nice smooth bottom as well. So to smooth this out completely so that we've not got these lines, what we're going to do, right click, and then we'll shade smooth. So to put the texture on this, we'll go to the shading tab, just at the top, and you'll see that we've got our cup right here. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the render tab, and I'm going to go to cycles, change the EV out for cycles. So we're going to click new right here, and this material can be cup, and we're going to make kind of a metal cup and then add some stains to it. So if we go add, we can go noise texture, colour to colour on the noise texture. Now we've got these little bumps and stuff. We can do scratches as well if you'd like. So what we can do is turn up the metallic all the way, turn down the roughness, depending on how rough you would like your cup to be. And then we're going to go to colour ramp and place this in the middle just here. So the more that you bring across the black, the more little black spots you have on there, and the more that you bring the white across, the lighter it gets in the other patches. So we have this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the noise texture just for one moment. I'm going to add, let's see, let's go with roughness. Actually, we'll change this colour one to roughness. So now we kind of have this nice little thing going on. We can put this to the opposite way. So we've got this nice little shiny cup, but it's got some imperfections on the shine. So what we can do as well, we can actually add, and we can go, I'm going to take these two actually and just pull them down just for 1 second. So that's the roughness part. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add another noise texture. Oops, just in here. I'll just scroll out. Let's go colour to base colour. And now you can see that we've got this kind of staining going on. Going to go ahead and we're going to go with colour ramp again. So now we have this cup that's a little bit dirty. So with these stains that we have on the outside, we can actually take the white right here on the second colour ramp. So this is how it's supposed to look. I'll just open that up so you guys can see. So this white right here, we can actually change it. You have a little bit of a deeper colour, a little bit of a lighter colour. Maybe it's been dropped, stuff like that. Okay, so another thing that we can do as well, we can add some bumps. So with this particular one, if we add and we go bump, just place that there. Hopefully this works. Yep, okay. So now you can see that these stains kind of have a little bit of a ledge to them. So it's almost like fingerprints. We can go ahead and we can scale these. Just at the bottom here from our first option. We can go ahead and add distortion. So maybe you want kind of a funky patterned cup. And if we do that on the render, we can now see that we've got these little stains right here. So what I'm going to do is we'll go back to layout and I'm going to add a plane in here. Press S for scale. To make sure that's lined up with your cup. And I'm just going to move this light as well, just so that we've got a little bit of a broader spectrum of light coming in there. If you can hear that, that's my neighbour's dog. For some reason it's going off on one again. So, what you can do as well with these lights is you can turn it up just slightly. See. We can see the light just coming through just there. I'm just going to go back to shading and just edit some of this. So I don't think it's light enough for what I'd need. I mean, you could go with any colour for your cup, really. You could also play around with it. Change this to metallic. See, strength. We could turn the strength down on that. So you see that you've got the nice kind of stains going on. Just turn that up a little bit and that will give us a little bit more of a shine. With this base colour as well, you could also add maybe a nice light blue or something like that. If your cup's a different shade, you could just edit that just slightly. Go to the layout, and now we have this nice little cup going on. I'm just going to go ahead and just add some more light in this with Shift D. So I don't think these are bright enough. Let's just edit the exposure on these ones. And maybe just take these two as well, and we will go Shift D and rotate at 90. So this is just a basic tutorial on how to get stains on cups and stuff. Yours could take a lot more time to do, you know, if you just fiddle with all the settings and stuff like that. So you could have a cup that's like this. Some nice little embossing kind of thing, if you want to call it that. and you could pull it to look like this as well, which is the distance on the bump. That'd be good for a Viking cup, I think, if you wanted that kind of texture on the outside of it. So yeah, that's how you do texturing and also staining on cups and glasses. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. I will see you guys in the next one. Cheers. So, hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorials. So today we're going to be working on metal imperfections, adding things to metal and then working in layers. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start off with a cube and I'm going to start off with a couple of other things as well, just so you guys can see the effects on some different objects, and hopefully you can apply this to your own projects. I haven't done a video in about a month, primarily because we've had a lot of heat waves over here in the UK, and it's not so much the heat that gets you, but it's the humidity. And trying to get my computer to run certain things and trying to get enough air circulation within the office has just been absolutely horrendous. Usually my office is the coldest place in my house. The radiator doesn't work, so you know, in winter it's absolutely perishing freezing. Yeah, so what we're going to do today, we're going to be making a couple of things. I'm going to start off with some small items first because it is pretty warm still in here, but it's not quite as warm as it was yesterday. Yeah, I went out for a walk yesterday and I couldn't stand the heat. It was just like, woof. So, yeah, we'll get started with this project. Let's start off with first the default cube and then we'll work from there. Okay, I'm just checking that I've got the screencast keys on here for you guys so that you can see what I'm pressing, because I've gone through a lot of projects where I've not pressed the screencast key and then I've realised afterwards and I've had to go back in and edit everything, and it's just horrendous. So what we've primarily got here for 4.5, this is a new download actually, this is the new version of it. So we've got the camera right here, if you didn't know what the camera was. This is this little box thing right here that's highlighted in orange. And then we've got the light right here. So what we want to do first and foremost is go to your render tab just at the side here, if you can see where my mouse is. And then we're going to go from Eevee and we'll switch this up to cycles. I do all of my stuff in cycles. So the next thing that we want to do, I'm just going to go ahead and show you how this works, just in case you're new to Blender. So if we go up here to where the tab is, and we click the little circle that's right at the end right here, this is the render tab. So this is the lighting, how it would look. So if I go to render up at the top right here and render image, we see that we have just a standard cube right here. And it's rendered in pretty quickly. We've got a couple of samples still to go, but you can get the primary idea of how that works. So to make these metal kind of looks, what we're going to do, generally I'll keep this to English. Generally I do write all of my stuff in another language on here. So say if I do colours and stuff like that, I'll do different colours in different languages, but primarily I'll do the colours in English because obviously this tutorial's in English. So, this is the shading tab that I've just clicked on right here. Let's get into this. So if we click onto our object and we just press shift, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the center scroll on my mouse. For some reason I can't get the screencasting keys on this tab. If anyone knows how to do that, please inform me, because it would be absolutely brilliant to know how to do that. If I can do it from here, that would be good. See, screencasting keys are turned on, but if I press anything, nothing appears. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain on this, to be honest with you. So this little bit right here, if you need to move this around, just press shift and center scroll, and you notice that we can move this around. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move myself out of the way because I realise that I am right dead center in the middle of the screen. And I'm also going to turn off this rerun as well because it's not a rerun. I accidentally put that on. Let's get that off. That's for the live streaming. I use the same software for my live streaming that I do for this. So sometimes I have settings. I do have groups of settings, but Clearly I missed one. So let's go on with principal BSDFs, which is the natural thing that we should have, and material output. Now if we click on this object and we go to material, you'll see that we've got the original material right here. I'm just going to go, let's go original. So we've got this original material that's right here. I'm just going to put ORI for that one. And what I'm going to do, because we want to make some metal kind of stuff, is I'm just going to go ahead and render this viewport shading, and I'm going to make this a gold just to begin with. So we want to get somewhere, sweet spot, between yellow and red. Maybe just a little bit of green coming over, but just maybe about there. So if you need to copy this colour as well, you can see that we've got the hue, saturation, all this kind of stuff, RGB. And also the hex right here is the exact colour that I'm using. So if you type that into yours, you'll be able to get the exact same colour, the exact same shade. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to go for the metallic. Let's turn this up a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane underneath it so that we can get this reflection scene, so to speak. So just to get your plane, if I just get rid of that plane 1 second, I'll show you how to do this. So we want a nice little reflection on it so we can see what's going on with the object itself. So if we go to add, we're going to go mesh, plane. You'll notice that it's in the middle right here. So we're just going to press G, hold down your center scroll wheel, and you can go up, you can go sideways, you can go this way. We're going to go down to make sure that this is underneath the cube, and then I will press S and we will scale out. So now you can see that we've got this nice little shadow going on, we've got this nice little cube going on, and what I'm going to do as well, I'm going to add a green screen ball. So you can add green screen balls, you can put cones, you can put whatever you'd like. So we're going to go UV sphere for this example. We press G, and we can bring this across. If your computer's struggling at the moment, what I would suggest is you see this tab right here. Just go to wireframe, or you can go to this one or this one, but primarily I'm on this one. So once we get this, what we can do is we can just go to new, and you see that we have material right here. I'm just going to put this as green screen. So this will be bright green. This is primarily what I do for reflections. What I'll do, I'll place in either a very bright pink object or a very bright green object, so that when I've got anything that's reflective, I can then pass it by the reflective objects to see if I like the kind of reflection that I've got. So what I'm going to do, this is green right here. So you can see already there's a little bit of green in here. So if I take down this roughness on this object, we can now see that we've got this nice green sphere at the back. Now if I make this a little bit smaller, we can now work on this surface. So to scroll inwards, we can see that we've got this nice little green right here. Now if you wanted to make this a kind of metal kind of look, with little bits on here, let's just, what I'm going to do, I'm going to click the cube. We've got the BSDF right here, the material output. We have base color, we have metallic, we have roughness, we have IOR, and we have alpha. And then we've got all of these options right here. Now you can tweak with all of these options, so you can see what you'd like and you can see what you want, and just basically experiment with it. Primarily this is how I learnt Blender. Experiment with absolutely everything and you'll find things that maybe you didn't think that you would come across. So let's go with add, and we will go, you can type this in actually, so we'll go with color ramp. So color ramp, when we place this here, if we go color to base color, you see that it turns silver. Now you can darken this, and you can also lighten this by moving these two tabs across. Now if you wanted to, you could add, let's go with a noise texture. So I'm going to make a kind of bumpy silver, so let's go with noise. noise texture, you've got white noise texture, you've got regular noise texture. You want the regular noise texture. We're going to go with colour and just plug that in to the side right there. Now you see that you have all these little kind of bumps going on, these little imperfections. So what we're going to do is we're just going to bring the black forward a little bit. You'll notice that it darkens in places, and then if you bring the white forward a little bit, you've got less imperfections. Now, if you wanted to, you can make this gold again, because obviously we've used base colour. Now, if you take this colour right here, this colour ramp, and you take it from base colour and you change it into roughness, this is what it's going to look like. So if we take down this white a little bit, and we've got the dark, you see how that changes right there? And you can see the ball just slightly reflected in the back here. So now if I turn up the black just a little bit, you can see that the ball appears. And if we just add those little imperfections again, we can see that maybe somebody didn't shine the mirror properly, or maybe it's been bumped or something like that. You know what I mean? Wear and tear. If you have ever played Star Wars, Force Awakens, or I don't think Force Unleashed does it, but Force Awakens. Is it Force Awakens? I'm thinking now, like, no, Jedi Order. Jedi Order, which I don't know which one I was thinking about then. Force Awakens, what am I thinking about? Jedi Order. You can actually do imperfections on the lightsaber. So yeah, I don't know whether Force Unleashed does it. I think you can change stuff on Force Unleashed, but it's different to Jedi Order. So Jedi Order, you can have something as brand new, you can have something as marked up, you can have something as damaged, and kind of have that kind of that aesthetic to it. So with this in particular, we now have these little bumps on here. So if we take the noise texture, we can actually turn the roughness up, if that's something that you wanted. So now we have this kind of texture, and you can still see that green ball right there. So if we take the roughness down, it becomes blobs. You see how that detail works right there? We could go ahead and, I can't even pronounce that one, the second one up. So yeah, we could go ahead and move this, so we can kind of have this kind of bumpy texture going on. You can still see the ball right there, and we could distort this. So you have these funky little patterns on it, so maybe this is more of an incidental kind of thing. Do you see how that works right there? Okay, so the detail, we could pull that up as well. You know what, I'm going to make multiple cubes for this. So let's go ahead, I'm just going to go ahead and scale this down, so we can have some bumps on that one. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to go to add. You can do Shift D if you want to, but we could just go to add, and we could go cube. Notice that it's turned black because it's two objects on top of one another. We're going to go with G. Just press G, hold down your center scroll, and we'll bring this across. What I'm going to do as well, let's go into layout actually. So we've got the first cube right here, we've got the second cube right there. Shift D, we can take this one. Again, it's two objects on top of each other. So we're going to go ahead and just drag that across. I wanted to show you this because I can now get the key strokes on there, the key log kind of thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and take this one, let's take all three, and we're going to go Shift D, just bring them up. And this will be our canvas to try different things with, because I'm going to teach you the bump technique as well. So if we just bring these up, so now if you notice, these three in the middle are all gold. So to get rid of this gold, all we're going to do is go to your materials section. Let's see, make sure that you just have the one cube selected. We're going to go to this material right here, which says Ori, which is for the original. I'm just going to go minus. Click this one, and we just click the minus again. So now we have all of these cubes right here. We have 8 other, is it? No, sorry, 7. Wait. So yeah. Yeah, 8 cubes. I don't know why, like, my brain was saying 7 then, like, I don't know where I got 7 from, but yeah, 8 cubes. We've got the 9 cubes all together. So what we're going to do, I'm not going to leave that one down. So what we're going to do is we've got this one right here with all the little bumps on it. We're going to take the next one, and we can do these in different styles as well. So we're going to go new, go to your material right here, if you can see it, and we're going to go for green. So this one is going to be kind of like a green gold. So we're just going to go select, hold selects down so you can get both of them, drag them across. We're going to go add, and then what I'm going to do is for this one in particular, I'm going to go colour ramp. Colour spelled the American way, by the way. Colour ramp, just right there. And what we're going to do is we've got that nice little grey and we've got that nice little white. What we're going to do with that one is we're going to go plus, and we can add the green in the middle. So right now it doesn't really mean anything because the green is just kind of like a really lime green. We're going to turn up the metallic, turn down the roughness, and now we have this nice little shine, this nice little green going on. So what I can now do is we've got all these textures that we can put on here. We've got brick texture, we've got checker texture, environment texture, and we have Voronoi texture. I'm going to use Voronoi texture, colour to the FAC. I noticed that we've got all these little bumps coming up right here. So what we want to do with this is you can do whatever you'd like with this one. I'm going to turn mine up just a little bit. The roughness is turned down. If we put this onto the roughness right here, you'll see that this is how that it turns out. It turns to more of a silver. If we put this on the metallic, it doesn't really do much on the metallic, but base colour definitely does some more stuff. So I'm just going to turn the green up just here a little bit. We've still got that nice little reflection going on. You can rough this up in parts. And what we can also do is we can add a bump node. Now a bump node is going to allow us to have a little bit of texture to this. So if we go add and we just type in bump. Now usually, as I remember it, I'm going to get this wrong every single time. Like I do this every single time. Usually I would put it here, but then it turns to here. Just 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Right. I messed up. So I always get confused with where the bump is supposed to go on here. So I think it's always supposed to be here, kind of thing. So you can just see that we've got these little cracks just coming up right here. So you can go ahead and experiment with this a little bit. You can go strength, you can go norm. Let's go with height. Just bring this black in a little bit. And we can change this from base colour to roughness. So we can kind of have a little bit of roughness going on. You can see these little kind of imperfection stripes coming across. So what I generally use that technique for is if, say, I've got a piece of, I don't know, let's say a car or something like that, you put a texture to a car. You could have little scratches on it, as if it's been racing. So you could actually scale this down, or you could scale this up if you wanted to. You see how that's kind of moving right there? We've got all these little kind of scratches. That's the kind of thing that I'm aiming for. You can't really see them as well whilst I'm doing it on here, but there's little scratches on there. I don't know whether you can see that on your side. I'm kind of looking at the recording side and kind of going like, is it showing up on your side? But yes, there are little scratches and imperfections on there. So let's move on to the next one. If you wanted green with that as well, you could also change the colour right here. So we've kind of got this nice little green with little scratches on it. We've got this nice little kind of gold with little pieces on it, and then maybe we'll go for a silver on this side. Let's go with new. just press shift and then click. Oh, what's going on here? Right, here we go, shift, and then we're just going to move them across with the center scroll wheel. Let's go with add, and maybe for this time we will have bevel. Let's try bevel. Go into the corner right here. Notice that we've got all these kind of shades. So what we could do with this, instead of going base color, we could go roughness. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go add, because we've now taken out the base color. We need to add the color back in. So again, color ramp. Spot the American way. Where are we at? Right, here we go. Okay, so you can sit it in between there, or let's try. Let's see what happens if we plug it into this side. So it kind of gets a little bit deeper. So I guess you could have 2 color ramps on here as well, just to make that a little bit more prominent. Let's go with color ramp. We could bring that in just at the sides there, so it looks a little bit more beveled on the sides. And what I want to really do is stripes going downwards. So we'll do that on the next one. Let's see, let's bring up this metallic just a little bit. Bring this roughness down, and we can see that we've got the nice little ball here. So you could use this kind of texture for, say, like the side of buildings or something like that. Say if you've got skyscrapers and you want something that's reflective, but you can't see into it. Also, you can mess with your alpha. Say like you've got a skyscraper and you want to be able to see inside. If we just remove the alpha just a little bit, now we have this object that is now slightly see-through. If we change the IOR, we can now make it a little bit more shinier. We can just edit that just a little bit. Okay, so what I really want to do is a bump texture. Let's move on to this one. So we're going to go with new. Just shimmy this over to the side. I didn't give that one a name actually. 1 second. So this one we could just go with Obsidian. Yeah. Okay. So with this one in particular, we could go stripe, metal. So with this one in particular, what I want to do is I want to get brick texture. So if we go with brick texture right here, click this on, color to base color, we get all these nice little lines going on. Now, what you can do with this, if you wanted kind of a stripy metal, almost like it's been cut, or it's I don't know what you'd call it, but some metals, when you get them, they've kind of got all this kind of sheen across the top of it. So with this one in particular, what we could do, we could have a brick texture just there. We could change up the roughness just a little bit, make the metallic up. And what we could do, we could have the brick texture right there, and we could add, let's go with noise texture. We'll place this one right here. We'll go colour, and maybe into the metallic, just slightly. Oh, sorry, into the roughness. So now we've kind of got these little bumps going on. It's kind of, this metal's got some imperfections going on. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to scroll out of this, shift again, just move it up. So now we've got this nice little roughness going on. We've got this brick texture. Just going to go ahead and change up the metallic right there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see what's going on under the hood, so to speak. Let's go with color ramp. Yeah, I'm going to go with color ramp. Place this one right here. We go plus. Going to get it to kind of a nice little goldy silver kind of colour. Oh, when my computer plays ball. Kind of like a bronze. There we go. Right, so the metallic's up. I'm also going to change this black to more of a lighter shade. Let's kind of get some browns in there maybe. and this white right here. Kind of make this some more of a goldy colour. And then we've got the silver as well that we can just adjust. Maybe give it some green. Maybe it's a metal that's started to get a little bit funky. So what we can do with this now, we've got the metallic all the way up. Let's see. We can add a bump to this, actually. Maybe a bit of a sheen. So let's go with the add and we'll go bump. Bump texture right there. We could put the bump right here if you wanted to, between the noise and that, which will give us this nice little effect right here. It's almost like it's straight and these lines have kind of been put onto it. Alternatively, we could backtrack that. We could put the bump in here, I believe, and you could bring out this. Now if you wanted the two of these to kind of coincide, what we can do is we can go to add and we can go, I believe it's mix. So let's see, yeah, factor A, factor B. So what you want to do, factor A, you want the top line where we've got this nice little kind of brick texture going on. Factor B is this one where you're adding the roughness. So you can actually change that to factor B right there. So if you change out the factors just here, it should change between the two of them. Let's get rid of this one. And you could also, if you really wanted to, take this noise texture and put it to 1. And we can also change down the strength of the bump as well. So you've kind of got this little kind of lines going across it and a little bit of a bump texture. Personally, for me, I don't really like this one. I just don't think it sits right, but if you wanted some sort of metal that had bumps going across it and stuff like that, I mean, totally up to you what you want to do with it. So there's these little imperfections that are just running down the outside. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this up. So we've got a little bit more detail with that. You could also, if you really wanted to, mess around with different stuff. So if I just put this to 0, just experimenting with this at the moment. So we've got a few lines that are going across. We could do row height. You've got distortion. So you see how some of the lines have actually got, I don't know how well you guys can see this, but let's try and just spin that round a little bit. You see how this has got a little bit of texture on it, this part doesn't. This has got texture, these parts don't. So this is a really kind of nice technique if you wanted some patterns. I think you'd be able to see it better there. So this is kind of like sci-fi kind of building and stuff like that. You could also do distance, make it a little bit more prominent. You could go ahead and scale it down if you wanted to, so you have more lines. You see where I'm getting at with this. It's kind of a trusted process kind of build on that one. So this one is striped metal. So the next one that we could do, since we've got these 4, I'm going to go ahead actually and place another 2 of these, I think. So maybe if I take this one, just press G, bring it across, Shift D, bring that one across, just so that we can get some of these reflections. You guys can see what's reflecting and what's not. So if we go Shift D, bring this up, Shift D, bring this up. So when we turn this back on, if we just go to layout mode a moment and then just go to full render, we now have these nice little bits right here. So we could also add different lighting as well. We could get these in different kind of shades. So we've got this nice little green kind of teal going on with some bump. We've got this black obsidian right here. We've got these little kind of imperfections on a mirror kind of going on here, and then we have to do the kind of sci-fi stripy continuum kind of thing that's going on. So I think the next one, I'm thinking we could do patterns. I think we could work with some sort of patterns. So I'm just going to go back to regular render just for a moment. Even you can see it there on this one. Nice black obsidian. Nice little ripple effects. Teal. Let's go back to shading. I wish my screen was just like a little bit bigger so that I could show you guys what's going on. Let's see. Let's take this down just a little bit. Right, so this one we're going to go new. We'll go pattern. I kind of want to do white patterns with a black mirror. That might actually look real cool. So yeah, I'm just going to move this crash just on this side. Let's go to add. We need a texture. Let's see what Gabor texture does. Some of these I haven't actually worked with. So it kind of does the same as this, but you don't really get the stripes that much. Let's see. Orientation. That is actually a pretty cool one if you wanted to do kind of a crunchy kind of metal. Tell you what, we'll work with that one on the next one. Let's go to add. We'll do texture. You've got wave texture, you've got magic texture. Yeah, I think it's the best thing to do with the software is just kind of experiment. I don't think that one's going to work for us. Let's go with noise. Noise texture right here. Go across, and we're going to distort. So we've got this nice kind of 80s kind of psychedelic thing going on. Let's shade this down. And it's kind of the same as this one at the bottom, but I kind of want to do a black and white theme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do color ramp. Color ramp. Where are you at? Right, there we go. Color ramp. So now we've got black and white. I'm just going to tone this black up a little bit, and I'm going to tone this white up a little bit, so we've got this nice little contrast going on. Let's distort this a little further. Say just about here. Okay, so the metallic side of things, let's just turn that up. Just turn this brightness down. What I'm going to do, just go on full render. So we've got the white as being the most reflective here. So what I'm going to do, let's go and experiment a bit. So there you go. Put the colour ramp to the metallic rather than the base colour. Base colour is going to be white. And you want to make sure that these two really contrast. Just on the colour ramp right here. So now we've got this nice little mirror going on. With black. And then we've got the white underneath. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to place, let's go with, tone down that black a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and just put this as a white, just to define that white a little bit more. Just at the back there. You could add a blue to this if you wanted, like a kind of blue tint. So that would be your kind of black and white edition. So with this one, we said that we were going to go with a certain filter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go new, and we'll do, I'm going to put this as EX for experiment. And let's add in this texture shader, and I think we were with Gabor. Correct me if I'm wrong, it was Gabor. I haven't worked with this one, this is why this is an experiment one. Let's see. So we can do this metallic, roughness. I'm going to do base colour. Take this roughness down, this metallic up, because we're doing metals. So now we kind of have this kind of hazy kind of metal. What I'm going to do is, let's add a magic texture to the roughness. Ho ho, I like this. So I like this a lot. So we now have this nice little kind of magic texture going on. So what we can do with the gabor and this magic texture, we can actually add the colour ramp. Just place that right here. We could kind of phase off some of this if you wanted to, or you could just keep it the way that it is. Maybe bring this white up. So we kind of have the same effect as the other side. We've got metallic all the way up. If we put base colour to metallic, nothing happens. Okay, if we put this base colour to alpha. Right, so, I mean this one is an experimental one anyway. Let's go plus and we'll add a nice little blue in there. So we've got these blue stripes coming down right here. If we scale this up, we can get even more blue stripes. Or we could just have like one blue stripe. Maybe. You're kind of making a scene where there's some rust or something like that coming down the metal. So this is a great way to put little bits of rust in there as well. I like that magic texture. If we remove this magic texture, this is what we've got. We've got this kind of rusty kind of mirror. So what I'll do, let's make rust on the next one as well. Let's try this one. We want to make this a rusty, kind of old, scratched up mirror. So we're going to go new. I'm going to type in rusty, old, scratched mirror. Yeah. So let's bring this across. I'm just trying to think the best texture for this one. So we want to go with metallic, but we also want that nice little rust thing going on. So I believe that the texture that we just had was the gabor texture. So if we do value to base colour, and what we will do is we'll add the colour ramp. So we've got this going on, and we can go plus, and then this central colour that we've got right here, we can change this to kind of a brown kind of colour. Metallic up, roughness down. Just bring that white up a little bit. So we do have this nice little reflection, but we've got this kind of, I don't know, something maybe leaked over the top of it. There's little little imperfections even. Just kind of shade that out a little bit. Maybe you're traversing through an old ship and there's mirrors, and you want to get that kind of water, that stagnant water that kind of drips down. This will be a great effect for that one. And maybe you want to make the mirror a little bit rougher, a little bit more dirtier. So to make it look dirty, we could go ahead and we could go noise. So noise texture right here. Just place it at the bottom. Change up your colour to your roughness. Or we could have it like this. Maybe over the years it's just become very horrendously, how could you put it, dirty, maybe. Trying to think of the words. Yeah. Bring that down there. Make it a little bit smaller. Let's go roughness. You can change up the roughness if you wanted to. So yeah, maybe it's a very dirty mirror. If we take the roughness and we can put it in the IOR or the alpha, you could do it like that. Alternatively, if you wanted to, we could disconnect that one and we can do a mix. We can place the mix right here. We go ahead and put this one right here. Go ahead and put this one right here. Just turn off that. Just basically mess around with the different settings, see what you can do, see what happens. Let's see, A, and we can put that one as B. Okay, maybe not. The results, let's put the space colour. Yeah, okay, so that kind of works. So I got them the wrong way round. A should be B, B should be A. Not very organised on that side. Okay, so now we've got this nice little texture going on, and the best thing about it as well, we've also got this kind of oil slick to it. Now, if you wanted to get rid of this oil slick, just come down to this section right here. We could, in theory, put another colour ramp. So we could go add, and we could go colour ramp. Colour to vector, and it'll change it to this. Now, if we go a little bit more with the black, oops. Oh, we have a crash. Oh, I think I hit the wrong button here. Okay, so we couldn't get to the other two cubes. I will try. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we have a crash. See what I mean? Like, I think my computer's just getting way too overheated. It's yeah, we still got a heat wave going on outside, but apparently we've crashed. So that might be the end of this tutorial, but please continue experimenting with your own cubes. Yeah, and I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going with like the Greek kind of Athens theme, the kind of Roman kind of look. So for this particular tutorial, we're going to go ahead and make a pool today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and turn my screencasting keys on here. So take this right here, we're just going to scale this down and then scale it up. Just like so. So we should just have like a rough kind of square, kind of oblong kind of shape. So what we'll do, we'll go to the edit mode. We're going to go on the top face right here, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to go ahead and scale in just by slight, and then this part is going to be the edge of the pool. So we're going to go E-fret extrude. What you want to do, just bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it in just slightly as well, just so you've got that nice little bevel that's going around on the outside. And then you want to go E-fret extrude, bring it down, E-fret extrude again, bring it down. We're going to have like a slight lip, so we're just going to go ahead and just extrude that out just slightly, and then E-fret extrude and bring it down to the bottom. Now what you want to do is make sure that you don't clip this at the bottom. You just want to go here, we're going to go E-fret extrude again, and then we're just going to go scale in just slightly. So once we've done this, we're going to go shade smooth, and we should have something like this. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to take these edges right here, because what we want to do is make a little bit of a lip on the edge. So if you go just here, just Control R, just loop cut that right there. We're going to go ahead and just select these edges just around the corner. It doesn't matter if this intersects into the wall, because you're not going to see that side. But we're going to go E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to go scale, and just scale this outwards, so we've got this nice kind of little beveled kind of edge. Just scale this inwards, just on this side just slightly. So now this is going to be our pool that we have in the main room. And we've got little shelves and stuff like that on the side. So from here we can actually go for, we'll go with a cube. We'll just scale this out. You can go in the X-ray mode at this moment. If you press 1 just to go sideways right here, make sure that the cube just sits just under here. And then we're going to go G and just bring it into the side right there as well. So the little gap right at the bottom is just so that we can see the tiling. So we're going to go edit mode, take one of these faces right here. Let's press G, bring it across, and then press G on the side and just bring it across. Now at this point you can actually take the cube off if you want to. For me personally, I'm just going to keep it here. This is just going to be the reference cube. I'm just going to turn off that X-ray right there because it's pretty annoying. So this is the reference cube that we're going to use. I'm just going to go ahead and take this and just press G. Move it a little bit closer to the wall, and I'm just going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Just move this to the side right there. And just to the side right there. As I said, it doesn't matter that it clips. So, once we've got this cube, we can actually name this as main room. And what this is going to do is, this is going to be kind of like a background cube. This is going to just be for reference. So when we put the rest of the walls in, we can actually use it to see where we're going to put things. And then we can also use this cube in the end to do some lighting effects with it. So for this cube, really, if we just turn it off for now, oops, wrong cube. This one should be pool. Sorry if you've got that in the wrong one. The cube on the outside should be the guide cube. Okay, so once we've got that established, just turn off your guide cube. So we're gonna go, let me see, I think I'm gonna start working with pillars to begin with. That might be an idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add a cube in there. Let's just pull that up a little bit. Now we're gonna get a little bit fancy with this cube. So what I want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to start by, we can actually do this on two sides if you wanted to. If you just press 1, you can get a side view on this, but also you can select this side as well at the same time. So just press 1. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, then just press S for scale, and this just should scale where it is. Just press S for scale again and just bring it down. E for extrude, leave it where it is. Let's see, S for scale. So we're just going to go E, S again for scale. Just bring that up. Should have a pillar that looks like this, roughly. So now we're going to do some gold inlaying. So what I want to do is go Control R, and we're just going to go ahead and just start splitting this just into quarters, just as so. And then we'll split this one down this side on either side, and then we'll do the same to the other side. So you want to split this into quarters. So you got 4 parts. Split either side. And then what we're going to do, we've got a central bit right here. We'll use that as a reference, but we won't use it for what we're going to use it for. Let's quarter this out. Just about so. So you're just going to go half here, and half here. And then I'm just going to go half here at the bottom and then half here at the top. So what we're going to do now, we should have the same kind of pattern all the way around. We're going to go ahead and grab all of these in the middle on absolutely every side. So we're going to clone this pillar to keep in with the theme of what we have for this Athens. So now we have every side selected. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, just slightly. Oops. So you want to scale inwards just slightly and then scale upwards. But make sure there's a little bevel going all the way around, so you should have something like this. So now, what we want to do with this is we want to add the gold to the outside. So the gold is actually going to sit on these parts right here. If you just press shift, you'll be able to select the entire row rather than a little bit like that. Oops. Just make sure it's not diagonal. So you have this one and then you go straight up, press shift, control, and then you can select all of that. So this is where you're going to have to be. It just selects these two. Boom, and boom. Might be a little bit tedious if you've not done this before. Let's see. Yeah, it does take a little while. So just have some patience with it to make sure that you're selecting the correct ones. If you select one by accident, just press Control Z. So it's going to press here, Control Shift, and then you can select all of that one. So this is the last one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select, oops, and then select these ones. Okay, that's just weird. I think I didn't press, what's the name? Hold on. What did I do? Right, yeah, got those 4 selected. Thankfully I don't have to go all the way around. Make sure that you're pressing Shift at all times whilst you're doing this. Right, so now I should have all 4 sides selected. So we're going to go to Material. You're going to go New. So this is going to be the base material. We'll go Marble. And then we want to press plus. You're going to go New Material, and this is going to be gold. Now, if you put this material on anything, it's just going to be the same gold all the way through. So, yeah, it's nice to have the exact same theme rather than colour matching. So, if we just take this base colour right here, we'll bring this down to an orange, bring up your metal, bring down your roughness, and we'll click Assign. So now, when we go to the object mode, and if you're in the render mode, if you're on EV, change it to cycles, we now have this nice little gold going on. Now, it doesn't look like much right now, because we need to put in some of the shaders, we need to put on some of the roughness, and we obviously need to do the lighting as well. So, yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Let's go back to the regular mode, so we're not on render. We're going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it down. So, this can go at the back of the temple just here. And what I might do actually, because we do have that box guide, but I'm going to go against it a little bit, and I'm going to put a little wall just at the back here, so it looks kind of like you've got little bits and shelves and stuff. So we're just going to use a square. Just put this right here. So you've got that little lip over the bathtub right there. We'll go edit mode. And then we're going to take this and just go E-fret extrude and just bring this around the back. And then I'm just going to take these and just bring these up just slightly as well. I think maybe that should be on that side, because if we've got a guide cube, yeah, we should really be, let's rotate this about 90. This is why we have the guide cube, so that we know where and what we're doing in the beginning, because sometimes you can make projects and the camera's zooming around everywhere and you kind of lose your orientation a little bit. So that's primarily why I put those in. So yeah, I think we should be okay with that. So we're going to take this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and place this on the side. You want to keep these at the exact same level so that they look neat and tidy. So if we pull that one that way, we now have this kind of very nice stand going on of 3 pillars, and we've got this kind of bathtub going on. So what we can do now is we could have some intersecting pillars at the top. We could actually take one of these pillars and we could shift D it, so we keep within the theme, rotate it by 90, and then just stretch it across the top here. And as long as you don't see the seams, you should in theory get away with it. So we could technically do the pillar just like this. And then we could go to edit mode. We could go to, I would say 3. Yep. X-ray mode. Take these out. Delete them. Faces. I can never select this. There we go. Delete faces. So now we've got this kind of concrete pillar that will follow the exact same theme that we just had. Now this is going to have a hole at the end of it, so what we're going to have to do is we can actually select, if I just bring this in, select all of these parts right here, just press F and it will fill it. So again, just select all these parts right back here, press F for fill. Oops, let's not do that. Right, so now we've got this one. So now we've got a little bit of an intersection just here. I can see it when I'm rotating the camera. So what I'm going to do is just scale this upwards just slightly and scale it inwards just slightly. So now if we go Shift D, go for R for rotate 90 degrees, press G, bring it over. You have to stretch this one out again. So we'll go with scale, S for scale. And you can bring this one over, so maybe just put it just there. So we render this out, we now have this nice little beam coming across. And the best thing about it as well, you can take this and this and you can bring it over. Let's go Shift D and then we'll go for G. Oops, Shift D. Duplicate, bring it over, and then you can place it just here. So now the pillar's not really sat on anything, but you can put something in the way here. You can put another block or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to get rid of this one, so it's kind of like a freestanding pillar. Just scale this outwards just slightly. So we want to do these ceilings, and we want to do the walls and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the camera in. So let's go with view, align camera to view, press G, just bring this back. Oops, we would have pressed G to bring that back, but unfortunately it's kind of kicks out the ballpark right there. Let's see, viewpoint, camera. Select your camera, press G, and just run this back just slightly. Just where you need it to be. So I'm going to put mine just here on the side. We can put some plants in here as well as other things, just to kind of pop it a little bit. So, you can take this pillar right here. I'm just going to move this across. And I'm going to add a plane at the bottom. So if we go to add and then meshes and then planes, just scale that one outwards. Just make sure that you get the plane just where you need it. We're going to need this later on to make the tiles. Press G, just bring it down. And then we will put one of these planes up against the wall as well. So we're just going to go 90 degrees, rotate 90 degrees. Just get this up at the back. Press G. And we've got the wall in there. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that down so that it fits perfectly, because we're going to need to do some patterns on this. So when we're doing the patterns on this one, we're going to do the edit mode, Control R, just get your central point there, Control R again, central point. For some reason it's not showing up on that side, but we'll see what happens. And just kind of find your midpoints just here. So when we do this, if I can ever get this to work again. Come on. I'm just going to turn this off. Yeah, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there. Okay, so you're going to want to try and get a very thin line just going around the outside, just kind of framing this just a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead with that one, just there. And it might look like a little bit of a mess at the moment, but just trust the process. And we will select all of these ones, Control Shift again, Control Shift again, and then Control Shift again. And then we're going to go to the Materials tab. Let's see. So we'll go to the drop down. We're going to have to do the base colour first. So we're going to go base colour marble plus, and then we're going to go with the gold, and then we're going to click assign. So now this gold will be assigned to this one in particular. So if we go to the render tab right now, we now have a nice little gold panel just sat right there. So in theory, if we can get this correct, we could take this panel and flip it and put it on this side. So if we go to Shift D, bring it over. Now this is going to be a little bit fiddly, so what we're going to have to do, rotate it by 90 degrees. And then we'll bring it this way. Now hopefully the pattern should appear on the other side. If it doesn't, we're just going to have to do some stuff. See, now the pattern does appear on the other side. So what we're going to have to do, press G, just bring it in as close as you can. What you can do is scale it inwards, and then I'll make that box a little bit smaller. And then we can make the wall longer on the other side. So just try and get it as flush as you can to the building itself. Should roughly just sit about there. Go to edit mode. We'll take all these sides just at the side. E-fret extrude. Just bring them over. Oops. Maybe not E-fret extrude. Let's take these little points just at the side right here. Gonna go E-fret extrude, bring it over. And then we can go to regular objects mode. So now we have this nice little kind of watering hole just in the middle with gold trims. So the white that's on here right now, we can actually make that into kind of a marble kind of effect. So that's what I'm kind of going for. So we need to put the water in there, we need to put some lighting. You can go with kind of like traditional lanterns if you want to. I personally think maybe some spotlights might characterize this a little bit. It might give it a little bit of a different kind of niche, I guess you would call it. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this light out in the middle, because there's no point in having that light in the middle right there, because it just doesn't make any sense, because there's no light. Well, there is a light there, but it's floating in the middle of a room, and there's nothing to basically characterize why that light's there. I'm also going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go Shift D, bring this across, and just put this right here. So the next bit that we really need, let's see, I'm just looking at my notes right here. So I'm going to do some underlighting, I think, or maybe some rooftop lighting. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D this, so that we've got a ceiling going on. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and add, we'll do some spotlights. So we're going to add a cylinder. I'm just going to press G, bring it up, scale it down, and then we're going to go to edit mode, take this top face right here, E-fret extrude, just slightly, scale it in. Then we're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then E-fret extrude and just drop it down. Now with these lights, what you want to do, go into your materials tab right here, which is at the bottom. You want to go new. So of course we're going to do the base light first. So this is going to be base, light in black. Then we'll go to plus, and this will be new. We're going to click assign, and we'll go to emission. And we're going to turn the strength up a little bit. Click assign for this one. Object mode, and we're going to shade smooth. So now when we turn this on, we now have this little lights that's going on. So this can now go around the edges of the pool, it can go underneath, wherever you want to put it really. You can turn the light down as well if you really need to. So maybe we'll have some kind of low lights in here. So if you take this and you essentially clone it, I'm just going to press rotate to 180. So if you essentially clone this all over the place, this will be the same kind of lighting everywhere. So you're going to need, if you've got low lighting, you're going to need many of these to light a room. If you've got high lighting, you'll need less. So I'll just show you what I'm going to do with these. So I'm going to go ahead and put the light right there. Let's go with Shift D. I think we're going to be -1. Oh no. Just press, I think, 10. 10, maybe? No. Okay. Hold on. Trying to figure out the best way to do these ones. I think we'll go by 5. If we go Shift D, bring it over, and then press 5. 5's pretty good. 5's a good distance. Let's go again. Shift D, I press 5. Shift D, I press 5. Let's select all of these lights because we've got a secondary pillar on the other side. We can just go ahead and copy these over. So Shift D, oops, Shift D, bring him over. So now you've got one light that doesn't really fit right there, but that's okay because once we hit the render, this is what it should look like. So you'll see that all these are they're quite dull in stature. So if we turn this up, we can actually light the room up a little bit better. You can see the lighting working right there. Beautiful. So this is something that you can do with your projects. Now we have a little bit of a gap here as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and take this pillar. We'll go Shift D. I'm just going to duplicate it over because I kind of like the patterns that it's got on this. And we can fill that gap in, no problem. So, the next part of this really will be to put in the little bits of marble, put in the water, put in some detail as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this one a minute. I'm just going to make it kind of like a black or a grey, just to kind of offset this a little bit. Just a little bit of a deeper tone. So it's almost like it's on a different material. If we go over to the shading tab, which is at the top right here, we can actually change the materials and their properties. So this right here, we can go ahead and add a noise texture just right there. So we're going to go color to base color. You'll get all these nice little stripes going across it, and then we can go to add and we can go bump. Place your bump in between. You want your colour right here to go to your height, just there. And then we're going to go to add and colour ramp, spelt the American way. And now we've got this kind of nice little pattern going on. So we can move these little bars to either side to make it a deeper colour or a lighter colour. Change up the roughness a little bit to bring in some more details, or just move it down a little bit to bring in less. I'm personally going to go with something like this. And then maybe we could just pull that outwards just a little bit. So we've got this little bit of texture going on, but there's not too much. So when we render it, it should look like this. So you've kind of got this little bit of a marble effect going on in the background. So as regards to the floor, if we go back to this tab right here, Let's see. If we go to materials, we don't currently have an assigned material, so I'm just going to call this floor. You can edit it here, you can edit it on the bottom as well. Let's go with brick. So we got the brick texture right there. We want to go colour to base colour. Now we've got this nice little brick going on. We want to change the offset to 0. So we've got this nice tiling, and the brick width, we just want to change that as well, so we've got square bricks more than anything. And you can scale this upwards, you can scale it downwards depending on what you'd like for your design. I'm just going to scale this just to here so that it fits nicely around the edge. And again, we're going to just do the same thing. We're going to go with the bump texture just in here, colour to height. And now we've got this beautiful kind of blue floor going on, but we don't want that, so we're going to have the colour ramp. Place it right here. And now you can make this darker, you can make this lighter, whatever you would like. For the roughness, personally, I think we should add a noise texture. So if we just place this one down here, we'll go for colour and we can go for roughness. And now you'll notice that we've kind of got this kind of pattern going on just here at the bottom. Just take that in a little bit. And you can also add a bump texture to this. So Shift D, just place this across, colour to height. It'll take a while just to load in. And now we have this kind of nice shiny floor that has this rough kind of pattern on it. So we now kind of have this little bathroom going on with all the tiles, and then we have this shiny floor, which is the effects that we're wanting. So it's kind of like very posh, very nice, very relaxing if that's your thing. We can add a plane right in here. If you go to your modifiers, add modifier, and then type in ocean. Ocean's already appeared for me because I think it's one that I use a lot. So the program's kind of learned what I use. Excuse me. So I'll place it in the middle right here. Just want to duplicate this a little bit just to give it a little bit of a waveform. Scale this outwards if you want to. But just make sure that it sits within the pool itself. Press G, bring it over, and then we're just going to scale it down a little bit just to make sure that it fits where it needs to be. So we're going to go into the materials tab right here. We can add a slight blue just to this, and then we can remove the alpha just slightly so that the water becomes transparent, just as such. So regarding the marble stuff that we've been talking about in the beginning, we could just do the same pattern really as this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and just lighten this a little bit and pull the alpha so we can see through that pool. Maybe just a little bit more. And what I'm going to do, so we've kind of got the room right here. I'm going to put the box, the guide box over the top, and I'm going to make a window and put some light coming through the window, because I think that would be really good for the pool as well. So at this stage, what we can do, so we can go ahead and add some trees, and we can also go ahead and add some plants. So if we go with the cylinder, press G, bring it over here. We go to the edit mode. Just take this down a little bit, and also what I'm going to do, select the bottom and just thin this just a little bit. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude, and then we're just going to start scaling inwards very slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards, and then what you want to do is just make a little bit of a bevel just at the top, and then just extrude it all the way down. So this is going to be a plant pot. So shade smooth. Add a new material to this. We could go with purple, and take down the roughness and pull up the metallic. Maybe purple would be a nice colour for this. And what we want to do now is add, and we'll go to let's see, we'll go to curve, tree sampling gen. If you can't find tree sampling gen, it'll be in preferences. I'm pretty sure it's on extensions, tree sampling gen, there you go. So just go into your extensions right there. So once you get a tree like this, if you've never used this before, don't click anywhere else. I implore you, don't click anywhere else. The only place that you need to click is a sampling add tree gen right here in the corner, and it should appear when we're on the layout mode as well. It will always appear in the bottom left corner. So when we've got this, we've got load present right here at the bottom. We can have weeping willows, we can have small maples, pines, Japanese maple, Douglas fern. Many of these I can't pronounce. We've got willows, we've got white birches. I believe that they're adding to the listings daily to make new trees. So I usually go for a Japanese maple. I quite like Japanese maples. So you'll notice that there's no leaves on here as well. So if we go to the leaves sections under geometry, we can click show leaves, and now we have all these leaves. So I would implore you to have a go at some of the settings on here and just mess around with it a little bit, because it is the real difference between something looking good and something looking a bit naff, if you will. Not to say that anything that you know that we as artists we have to learn from somewhere. Our first pieces of artwork are going to be absolutely naff. I think it's like after the 100th one we actually go, you know what, we're actually making progress. But at the beginning we get frustrated and we're like, we don't know what we're doing. So take your time with it, mess around with the settings, see what works for you. For me personally, I just like to experiment. I just like to put things out there, really. So I think I'm going to go with that design. You can do random seeds with this as well. I think practice makes perfect, and also happy mistakes, as I always got taught by my art tutor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press G, bring this over, just plant your pot, or pot your plant, whatever it is. Yeah, we'll just place this right here. Scale this down just a little bit of plant inside of this this place. You can have some wacky plants in here if you want to. So these trees come into two parts. You've got the bark kind of part of the main tree, and then you've got the leaves right there. So we take this, press new, and we'll go with we'll call this main tree. So main tree 5 apparently is it's going to have like a nice little chocolatey brown kind of colour just on there, and then we can add a noise texture just to give it a little bit of texture, you know what I mean. Colour to base colour, and we'll go with add and then a bump so we can catch some of that light that's dancing around the room. So colour to height, and then we'll go for colour ramp and place this in the middle. So now we don't have the brown anymore, so we're going to have to just put the brown on here. So if we go to the render, we can now see that we've got this. So if you scale this up, you've got way more detail on the barks, of the trees. You can increase the white on here, you can just have it as is if you'd like to. Increase the roughness as well, take it down. So this is the typical tree, and now you can see the way that the light is caught on the tree itself. Now you can edit this as much as you'd like. So now we can do the leaves, and we can do new, call this leaves. Maybe we could do these as kind of like a red kind of pink, like an offset. You could do the same with these if you wanted to, so you've got like different colours, but generally if something's indoors it's probably all just generally one kind of colour. If you've got autumn or something like that, you can put the white noise texture on here, or just the noise texture on here, and you can actually get different coloured leaves for autumn, which I'm sure that I'll be covering later on in the year, so I'll show you how to do that for autumn or fall, wherever you come from and however you pronounce it, wherever you're from. So we've got this beautiful nice little plant here. I think I'll change the leaves to orange because I think that would suit the room a little bit better, but I'm just going to take it off the render for the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it down. Just make sure you don't clip through your floor, but as long as you've got the plant relatively in the right place, you should be okay. So once we've got this plant in the right place, as we do now, we can click off it and we can just see what it looks like. You might want to change some of your tones, some of your drawings. To be honest with you, it looks like a stick. It's it doesn't look like a very healthy plant in the spa. I think someone needs to go in there and change that out, and I don't like the purple. So, oh, sorry, 1 second. I have a desk fan that's supposed to be keeping everything cool, but allegedly apparently wants to fall over. Yeah, it's pretty old, but I don't like the purple to this anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and change it to maybe a baby blue, like a teal. But that looks a little bit better. So we can go with, let's go back to shading tab a moment. So it's this background that's kind of really annoying me. We want the base colour of marble. So the base colour of marble will generally change everything. So if I just go to green, everything that is assigned to the material base colour marble is now green. So what we want to do, and I've got my notes on here. It's telling me to use a wave texture for this. So let's go with add. I think, yeah, Principled BSDF. Let's go with add. We'll go with a wave texture. Just right here. A colour and a base colour. So now we've got all these little stripes going on, and then we want a texture coordinate. This is what my notes are telling me that I need to use. Texture coordinate right there, and you want to put your objects to your vector. So objects to vector should be like this, and then I think we're distorting. Yeah, we're distorting. So this is going to be the marble kind of effect. Now it's too big, I think, so we could just pull that just there. Change the roughness as well. It's nice, but I don't quite like it. Let's go with distortion. So, let's see. I mean, you could do what you'd like with this. Personally, I don't know about all of this. This is kind of is new territory for me, because I've got the notes on it and I've kind of researched what I need, but I don't like the tones on it. I think the Principled BSDF is great. Let's see. I'm going to go to roughness actually. I'm going to change this colour. Instead of it being on the base colour, it's going to go to roughness. I think that would look a lot better. I think maybe something subtle in the background actually might look a lot better than something just screaming in your face. So we can have this kind of marble kind of texture going on, but it's not quite marble. Maybe we could go ahead and also add a bump node in here, just to kind of pop some of that pattern, just by slight. I think, let's remove this bump node, let's see what's going on. This is what I'm talking about with me, like, I just like to experiment sometimes. Let's go with FAC to roughness instead. See if that makes a difference. I don't know, like, I think some of the patterns look a lot better in the past version that I did than this one. I just think this is too much. I mean, if you guys can kind of fiddle around with it and the colour ramps and you can find the right combination, like, absolutely, you should give it a go. I'm just going to go ahead and just pull this back a little bit. Just make it a little bit less than what it is. And maybe we could just scale this. I think that looks better. That looks way better than it did. Maybe take this black right here. Just make it a lighter tone. Just so you kind of got a fade in the background. And then we could go ahead and add a blue. Just here as well. Just to bring some of that out. So we kind of have this little bit of a marble thing going on with some veins coming through it. So there's something else as well. If you guys have noticed, it kind of mirrors itself right here. So what you could do is you could take this one right here. We could go duplicate this. We could go for base material. Make sure that you're on this one. Duplicate it, and then you can put this as 2, and then you can change like the patterns, the size. Maybe this has been cut from 2 separate pieces of marble, so the offset is just ever so different. So you could have this rather than straight copied. Maybe yeah, this has been cut from something else. Okay, so we could do the same pattern in theory with the pool, but I want to do tiling, so let's do with the brick texture. Just right here. I'm gonna go colour to base colour. Got all these nice little lines coming across and all this brick on top. Just change the offset so that it matches the floor. So now we've got these straight little tiles on there. We want to take the brick width, just bring that down. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So just bring it over to that one. So we've got these nice little tiles going on. So again, brick width, we just want to minus off that one just a little bit. And maybe just scale this upwards so that they all fit. I think that would do. So now we can see the bricks through there as well. This this water right here, I'm just going to take the roughness down and just put the metallic up. So now we've got the reflections of the rest of the room as well. And then maybe just move this alpha up just ever so slightly. Just enough so that we can see through the pool, but just enough that it's got a kind of establishment as being water with that. And maybe you could remove the blue as well, just slightly. Just ever so slightly teal it. So, for the rest of this room, I think it's just placing things down. Really, whatever you want to place in the room. If you've got decorations or anything like that that you would like to place in the room, probably the best opportunity. For me personally, I think I'm going to stop the tutorial just there. Yeah, and I mean, you could add stuff here, you could add stuff here, but I think this is primarily the scene that I wanted to get done today, and basically show you the reflections, show you the marble, stuff like that. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please subscribe, really would help me out. I hope you have a great day. Share, like, yeah, whatever you want to do. I'll see you in the next one. So, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a glass lamp. So it's something that I've been looking at doing for quite some time. But also, whilst I've been doing these Blender tutorials and trying to get stuff out to you guys, I've been having a couple of, I don't know whether you call them haters or what you call them, but generally, people just kind of trying to get in the comments and go, oh, you should do this with your projects and you should do that with your projects. Like, fine, if you have a way of doing something, like, just do it your way kind of thing. This is the way that I generally do something, you know, and I'm not trying to be mean and I'm not trying to be horrible, but, like, your comments are being filtered now. So, yeah, this is the next Blender tutorial, and, you know, for you guys who stay, and you guys who love what I do, like, I really appreciate what, you know, I appreciate you, you know what I mean, but I just can't, like, I just find it's petty that people can come in the comments section and say, like, oh, yeah, you need to do it like this. It's like, dude, if you've got a way of doing it, go run your own YouTube channel. Go run your own channel, because, yeah, like, I don't want to hear it, dude. If you have something constructive to say, then yeah, okay. But, like, yeah, I don't want to put a downer on this tutorial or downer on anybody's day, but, like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I do not care. I don't care. Yeah, for those people who support me, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. So, for those people who support me, let's continue on with this tutorial. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch this up to cycles, because we do these tutorials in cycles. And I'm going to go ahead, I'm just going to press G on this cube right here. We're going to use this cube. Let's go to edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and just shrink this down just ever so slightly. With that one. And then I'm just going to shrink down this as well, so we've got this nice little point coming up as well at the bottom. So, I believe that we're on, I don't know which tutorial we're on actually, I think we're on like 140 or something like that. Let's just, I'm just going to press G to bring this down a little bit. I've had like a really busy day, so I'm just like, I just want to get this tutorial done. I'm going to go E for extrude, just to bring this up, scale this outwards. And then I'm just going to go E for extrude again, bring this outwards. I mean, this tutorial is like one of the, it's not like it's my 4th tutorial or something. And I just get people in the comments section trying to tell me what to do, and I'm just kind of like, dude, we're over tutorial 100 now, come on. Like, this should not be happening. So yeah, sorry to put it down. I just thought I'd like tell people about this, because I was just kind of taken aback when, you know. So we're going to go ahead and just pull this up a little bit. E for extrude. We'll go ahead and just seal this up. So if I just split the atom right here, midway, and then I can press 1 at the side kind of thing. We got this nice little lamp shape going on. I'm just going to go E for extrude again. Now you can keep it with the little sides as well. But personally, I'm going to keep it the way that it is. I think it looks nice. Just kind of squared off, kind of a cubism kind of theme. So what I'm going to do is go to the X-ray. And I'm going to do the inside of the lamp here. So we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it down. Just ever so slightly, and then scale it in so it's got that nice little lip. And then E for extrude, bring it down. Scale it outwards. E for extrude, bring it down, and then we're going to scale it outwards. E for extrude, and we'll bring it down. Make sure you're matching up with these lines. I'm just going to scale this one outwards. E for extrude, scale it outwards. E for extrude again. And we're going to come down. And then E for extrude, we'll go down to this part right here, scale this inwards, and then E for extrude, and then bring it down to the bottom. So you can just leave this as kind of a bulb at the bottom if you wanted to. We're going to put some stuff in here, some lights and stuff like that, so it doesn't really matter. So once we've got this, you can smooth it out if you want to. Actually, it looks kind of better with smooth. You know what, I'm just going to leave mine as regular at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and add a cylinder, scale this upwards. I'm just going to scale this in, and then G, just bring this in as well. It's kind of like a sci-fi lamp. Oops. So this will be the centre bit of the lamp. So I'm just going to scale this downwards and then maybe scale this upwards just a little bit. Press G to bring it down. And then we're going to go to edit mode. And then E for extrude. Scale it outwards at the bottom. E for extrude again. We'll go ahead and scale it outwards at the bottom. E for extrude. I just kind of make that little base just coming in just about there. E for extrude to give it a little bit of a lip at the bottom there, if you can see that. And I think I might leave it just like that. So I'm just going to shade this one smooth at the bottom. And what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and add, let's go with an icosphere. Generally works best. Let's go G, bring it up. We'll scale this just upwards like this. Now what we want to do is just scale this down just ever so slightly. So we've got almost like a bulb kind of theme going on. Just leave that in the middle. Take this base right here. We'll go with the edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and go onto the X-ray just here. And we'll go E for extrude, bring this up just into the middle, and then E for extrude again. And what I'm going to do is just scale this downwards just ever so slightly. E for extrude again, scale it outwards. And we've got this nice little lamp going on. So with the glass with this and the kind of chrome look, what we're going to do, go into shading tab. And we'll go new with this one. We'll turn up the metallic. And then I'm just going to go gold. You can turn down the roughness or up the roughness, depending on what you would like. I'm just going to go ahead and real quick add a plane in here so we can see the effects on this lamp. And what I'm going to do from this point on is this part right here needs to be glass. So what we need to do, if we go to our materials tab right here, principal BSDF, we can change this to glass BSDF. You can change out the roughness right here. Just bring the roughness down a little bit. So to get this kind of two-tone with this as well, we're going to go add, and we can go colour ramp. Colour ramp. Where are we at? Yeah. Okay, colour ramp right here. We're going to go colour to colour. Let's go plus, and we'll have maybe a blue in here. Get a nice little tone of blue. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bulb right here that's in the middle of the icosphere, and we'll make this an emission. So let's go new, and we'll go emission. I will just turn this up ever so slightly. With this glass, we just want to edit with the roughness. You can have it as rough or as smooth as you'd like. And then just edit your IOR to your specifications. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a colour ramp. Sorry, not a colour ramp. Oh my gosh, the word escapes me. Let's go with noise texture. So we'll go with noise texture, colour to factor. And then we can scale this up or down, depending on what you would like. I've kind of a funky kind of glass lamp if you want to. You can also shade this smooth if you wanted to, but kind of looks like a galaxy, do you not think? Let's go with plus, and then we'll add kind of some pinks just to pull that purple a little bit. You can also distort this as well if you'd like to. So it almost looks like a little bit of a galaxy, just looking from the side. And if you wanted to, we can go ahead and add another noise texture. Let's add a, yeah, I think this one, yeah, let's do an add. So we've got one in one side, and then we're going to have this one in the other. So if I just zoom out there a little bit. Actually, let's get I think we should try and multiply with this. Kind of get that nice little space look in there. And then we could go ahead and do a colour to value right here. And here, if we move this up a little bit, we can now get some noise going around the outside. Let's just move this to the side. Let's add a colour ramp again. But this time we're going to go black and white. You could also, let's go with mix. You could also go with a mix instead of a multiply if you wanted to. So that's the black and white version of the lamp. So if we go with colour ramp into A, colour ramp into B, and then result into colour just here, we can now change the factors of which one's coming through the most. This could be also kind of a sci-fi kind of lamp. We've got some kind of weird stuff going on inside of it. I don't know. Like, for your project, personally. Right, that's the tutorial today. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making kind of like a fancy floor lamp kind of thing. What I'm going to do is going to go add, and I'm going to go with plane to begin with. Press S to scale this out. So then we've got a nice little base. I'm just going to press G to bring this cube up just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is go to the render section. We'll go EV to cycles. And then I will add a cylinder. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to elongate the cylinder, scale it down, just elongate again, until we get a nice kind of thin light. So let's press S for scale, and then we go in S, hold the center scroll, and we'll go up, press G to bring it down. So what I'm going to do with this particular pole, we're going to go to edit mode. You want to get the base of this pole right here, so you want to get the face. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it down, scale this outwards, E for extrude, bring it down, scale this outwards, and then you can have this as any pattern you want. So I'm just going to go ahead and just make kind of like a funky kind of pattern right here. Just move this down. You don't have to do it directly like this, but you can do this if you'd like to. We've got E for extrude again. And I'm just going to go ahead and just finish off the bottom just like this a little bit. And then scale it in so we've got that nice little bevel. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to press 1 to go into side mode. Because what we want to do is we want to make the pole part an emission. And we want to make the base a brass kind of colour. So what I'm going to do, we'll press shift, just press 1 on your number pad, or side view. We'll go into X-ray right here, we're in the edit mode. We're going to go ahead and click, and we'll do box select, so we get all of this right here. We'll go to the materials tab, press plus. This one, we're going to press new, and we can put this as metallic. And assign it. For this, the shaft of this, just select everything on here, and we'll press plus, we'll press new, and this will be emission. So we change the principal BSDF, and we'll change this to an emission. And then the base one, where we've got metallic, we can now put this as kind of like a coppery kind of gold. Move your metallic up a little bit. Take your roughness down depending on how rough you'd like this. We'll go to edit mode, and now we can see that we've got this nice shiny base. Oops. Yep, let's go object mode right there. And also what you've noticed, for some reason the computer's not put this on for my one, but we need to assign the emission to this one too. So don't forget to hit the U assign for that. So, with these cubes that we've got going up the outside, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scale this down. Let's go on to regular render at the moment and take off this X-ray. Come on, take off the X-ray, there we go. Right, so, I'm just going to scale this outwards just a little bit. Press G, bring it down. Make sure that it's just at the bottom of the pole, just right there. We're going to go Shift D. Bring this one up, and then we'll rotate this to whatever position. You could just have a funky rotation, whatever you need. We're going to take these two, so shift and click both. We'll go Shift D, bring this up. You can rotate these around as well if you'd like, and then we can click all 4 by holding shift, and then we can bring these up as well. And rotate again, so we're at an angle. I'm going to go ahead and just click these again and Shift D and bring this up. It's a pretty tall floor lamp, this one. I'm going to go ahead and just delete these 3, maybe. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay, so this could be a little piece that you've got in your corner. You might not want to stand with this. But generally this is how it would look. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead Let's go to edit mode. We'll go 1 for side view. And I'm just going to go ahead and select the bottom right here and just shade this outwards a little bit. Sorry, scale this outwards a little bit. Let's go on to X-ray before we do that. So, reselect that, scale outwards. This nice little floor lamp. You could have that little bevel around the edge if you wanted to. Let's go with G, bring this up. Scale this inwards. Just to give it that nice little bevel. So I'm just going to take the X-ray off. And now we've got this nice little floor lamp going on. So, I'm going to go ahead and just remove the light as well. So if we go to render version, you can see that there's nothing happening. So, with these individual cubes, what we need to do is we need to make glass. So, instead of the material right here, you can minus this off if it works for you. We'll press new. Oh, I thought you had a call then. We'll press new. We'll put this one as glass. And what we can do now is we can go to Principled BSDF, we can go glass. And now we can change the colour of this particular piece. So you can see that we've got a little bit of roughness going on. If you want to take the roughness away, we can just pull the roughness down just ever so slightly like that. And your ISO, you can change that too, if you'd like to. So you can see the two sides of the glass right here. So what we can do now is we can take this cube right here, minus this off, and then go down to this drop down right here and we can click glass. So it's going to be the green glass. Again, minus off, drop down, green glass. I'm going to put green actually in front of this. Oh, come on. There we go. So we've got green glass right there. So the next one that we could do, we could make this into the same. And if you want the same properties with this, all you need to do is minus. We'll go green glass again. And what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to duplicate it. So right here is the duplication. So just click that, green, and it should come up with green glass 01. So what you want to do with that one is I'm going to go red glass. We'll go to surface right here. And then we're going to change this to red. So it's got the exact same properties of the green, except from it's red, essentially. So let's go to this cube right here, minus off the material. Go to the drop down, we can go red glass. We can take this cube right here. We could minus off this material again. We could go red glass. So the bottom one right here, we could go minus. You can either pick green glass or red glass, it doesn't matter at this point. Duplicate right here of new material. So it should say green glass 01. We're going to go with orange glass. And again, you just take this and you make this orange. So now we can go ahead, take this one, go ahead and change this to orange glass. Take this one, drop down. You don't have to minus them off, but it helps if you do. We can now go orange glass. So with this one, we can do blue glass. So let's go to drop down menu again. We go with red glass for the moment. Duplicate this so it's got the 01. We'll go blue glass. And then we're going to change that to blue right there. And then again, we can go to this drop down menu for this particular cube, go blue glass. And for this one, we could probably put blue glass, and maybe I will put our green underneath that. Just kind of mash it up a little bit. Okay, so now we've got this. If we click on the base right here, we have emission and we have metallic. Just increase your emission. You should have light coming around the outside. Now, with so many different colours of light, it should just be white. It should just turn to white, kind of mesh kind of colours. But if we go ahead and let's see if I can do this. Let's take this base right here, Shift D, and we'll rotate this to 90. Press G, bring it to the side. I'll just show you the colour difference in this with the tones. So now you can see that we've got like this nice little blue kind of lighting here. We've got red. We've kind of got this orange going on just about here, and then green, and then orange at the bottom as well. So if you stick this up against a wall, say it's a light piece, maybe in a nightclub or something, maybe, I don't know, you're designing a game or something and this is a nightclub piece, floor to ceiling piece. This will look great up against a wall. If you're going to have this as a central piece, it will just literally be essentially just light coming into the atmosphere. So yeah, if you guys like the tutorial, please like, subscribe, share with your friends. Yeah, I guess I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're making a phone background. So what I'm going to do with the camera in particular, just to begin here, I'm going to go ahead over to the render options, and what you want to do is output. So for your camera background, for your phone background even, you're going to have to find the dimensions for your phone screen. So if you Google your phone dimensions for your screen, it should come up with how many you need. So for my one, let's see. Let's go on screen size. So for screen sizes, for the resolution as well, you're going to want the pixel size. So my one is, let's go 1440. And then for the underside, I'm going to go ahead and go 3088. And the camera now is the exact size of my phone screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click view. I'm going to go for viewpoint and camera. I'm just going to go ahead and split the atom right here. And we can see what's going on with the phone right here, and we can also edit on this side. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and delete the default cube. I'm going to go ahead into the render section and go from Eevee to cycles. And what I'm going to do is going to add a plane and just scale that out so that it covers the entire screen. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in a UV sphere. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G, bring this up, to make sure that it's just sat just on top of the top right here. And I'm going to go ahead and shade smooth. So the next point that I'm going to do is go to Materials tab. We're going to go New. And the Principled BSDF will be changed to Glass BSDF. Turn down your roughness as well. So when we render this out, we should have a nice little ball going on. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger actually, so it fits the entire screen. And I'm just going to bring this ahead, bring this to the front. Just make sure that you're just on top, just there. In fact, if I go on to one of the other renders, I can see what's going on. So, just about there. And now we've got this nice little sphere going on for our background. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to increase the lighting just a little bit. from the exposure, so we've got that nice little shadow going on. And I'm just going to move it back a little bit as well, so we can get some of that under shadow too. Maybe we could go just here. And what I'm going to do as well, let's do some lighting on top. So let's do some cube. Let's get a cube. We press G, bring it up. And I'm just going to go ahead and elongate this one across the side. And I'm going to place this in the materials tab with a new. We'll go to emission. And I'm just going to change this to blue. I'm just going to press G to bring this up, and I'm going to shrink it down as well. So if we go 7 at the top, take it out of the render point at the moment. Come on. There we go. Right, okay. So, once we've got this, we're going to go Shift D, and you can press maybe 10. Shift D, 10. Shift D, we'll go 10. Shift D, and then we're going to go 10 again, and then select everything that you've just made here, Shift D again, get it along the same axis, and we're going to go -50. So now we've got this nice lighting going on at the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the original light that we had, which is this one right here, just at the side of the orb. Let's pull this down a little bit. And I'm also going to move it just to the side. So we've got those nice little reflections coming in, but there's not too much light going around the outside. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go Shift D, just to duplicate that light, and then bring it over onto the other side as well. So now we've got this nice little ball going on in the middle, and I mean, you could leave it like that if you wanted to. I think it's a little bit too central, to be honest with you, so I'm just going to press G and just move it across just ever so slightly, and then I'm just going to scale it down as well. And then I'm just going to move it back to where it needs to be, just on the base. So, once you're finished, this is what you should have for your phone background. And all you need to do is go to the render tab, and then we'll render image. But what I would suggest first is change this back to wireframe, so it's not using anything in the background. Then we'll go render, and then we'll render image. So this should take a while. What it will do, it'll do it in blocks. So it'll do the big block at the bottom here, and then it will do the top block at the top here, depending on how your Blender is creating things. But just leave it to do what it does. You see the samples right here at the top. So when this reaches the sample level, or the roof sample, as I like to call it, the image will be done. And what you can do then is click image right here, and the save option should come up in the corner. Just click the save option, save it where you need it to be, and that's it, you're done. You're done. That's your phone background. If you enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe. My channel's been having a little bit of trouble with some haters at the moment, and people just being absolute mooses. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah. If you guys can like, subscribe, share, that'd be awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're making a phone background again. What I've done is I've set this up already. So if you haven't already, take your camera, just click it there, and we can go to this option, which is the output. And what you're going to want to do is place your resolution in. So depending on which phone you have, it'll have a certain amount of pixels across and a certain amount of pixels down. So what you need to do is just Google your phone, and Google should be able to tell you the pixel dimensions for your particular phone so that this background fits, essentially. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. If you guys haven't already, go to the render tab right here, switch out your Eevee to cycles. And I've got my key thingies as well. Sorry, I thought that I hadn't put my my key logger things on there. Yeah, let's start this off. We'll start off with the UV sphere. I'm just going to go ahead, right click, shade smooth. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the atom right here. And on this side, I'm going to have the camera. So if you go to view, viewpoint, and you can put camera right there. And then this side, you guys can see what's going on in the background. So essentially what we're making today is an orb over ocean, I guess, for the screen. Saver. So we'll put the orb just about here. And then what we're going to do, we're going to click add. We'll go mesh and plane. And all you need to do, go to your modifier, add modifier, and we'll type in ocean if it's not already available. And we'll get this kind of pattern. So we're going to scale this in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat on the X and Y axes. Don't worry if it's outside, we can move this. So we'll go G, we'll bring this across. We'll bring this down, bring across again. And I'm just going to go ahead and just add until this fully fills the screen at the back. So maybe we could get it just about here. I'm just going to move this down just ever so slightly. So you just want to get this to fill the screen, essentially. That's all we're doing. Okay, so once you're happy with your placement, hopefully, maybe one more on that side and one more on that side. Yes, okay, so once you're happy with your placement, we've got the little ball right here, we've got the little ocean, we've got the light coming in from this side. We want to make this little ball glass. We're going to go to the materials tab, we'll go new, and we'll switch out this principled BSDF for glass BSDF. Tone down your roughness all the way, and if we render this, this is what it'll look like. And what we want to do, you can mess around with the IOR if you'd like to. You don't have to, but you can if that's something that you're wanting to do. You'll notice at the side here you can see the edge of the ocean. So what I would recommend with that is take the ocean again, go onto your modifiers, and you just want to start adding to the sides. You want to basically make sure that that little ridge right there doesn't exist, essentially. If not, this little piece right here that we've got at the side where you can see the edge of this screen, maybe this little piece right here. So if we just press G and we just bring this forward, okay, it's not that side. If we bring this to the side, oops, if we bring it this way, maybe. You can also press S to expand this as well if you need to. So the ridge may still appear because obviously you've got one here as well. So I mean, it's not a big deal, but if you want to kind of get that out of the way, we've also got the option of steps as well. So if we go into the camera option, select your camera right here, you should have a stepper if they've moved it, I think. Let's see. So it allows you to essentially see more. Oh, here, 100 meters. So if you just move this, where it says lens, and then end, clip start, clip beginning. So if I turn this all the way down, it should just do this. It'll just get rid of things, right? But if your model's a little bit bigger and the end is just cut off, just put that up just ever so slightly. So that's something that can also assist you with that. So let me try and get this to full screen again so you guys can see what's going on. There we go. Okay, so when we're doing the C, what you want to do is go to the Materials tab again. Let's go New. And you can make this kind of like a blue if you want to, or you can make it a purple. It's totally up to you. What I would suggest is bring up your metallic. And just bring down your roughness slightly. So when you do the lighting as well, you can take this light, select the light on its own. You can change this to a sun. You'll notice this is a little bit too bright. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move this to the side just here. And I'm just going to go ahead and turn down this exposure. And then what I'm going to do with the waves as well is we can turn down the roughness on there so we've got this little reflection going on. Let's turn that down just a little bit more. And now I'm going to turn the sun up. But before I do that, I'm going to go into the world settings. And you'll notice that it's very grey on top. Now, if you want stars and you want a moon, it's going to be... I mean, it's gonna look great with stars and a moon. The way that it looks right now, I was kind of going for a daytime look. But to be honest with you, the way that I've done the settings, this looks great for a nighttime look. So, if you want to, you can put stars in the background. But if you're looking at a daytime kind of theme, just go to your world settings. You've got colour right here. Bring it up the colour and then place a blue. And this will give you a nice kind of blue colour with this. But if you guys wanted to do a night theme, we can do a night theme. So, essentially what you're doing, go into your shading tab. Go to Object, go to World. And what you're going to do is we're going to go Add an Input. And we will do a noise texture. Just type in noise texture. We'll do colour to colour. And what should happen is we get this in the background, right? So if I disconnect this, we have blue. If I put colour to colour, we have this. Don't worry about this. What we're going to do, turn it up. So you've got all these little dots going on. And then, what you want to do from here is we'll go add. Let's go colour ramp. Colour spot the American way. Stick it in between. Turn your black all the way to your white. Or most of the way to your white. And now you get stars in the background. So this is really good if you've got any scenes that are at night as well. And what you can do, I did a project a while ago where I did stars and then I did a sunset in the background. So what you're essentially doing is you're placing two effects slap bang on top of one another. So to make the sunset, from what I can remember, we had a mix converter. Yes, I think so. I think it was this one, mix converter. So I'll just place the mix down there, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to go colour ramp again. If you go Shift D just to duplicate this, bring it to the bottom. Colour into B, so you've got an A, which is the stars, the B is going to be the sunset. So, when we do the sunset, we're going to take this this black right here, and we can place a blue. And then we've got the white in the middle, so, sorry, we've got the white at the end, and then in the middle, we need an orange. So if I just move this factor right here, just to this side, you're not going to be able to see it straight away. Because what I need is another noise texture on here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just zoom out. So, we've got two colour ramps. I'll keep them kind of uniform. We've got the 2 colour ramps, we've got a mix, we've got a background, and then we've got the world output. And then we have this noise texture right here, which we will Shift D duplicate again. And what you want to do is scale it all the way down. You don't want the same settings as this one. You see this one is at 277. You want to bring this down so that it's a nice even number. Colour to factor. And you should, if all works out, have a slight hue on the sky as well. Let's just move that across. So it's not supposed to be a prominent hue, but it's a little bit of a hue. So let's just see. I'm just going to put this to 0 actually, just to see what happens. Right, so we've got this. We need... Yeah, so you just want like a little kind of interference going on in the background. So about that much. Let's see. So it's almost like clouds. You see how that works? I mean, you guys can experiment with this quite a lot, just to see what's going on. But that's the basics of how I do basic clouds, without any other effects. So I'm just going to go back to the layout real quick. So the reason to do the sky right here is because you'll actually get a reflection on the base of the glass right here. So it's nice to have something in the background where it's something that's off camera, so to speak. So this doesn't look too great right now, but when you render it out, it'll look better. So they also have a denoiser option with this as well, if you guys are interested. So I believe it's in the output. I might be wrong. Sorry, it's in the render. So it's denoise, and it'll just go like this instead of pixelized and kind of. We called them flies when we were kids. We had the old tube TVs, and we always we had these like black and white dots all over the TV. Yeah, those were pretty fun. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go back to the shading tab actually. Let's make the scale a little. I'm gonna pull the scale just down a little bit for the stars, which is the top section. Primarily just to add the effect of stars on top of the water as well. So, yeah. I'm just going to move this white up as well, just to contrast it a little bit more. You can use an emission if you wanted to, but emissions are interesting ones, especially with noise. It's totally up to you if you want to do that. You just basically put in an emission instead of a colour. But yeah, I mean, like, experiment with what you're doing. So you can see little stars just appearing, but at the moment you're not really seeing much. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and hit render, see what this looks like, and then, you know, I will show you guys, I guess, what it's going to look like afterwards. Yeah. So I'll post it. I'll put the picture. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a glass effect foam background, basically. So what you need to do, click on your camera and go to output. Now, during your resolution with X and Y, you need to put the pixel amount of your phone. So your resolution or your the size of your phone screen, essentially, so that you get the right size on your project. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go to render. I'm going to switch out EV to cycles. I'm going to take the default cube, and all I'm going to do with this is just elongate it just slightly. You press G just to bring it down. And what I'm going to do, let's go 7 to heaven. Oops. Yeah, there we go, 7 to heaven. what we're going to do, making a grid reference right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the lights just for the moment. For the default cube, we'll go to the materials tab. We will go to glass, and we're going to go red for the glass. So we're going to make our little grid reference right here. So I'm going to go ahead and go Shift D. We're going to duplicate this over. Now usually, if I put 5, it's going to be there. Let's go with 2.5. And then we're going to go ahead and go with this one at minus 2.5. And then we're just going to go ahead and do this again. Just kind of get it roughly the same size. So it should be half a square across. Just about here. And then what we're going to do, select everything. And then we're going to go ahead and put this up again. And then we'll just go ahead and create kind of a grid reference just from here onwards. So, just trying to avoid your camera right here. And then we'll go again. Grid reference, just bring it up. Just get it as accurate as you can. Select everything right here. Remember, ignore your camera. Just double click that. And then we're going to go ahead and go across again. So, once we finish this, we're going to try and get a diagonal with the camera going across. Just about here, I think, would be best. I'm going to go view and viewpoints. Let's go align view and then align camera to view. So we should have something like this. Now you can go ahead and click this and you can press G. And you can move this around. You can rotate just by pressing in the middle there. Just press G to bring it down. And you can go rotate again. So, once we get to this point right here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to split the atom with the screen right here. And when we render this in, obviously there's no light at the moment. I'm going to go, let's go with a plane underneath. I'm just going to go ahead and scale that out. If you want to go 7 to heaven so you can get this a little bit more accurate, you can do. Just press G, bring it across. I'm just going to scale it roughly to the point where all these points are. So, just about there. And what we're going to do with this is just bring it down to the bottom. And then we're going to go new on the side, on the materials tab. Change from principal BSDF to emission. And we should have something like this. So, what I'm going to do with these glass as well, I'm just going to turn down the roughness so we can see through them. And if I just pull this in a little bit. So, the IOR, we can adjust that just a little bit as well. I think I'm just going to go up to that point of IOR. Okay, so, once we've got this, I'm going to go ahead, go 7 to heaven. And you just want to pick different squares. And just hold down shift whilst you're doing it too. Just randomise it. Get some ones that are in front, get some ones that are at the back. And we're just going to press G and we're just going to bring them up. And then what I'm going to do for the rest of this as well, I'm going to pick some random ones. And I'm just going to press G and I'm going to bring them down, I think. Let's press G. Okay, so with this particular material you can put anything at the bottom. I'm just going to turn down the emission as well. I think it's a little bit too much. Or you can change the colour to the emission actually. To whatever you'd like. Whatever suits your project. So now we've got this glass going on. We can do some changes with this. We could put some roughness on here. We could take it down a little bit if you wanted to. Bit of IOR. Just to pull out some of that detail in the back there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a light, maybe a sun point. Let's press G on that one. And I'm just going to turn the sun so it's sideways. And we will go with a blue. Just to offset some of that red. And we'll pull this strength up as well. Maybe a little bit more exposure with that. And then I'm just going to turn down this emission just ever so slightly as well. And what we can do as well, let's take this glass. Just going to go ahead and just make it a little bit more clear. See what we can do with that. And maybe change the red to a white. See how we can change the colours in the background there. That looks like a really nice kind of colour. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take some of these as well that I can see on the picture, and I'm just going to lower them down so we've got that variation within the project. Hopefully that's all selected. Let's press G, bring it down. Come on. Let's take it the sweet time tonight. And we kind of have this nice little background going on. So, if this is the kind of stuff that you want to do, you can do it, but I would say add some more squares in the back there, or just move this across, just ever so slightly. I want to do a depth of field with some of this as well. I think it'd look really cool to do a depth of field. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull some of these up, just in random positions. And then maybe just reduce that glass look a little bit. Just pull the roughness up just ever so slightly. And now we've got this nice contrasting tone of the blue too. So you can actually take the blue lights right here, the sun. And you can just change it to whatever you'd like. I think a nice green would be nice. Just a little offset. And what I'm going to do is do a depth of field. So if you click the camera itself, do depth of field, take this little drop tool right here, and you can take one of these objects and lower the f-stop. This will blur the background and the foreground and anything else that is in between other than the object. So I think this might be okay. Now obviously it's taken a while to render in. You just have to be real patient with it if you're looking at it like this. You can also do one other thing, which is denoise, which I think is in the render tab, which is this one, denoise. And it's taking a little bit of time because I think there's a little bit too much detail on there, but that's generally how this works. So you can have another light source at the side here if you wanted to, projecting this way. So you got this different look to it. But I'm going to go ahead and render this out. And, you know, if you guys liked, please subscribe. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a floor lamp. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the default cube. In fact, get rid of everything off your scene. Just delete it all, get rid. So we're going to go ahead and add, let's go with cylinder. And I'm just going to go ahead and scale this down a little bit. Let's go to the edit mode. And what we'll do, we'll scale this out at the bottom just here to make this a little bit bigger. E for extrude, S for scale. E for extrude. Let's go S for scale on this one. I'm just going to make a little fancy bottom to this. Kind of a thing. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to make this little base. Just going to scale it in ever so slightly. And I'm going to take this top face right here. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it into a point. And then we can kind of build this upwards from here. So, E for extrude here. Just build it straight up. Upwards to here. So, what I'm going to do is we will start, just bring this up a little bit more. I have a little idea in mind. Let's go with circle again. Press G to bring it up. This is going to be the top of the lamp right here. I'm going to go ahead and add edit mode. And I'm going to press F for fill, E for extrude, bring it up ever so slightly. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this top face right here, this top face right here. I'm going to press A to select everything, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale in. This will be a little ring that we're going to use. So what I'm going to do is, let's go with cylinder on this side. Press G, bring it up, make it long, and then we'll put it really thin. Just at the side here. And what you want to do is just sit it on one of the sides to the ring. Doesn't matter which side, as long as it's in one of the quarters, either up, down, or sideways. I'm going to go ahead and stick it just right here at the side. And then what I'm going to do is I may just make this a little bit smaller. Scale this up. And we're going to add icosphere. Press G. Bring your icosphere up. Bring it to the side. Make sure that it's roughly in the center of the pole right there. And we're just going to scale it down. Bring that over to the side right there. So what I'm going to do with this icosphere is let's go to materials and we're going to go with glass BSDF. If you haven't already, go to your render engine, switch it to cycles, and then come back to the materials tab. So now we're going to go and just turn this roughness down. And what I'm going to do, go back to here. I'm going to press G, bring this up. We're going to press Shift D. We're going to bring this down. You want to go -1. Shift D. -1. Shift D. -1. Shift D again. You want to go -1. Make sure that you're going straight down. Shift D. -1. Shift D. And we go -1. Okay, so once we've got that one as well, we can then take this, if you go Shift D, and you want to place this roughly just in the middle right here. And what I'm going to do is minus off this texture right here. We're going to go new, glass BSDF, but we're going to tint this glass just ever so slightly. So maybe we can make it green, or we can make it yellow or red. Let's make it like a lime blue. That looks quite nice. So again, we're going to go Shift D, -1, Shift D, -1, Shift D, we go -1, Shift D, again down -1, Shift D, and a -1. So the pole in the middle right here we can make black. So when we render it, it should look something like this. Now obviously we've not got any light in our little kind of scene at the moment, but once we do, it should be okay. So we're going to go ahead and take all of this that we've just made, and what we want to do, we press 1, we want to make sure all this is all the way around. So if I just press yes, so if I just go 7 to heaven a minute, we'll go Shift D, we'll just move this across to the other side of the ring, make sure that that is just on the ring right there. You want to go ahead and select these two again, make sure they're both selected, 7 to heaven. You want to go Shift D, click, leave it where it is, rotate, R for rotates, and don't move the center scroll, just R for rotate, it should rotate like this. You want to rotate this by 90. Come back here, select everything again, 7 to heaven. We're going to go Shift D, leave it where it is, R for rotate, 45. And I believe, let me see, after 45 it should be 23.2 I believe. 1 second, let me see. Calculator. I completely forgot the number for this one. So if we go 45, we were at 90, 45, so let's see, 90 was divided by 2, so yeah, we were 45, divide that by 2, we're 22.5. So, select everything again. Make sure you've got absolutely everything selected that's not selected, such as this one as well. Okay, so now we're going to go 7 to heaven. You want to Shift D it, rotate, and we're going 22.5. So now we've got this nice little kind of cascade of stuff. So with this ring right here, what I'm going to do is shade smooth, and I'm going to make it a gold kind of colour. So metallic up, roughness down. Make it a nice gold, maybe make this a nice gold, so shade smooth on this one. We'll do the drop down as gold again. Nice little lamp. And from here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode. I take this one right here. I'm just going to go E for extrude, bring this across just to the other side. Or you can bring this to the middle. Let's go with object mode. We'll take this pole again and we'll just press G, bring it up so that it matches. Maybe E for extrude, just scale this down a little bit at the top so it almost looks like it's floating. So at this point right here, what we can do now is we can add a little bit of a shade, a little bit of a lamp shade. So we can do cylinder, press G, bring it up, scale it outwards to the point where you need it. And what I'm going to do with this is, let's go to edit mode, take this face at the top, and we'll just scale this in. I'm going to go ahead and delete that face, and then I'm going to go ahead and delete the face at the bottom. Press A to select everything, E for extrude. We're going to go ahead and just scale this either inwards or outwards, depending on how you've done your design. And with this, we can shade this smooth. Nice little lamp. We can go ahead, actually, we can go to shading. And we can put a little bit of shade onto this lamp as well. So we could go ahead and add, let's go to nodes, let's go new. Let's add a texture. We could go Voronoi, wave texture. Maybe a wave texture would look nice with this. You've got bands and you've got rings. So you can have like different ones. Depending on what you'd like. Let's see. You can distort this as well. So we scale this down just a little bit. We could have some nice little kind of patterns coming across here. So, what we want to do after this point is start to add the light into it. So, if you don't like these colours as well, we could go ahead and add a colour ramp. Make the black maybe a nice blue. We could also go ahead actually and add a gold in there too. So we could go ahead and just get this nice little yellow kind of hue coming around the back. If you can see that right there. Kind of looks like a 90s lamp. Something that someone from the 90s would have. Those little opaque kind of patterns. So yeah, you could have something like this. Let's go with layout again. We've got that nice little pattern on the back as well, just kind of all over the place. So we can now add a light in the middle of this. So what I generally do is add an icosphere. Just press G, just bring it up. So what I'm going to do, let's add a plane at the bottom. Just scale that out so you can see what's going on. Okay, plane at the bottom right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a wall. So let's rotate this by 90. And we'll have it just a little bit close to the wall so you can see what's going on. I'm just going to go ahead and go into the edit mode right here. And then E-fret extrude, and we'll bring this just to the side. So once we've got this lamp right here, we can see that we do not have any light. But if we just grab the icosphere in the middle right here, and we can change this. Let's go back onto render. We'll go new. And then this icosphere, principal BSDF, will change to emission. So now, not a lot happens. Let's just change this to a little bit of an orange. And we're going to go ahead and just pull the strength up. And what we should have now is this nice little floor lamp. If I just move this back a little bit. It's a nice little floor lamp with some little gems on there as well. So what I'm going to do is take these gems as well. Let's just put the roughness all the way down. The IOR all the way down as well. Get these ones, the IOR all the way down. You can make them shine a little bit. Just can't see them very well because obviously this is kind of rendering the way that it is. So just pull your IOR up a little bit so you get some of that detail as well. What we can do actually, I think on the render part, denoise. We can just denoise it. Let's go with the materials tab. Pull that IRR up a little bit. We've got some beautiful little gems kind of dangling down. So with this lampshade as well, what we could do, You could even pull the alpha on it just a little bit to make it kind of bright. Or you could diffuse it just ever so slightly. Let's see. Just pull that to the side. I'm just experimenting at the moment. I think I might pull that alpha just ever so slightly so it lights up. And you can see with the actual blender thing as well, it does take a while to kind of process things. But yeah, that's a basic kind of floor lamp, I guess, that you guys can try out. Let's change that. You know what, I think... Yeah, that blue's nice. And maybe for this one we'll just do black. Or maybe deep blue. Royal blue would be nice. Just for that. So now we've got this nice little floor lamp going on. I'm going to go ahead and actually add a ceiling to this so you guys can kind of get some atmosphere and stuff like that with it. For the thumbnail. So yeah. Your floor lamp, so to speak. If you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome everybody to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are doing glass shaders. So, what we want to do first is we're going to change out the EV for cycles. It's just in the rendering tab right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the main cube right here, and we're just going to press 1, just for side view. And then I'm going to go ahead and just Shift D and duplicate this cube right here. And then we're going to go Shift D and duplicate again. Once we get to the end here, I'm just going to go ahead and Shift D duplicate these ones upwards as well. So, I tried to do this last time with a couple of materials. I think I was doing it with metal. And Blender crashed on me. So, today we're just going to do 6, because apparently it can't handle the amount that I was doing last time. So, basically what we're going to be doing today is looking at glass. And so what we need to do is, I'm going to go onto the render tab right here, and you can see that we've got all these nice little cubes. I'm going to go ahead and add in a plane, just to give us some, I don't know what you call it, light at the bottom, I guess you want to call it that. Diffusion, anything like that. So, just going to go ahead and take this light right here and just multiply it a couple of times so that we've got a nice little light show going on in the background. You go Shift D, duplicate this across, and then I'm going to go Shift D again in the middle and just duplicate this across. You don't have to do this, this is just for a lighting technique that I'm currently doing. So you notice they're a little bit bright, so I'm just going to turn these down just ever so slightly. And hopefully, with these lights, we can see the glass a little bit better. So, just take this third one right here. That should be perfect. Right, I'm just going to put one as pink and one as blue, so you guys can see the difference in the glass as well, and a bit more detail. Okay, so we're going to start off with the shading tab right here, and we're going to take our first cube, and our first cube is Principled BSDF. Now we don't want it as Principled BSDF, we're going to go to the materials tab and we will change this out to glass BSDF. Now you'll notice that it changes every single cube, because obviously every single cube, we've just duplicated them. So we're going to go back on this one. I just needed to show you that. So let's go into edit mode. Press A to select everything if everything is not already selected. We're going to go deselect this material. We're going to go plus, and we're going to go new. Now this will be glass 1, which will be our clear glass. And then we can work on our variables from that point. So, Let's change this principal BSDF to glass BSDF. We should be on the render tab right here. For some reason it's not changing. Let's tone down this roughness. Select everything and just try again. If this hasn't worked, just press assign. So now we've got our regular normal glass right here. So the secondary glass that we want to do is going to be roughly the same. So what I'm going to do is just select glass 1 for this one as well. And what I'm actually going to do is change this to duplicate right here. A duplicate. And we'll change this to glass 2. So, difference between glass 1 and glass 2 will be that glass 2 is going to be altered. And glass 1 is just going to stay the way that it is. So, let's add texture to this. Maybe we'll go with brick texture. You can go ahead and add colour to colour. You see this is sideways right here. I'll just rotate this round to 90 degrees. So now we've got all these nice little lines coming on. And we can scale this out. So with this technique, you probably use this for, say, if you were looking down the side of a plane of glass. Or maybe your glass has imperfections. So we could have something like this with little stripes going down on the inside, as you can see. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to improve that background as well. Instead of a grey, let's have a bit more of a lighter tone. So you guys can see what's going on there. So with this in particular as well, we can alter the colours. You can have different colours with this. I quite like that one actually. And we can also change this colour as well, so we can get greens in there. And we can get a little bit more of a deeper red as well. Especially with the blacks right here, we could just turn this up. Come on. There we go. Instead of black tone right here, we can turn this up a little bit more. So we've got more of a see-through look. And also, on top, we also have the brick texture that's coming in right here. So maybe this is like a fake wall or something within a game. So, the next one that we can do, let's change this one to Principal BSDF. Go ahead with your materials right here. You could take glass 1, which isn't our variable, it's our standard. So, duplicate again, and we call this glass 1 as glass 3. So with this, we could actually put a Voronoi texture on it. So let's go ahead and add a texture. We could go Voronoi texture. Colour to colour. You notice you get all these nice little patterns and stuff like that. So this is great actually for stained glass. We could go ahead, let's add a bump. I'm just curious what happens if we add a bump. So if we add a bump and place it to height, we go like this, but we could also add this to roughness. So we can actually make this bump right here. Let's just pull that up. I don't know whether you'll be able to see that, but you can see like little scratches and stuff like that. Let's put it back to here, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the bump for a moment. Let's go colour to colour. And let's add a colour ramp. So now we get this nice little textured kind of stained glass going on. You can also change the random on this to more of a kind of Minecrafty look, if you desired that one. We could go ahead and add some blues in there. We could go ahead and add some maybe yellows, greens. Oh, you're kidding me. Well, that's the end of that tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please experiment. Unfortunately, my Blender keeps crashing for some reason. I don't know why. So, yeah. If you enjoyed that tutorial, please like, subscribe, stuff like that. I'm sure in another tutorial I can show you some more tricks. But just experiment with what you have. And have a look at the drop-down menus and stuff. I will see you in the next one. See you later. Bye-bye. Sorry. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a plastic box. So, yeah, pretty simple. Let's take the default cube right here and we'll press G just to bring it up. I'm just going to elongate this a little bit, just scale it. So, with these plastic boxes, what we want to do is edit mode. And what I'm going to do is let me see. So, I'm just going to press G. I'm going to bring this down a little bit. And we'll go ahead and we'll sculpt this from this position. So, what you want to do, let's scale outwards just on the side just a little bit. Because usually these boxes are quite smooth on the edges. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it outwards again, just a little bit. And then E for extrude straight up. So about this position. E for extrude again. We'll scale these out. E for extrude, leave it where it is. And then we'll scale out again. And then E for extrude, we'll bring this down. Maybe scale this out just slightly. So what you've got right here is like a little lip, little edge. We got E for extrude again. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude, bring it up. Just scale it inwards just ever so slightly. And then E for extrude, scale in again. And what we're going to do from this point is turn on the X-ray. I'm going to press 1 on the number pad so you guys can see what's going on. So you've got your little lip going on right there. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale this in. And then we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it all the way down. I think that's a little bit too wide for my one, so I'm just going to go ahead and scale that back out a little bit. Right, okay, E for extrude. And then what you want to do right here at the end, so this is the inside now, is E for extrude. And we're just going to go ahead and scale this in just ever so slightly, like that. So now we have, if we take off this, we have this nice little box going on. So once we've done this box, what I'm going to do, object mode, you can shade this smooth if you'd like. To be honest with you, I'm going to keep mine like that. We'll go to the materials tab. We're just going to make this look plastic. So to do this, we can use a glass BSDF instead of principled. Let's go with, I'm just going to add a plane underneath so you guys can see what's going on. Right. Okay, so if we click back on the box, and then we go to the render tab right here, change it up from Eevee to cycles. I'm just going to go on the render tab right here. So you can see that when we go back to the materials tab, we've got the glass BSDF that we put in a couple of minutes ago. What we want to do, turn down the roughness a little bit. So we want it to look plastic, but we don't want it to look too glass. So you can probably just get it right about there. So it's see-through, but it's not quite see-through. Alternatively, if you don't want to do the glass BSDF, we've got principled BSDF, which you can turn down the alpha, turn up the metallic a little bit, and just change the roughness down. I mean, it does the exact same thing, roughly, except for it's a little bit more invisible. So, what I'm going to do, let's go with glass BSDF again, and we'll just go with this one just for now. I'm just going to turn the roughness up. I'd say experiment with this as much as you can. So, we've got this nice little plastic box going on. We need the lid now. So, what I'm going to do is put a plane in. And we need this plane to fit the box. So we're going to press 7 to heaven. Scale this out. You want it just to sit over the edges of the box. So we've got that nice little lid. So with this, we're going to go to edit mode. We're going to go, let's split this first. So let's go Control R. Oops. Maybe just to about there. Control R again. To the middle. Control R. Control R. Just quarter it out. And what I'm going to do is take this right here. to make these little ridges. I think we could get away with that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Just select these. I'm just going to go E for extrude, bring it down. Just ever so slightly so you got those little ridges going on at the top. Let's see. So I need to get the side pieces right here. So let's go with this one. Just select everything around the edge. And deselect anything that you don't need. So the press faces. So what you can actually do is E for extrude. Sorry, not E for extrude. Let's go with A to select everything. E for extrude. And then we can kind of just scale this in just ever so slightly. Or scale it outwards to begin with. And then we can go E for extrude again. You just want to make that little ridge around the outside again. E for extrude. Scale this in. And then E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then what we're going to do, you can't really see underneath. I'm just going to go X-ray a moment. And then E for extrude, just to bring this up. So what you should have in the end, if I take this, I'm just going to shade this smooth. Just press G. You should have a little ridge underneath. So if I just render this out right here, you see that you've got this little ridge going around the outside, and then you've got these little ridges on top which match the ridges that are on the bottom. So that would be generally your plastic box or plastic tub. To be honest with you, I think that I need to put the IOR, mess around with the IOR a little bit, and just change up that roughness, and maybe shade this smooth. Let's see what happens. Actually, no, I don't want it smooth. So yeah, this is how you make the little boxes. To change the colours of these lids as well, we can go new. And we can just like change this to a blue or something like that. Just a nice neutral colour. Yeah, so this is how you make the storage boxes, the storage containers. Yeah, that'll be it for this tutorial, I think. So I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a phone background with some silver balls on here. So what I'm going to do to begin with is I'm going to go ahead and select the camera. And what we're going to do, we're going to change the parameters for the camera regarding how tall it is. And regarding the pixel length on the side as well. Primarily because we're going to be doing these phone backgrounds for specific phones. So what I'm going to ask you to do is find out which phone you have. If you know what phone you have, then this is going to be easy. But go to Google and ask Google what the size is for your phone screen. And what you want to find is the resolution, which is the pixels. So, for my one personally, we're going to go with, I think we're 1440, so 1440. And then for the y-axis, I am 3088. And that should be roughly the size of my phone screen. So, if I go to view and just go on to cameras, active camera, this should roughly be the size of my phone screen. Now, given that we're doing these effects, give or take, you should be able to get this onto your home screen. So as long as you've got the exact same amount of pixels, don't copy my one because your phone might be different. But yeah, just find out what your pixels are, put them into the X and Y just here, and then we should begin the tutorial. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come out of here, and I'm just going to go ahead and just delete this cube right here, and I'm going to go ahead and add in a plane. I'm just going to go ahead and shape this out. So if we press 1 on the number pad, we can go side view. If we press 7, it will go to heaven. 7 to heaven kind of thing. So I'm going to just go ahead and move myself out of the way so that we can do this tutorial as well. Bup, bup, bup. Okay, so now I've been moved out of the way. What I'm going to do is go to view, and we will go align view and then camera to view. So this little square right here is our camera, and this is what we're going to be able to see when we press for render. So, sorry, just putting my little notebook away. I'm just going to press G and just bring this back. Just ever so slightly, just drag this back right here. So what we want to do for this tutorial in particular is we want a load of silver balls, essentially. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of the lighting at the moment. I'm just looking at my notes here. Right, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the lighting. So that's one less thing that we need to deal with. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and add, and we'll go to UV sphere. And what you want to do, right click, shade smooth, and this is a super easy tutorial. So I'm just going to split the atom just for 1 second so you guys can see what's going on the side. So we're going to have this ball. You can have it halfway through, or you can put it at full length, just like this. And what we're going to do in the side right here, so let's go to the materials tab and we'll click new. And we're going to make this metallic, take down the roughness, so that when we render this, we should have a shiny ball right here. At the moment, we're not on cycles, so we're going to go render, and we're going to go EV, and we're going to switch that up to cycles. So, whilst there's no light in the area at the moment, this will be a shiny ball. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just add light so you guys can see what's going on, just for the moment. So let's go light and we'll go pinpoint. And I'll just pull this up a little bit. So with this particular objective, we go back to materials. The metallic is up. Should have on the render a kind of shiny look to it. If we go into this render right here, we can see that we have this. So we know that it's shiny, it's just the lighting hasn't been put in properly at the moment. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that light. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to arrange this in various places all the way around this canvas that we have right here. And you can take these, you can select them both with shift, and then we're going to go shift D. And we will just bring these, whoops, we don't want to bring those up. Make sure that you're not tagging the back as well. So shift D. And we'll just go ahead and bring these down. You press 7 to heaven, you should just be able to just move these as and when needed. But obviously you won't see it from the camera's perspective. So if you want to see the camera's perspective, let's go viewpoint camera. And that's what we can see right there. So, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and just select these and just move these across. Shift D. Again, make sure you're not tagging the back. Let's move these just across there. Shift D. And I'm going to go ahead and rotate some of these as well. So you've got different patterns. It doesn't matter if they come off the side as well. We can clean that up later. So you can take these ones, you can take this one, and this one, and you could actually press S, shrink them down a little bit. You could just have them sitting in between these ones. So the idea is that we're filling this canvas, and then eventually we'll just have little ones in between kind of thing. So let's take these three. Let's morph these up a little bit. Maybe put them there. Maybe we'll take these ones down as well. Just to this bit. Take this selection right here. And then we can rotate it, maybe 80 or whatever like that. This is your canvas, you can do whatever you want with it. Maybe we'll just bring this down to about here. The idea is just filling it, really. Just fill the entire canvas. Just select random ones. Shift D. When I can tagging the back again. Let's go Shift D. And then we'll bring these across. It doesn't have to be organised. Just make sure that at the edges right here, you see that where this one is going into the other one, we'll just move this to the side. And then we'll take random ones and we're just going to shrink them down. So I'm going to go Shift D again. Let's get that background off there. I'm just going to go ahead and shrink these down into little ones. See where you've got this intersection right here? Just take this one. And you're just going to go ahead and move it to the side. And then maybe move this one to the side. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. Just to fill that gap. And then you can press, you can press A to select everything. Press Shift. Double click things that you don't want. And then you can go Shift D. That's where it is. And then we can rotate this round. Kind of on an opposite side. Now obviously I've just created another camera there as well. So what I can do is go back. On this side plane right here where we've split the atom, so to speak, we can deselect the camera on this side. So, oops, let's go Shift. Just double click that right there. I'm just going to go back a moment. Yeah, there we go. So double click that right there. That should deselect that. Then we're going to go Shift D. That will duplicate these, rotate, and you should be able to just rotate these around as and when you need them. Let's move this one up. Then all we need to do from here is get these intersecting ones. So this one here, you can bring this up to this point right here. We've got another intersection right here, so we can move this to the side. Just bring this down. Just about there. I would say just about there, but I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Got another intersection right here. Let's go ahead and just bring this up. And then these ones, where we have them at the side right here, we could just put these halfway across if you wanted to do that. We could also put these upwards. Put this one here. Some little ones coming off of the side here. This might take you a while just to do this, but it's all good, you know what I mean? It's all part of the process. Yeah. You could probably bulk select them as well, just make sure you don't tag that background. You can bring these down and in. I have a feeling this is going to take a while. But yeah, pull that one in. This one comes down. Let's see. So you see that I'm just fitting everything into a space wherever it will go. Just kind of move this across. You can fill the whole space, or you could just leave it the way that it is. It's totally up to you. You could have many marbles, you could have just a few. But primarily for a background, it's totally up to you, whatever your style is. Just going to go ahead and make that a little bit bigger. Let's take these ones in as well. And what I can do with this as well is I can take all of these that I've just put in, I can flip it over, and we will see whether we can fill the rest of the spaces. Right, final little details. Let's see. I think we could get away with that one. Let's get these 4 right here. And rotate these in. Dip, dip, dip. I think that one's intersected a little bit, but that's okay. We can edit that one. Okay, so once we've got something like this, if we press render, you see it's a whole lot of blobs. So we're going to need some lighting in here. The best lighting that I can do for something like this, if I just go ahead and squish this down, is to make strip lighting. Now, strip lighting is one of the best that you can do, in my opinion, because you just have so much more control over it. So with this in particular, you can use a cube or you can use a cylinder. I generally use cylinders, so I'm just going to bring this up and I'm just going to rotate it by 90. And then I'm just going to press S for scale and bring it across. And then I'm going to go ahead and place this on one side, smooth this out. And then I'm going to go ahead and Shift D and we'll duplicate this over the opposite side. So we're going to go new. We'll go to Principled BSDF in the corner right here, emission. And with this, oops, if it'll let me, you can change the colour on this to whatever you need it to be. So if we go to the render tab right here, we can now see that we've got this nice little strip lighting coming up on one side of all these circular spheres. And if we take this one and we go Principled BSDF and we go emission and we go for something like blue, we now have a blue side to this. So what we can do as well, we can turn up the strength. And then we can turn up the strength on this side as well. So you'll notice that these balls as well, they're pretty grey compared to what you would like it to be, kind of thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the background and we'll come here, which is the world properties, and we'll change this grey to a white. Now we have all of this. So we've got to look at the texture right here. So the materials tab, we can go over to here. We want to make this more silver. So just pull it down a little bit. You've got 100% metallic on this side. And you also have roughness as well, so you can increase the roughness if you want to. You can decrease the roughness. You can also mess with the alpha as well. What I'm going to do as well is let's go ahead and add. We'll go with plane. Just going to press G, bring this up. I'm just going to scale it across. Come on. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Right, okay. So we go ahead and scale this across. And I'm going to have small little lights on this. So we're going to go Principled BSDF and we'll go emission. And you can turn this up if you'd like. And I'm going to go ahead and just go Shift D. I'm going to press 1. Maybe we can do 10. So Shift D, go across, press 1, 0. and then Shift D, go across and press 1, 0. And for all of this, we can just select everything right here. We can go Shift D, and we can just go, let's go 40 across. If you select everything again, we can go Shift D, go across, and go 80. So now once we've got this 80 going on, we can go ahead and select all of this again. And we can take this, we can go Shift D. Oops. Take this again, go Shift D. Go across the same axis, but this time we're going to go -160. So we've got this nice little thing going on across. Now if you want to take all of these and elongate them, you can do. Sorry, 1 second. Let's just grab all of those. Okay, scale and elongation. It gives it this nice little lines kind of going across it. So now if we work with the texture on the silver, what we can do is we can change this background right here, the plane that we have underneath, to a darker tone. Pull up the roughness. Just bring that down ever so slightly. And then we can take these balls right here. And we can just change the IOR on them. And we can also pull the metallic and pull the roughness as well. Just going to go ahead and make sure this background a little bit darker, a little bit grayer. I think because of the render at the moment, it's not quite showing it the way that I would like to show it. But what we can do is, now that we have all of this, we just go onto the side render right here. So I'm just going to elongate this. Let's go S for scale. Bring this out. So we roughly have the size that we need for the phone screen. And I'm going to go at an angle. And we'll go view, align camera to view. And roughly you've got enough here to fill a screen. If not, you can place more at the back here and more at the front here. Depends on what you'd like. So what I'm going to do is we'll go depth perception. Let's go to the camera settings right here. You want to go depth of field. And you see this little dropper right here, just on the side where it says 10 meters focus distance. We're going to go ahead and focus on one of these balls. Now it depends on where you have the time on your phone. What I would recommend is, if you've got the time at the top, select a ball at the bottom. If you have the time at the bottom, select a ball at the top. So we've got this nice little depth of field going on. So I'm just going to go ahead and select this one right here in the middle. Usually I put my time at the top. I'm going to go ahead and reduce the f-stop to practically 0. And we can also mess around with the ratio as well if you wanted to. So when we go into render, what we should get is all these balls at the back will be blurred, and all these balls at the front will be blurred, and this one will be in focus. Now, I think there's too much light within this scene, so I'm going to go ahead and select this at the top. And I'm just going to reduce the light ever so slightly from that, so there's no glare. So you'll notice that there's a lot of blur within this photo as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the camera, and I'm gonna introduce more of an f-stop. So just put your f-stop up a little bit. So it blurs the background, but it's nice and focused at the front. And mess around with your ratio as well. And maybe just slight rotation and add a couple of blades. just to that. So I'm just going to amend this background again. Let's go with, I'm just going to turn the IOR down just ever so slightly so there's not so much glare. And when you render this out, it should be a lot sharper as well. So if you want to do kind of a render thing, I believe if we do denoise, it will go like that, but the texture will come back in through the render as well. So just be aware of that. If you want to texture these as well, we can go through shading. So say we do the shading on this one. We're doing the shading on them all anyway because it's the same material. Unless you want to change the material. If we go to add and we do noise texture right there, we can do colour to base colour. And they go this kind of weird, kind of pattern coloured. Kind of texturalized. So we're going to go with colour ramp. Which is there. And you can actually bring some texture within this. So if we render this, you can see there's little bumps and little scratches and stuff. Now you can add as much of this as you would like. Take it away, put it in, whatever you need. I'm going to go ahead and just put the roughness down just to see what happens. So now we've got these nice little marble kind of textures going on. You can also distort this as well. See, look how much detail there is on this now. So what you can also do, if you want those bumps and knocks to look a little bit better, we can put a bump texture in. So you can go colour to height. And this will give the balls this kind of little bit of dent kind of texture stuff. So it almost looks like, I don't know, they've been thrown around at some point and they've been damaged. You can also, if you wanted to put scratches on these, let's go to Voronoi texture. Where was it? There we go. Right, okay. Voronoi texture, colour to roughness. And you get this kind of texture going on. Now, once you've got this, it's almost like a football. You go ahead and scale this up, down, wherever you need it to be. Let's scale this up a little bit. Just see what happens. I personally think scaling it down is a lot better. Let's go to this one. So it's more or less just experimenting at this point, just to see what you can do with this. So you can turn down the roughness as well. You can turn up the roughness. It's just taking a while to render in. But this will give you little lines and stuff across your work. So if we go to view, let's go to cameras, active camera. You now see that we've got a little bit more texture on there as soon as it renders. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull that. I'm going to go ahead and actually get rid of the Voronoi. I don't quite like it on mine actually. Let's go to the camera. And I'm just going to go ahead and amend that f-stop. Just going to pull it down just ever so slightly. Maybe Maybe just pull the f-stop just 1 point up. There we go. So yeah, that's the phone background kind of experimenting today. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah, hope you enjoy. See you later. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a phone background or a phone screen. So what I want you to do first and foremost is, depending on which phone you have, depends on the pixel size of the image. So for me personally, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and click on the camera right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go up to the render point just for the moment. I'm going to switch out from EV to cycles. And then I'm going to go down to output. And now we have the resolution under formats right here. So we got resolution of X and we got resolution of Y. So my phone screen is 1440 pixels across, I think, and 3088 pixels. Sorry, 3088 pixels might be across. 1440 is down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put my 1440 into this section right here. So let's go 1440. So for your phone it may be different, so what I would suggest to you is go onto Google and just research the sizes on your phone via pixel. So we're going to go 3088 for this one. So now this should be the size of my phone. So I'm just going to go ahead and split the atom right here. And what I'm going to do is go to view, and we will go to viewpoint camera. So now this should be the size of the screen on my phone. And if I put my phone next to it and kind of place your phone like this, you can kind of see how it could be similar. So if anything is a little bit too small or a little bit too big, maybe question that and check your pixel sizes. So obviously it's not going to be the same size as your phone on the screen, but if you kind of get the amount away, you can roughly see what's going on there. So with today in particular, we're going to be doing some different coloured balls on a plane. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just delete the default cube. We'll click delete on there. I'm going to press 7 to heaven. We go straight up. And what I'm going to do, go to the tab at the top right here, and we're going to go align view, camera to view. So now we've got this downwards kind of view going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a plane so we can get the rough sizes right here. So if we go to edit mode and we go to side selects right here instead of point select, we can go ahead and press G to bring it up, make sure it's along the same axis. And I've forgotten to actually screencast keys for some reason. They weren't on there. Right, so we're clicking the bottom right here, and we're just going to press G, bring it down. Hopefully you guys know many of the commands for Blender. If you don't and you're new here, hi, I'm Becky. Teaching people for the last year, I guess. I'm just going to do it about that size. You can do it a little bit wider if you want to, so you're outside of the camera, so this would look, oops, something like this. So you can actually see the camera on the side. So yeah, I've been doing YouTube tutorials for maybe about the last year, on and off. I was supposed to be doing one a day, but then life just decides to be life, and unfortunately I couldn't do one a day. So yeah, okay, so once we've got this all sorted right here, we're going to start to add the balls in. So we'll go back to objects mode, because if you add spheres in whilst you're in the edit mode, it will become kind of one object. So we need to go back to the objects mode and then add the next part. So if we go into mesh, go to add mesh, and then UV sphere. So once we've got this, right click, shade smooth. Just going to go ahead and mosey this on just over here for the moment. So we've got a little bit more space to work with. And what you can do, you can have this sphere right here. We can go G and we can bring it up. You can have these right here, or you can have these underneath. To be honest with you, I'm going to do about halfway for this particular project. And what I'm going to do is press 7. Let's go with press G. I'm just going to move this across. So it's like this, yeah? We're going to go Shift and we're going to go D. And we'll bring this up into the corner. And you can have these off the screen a little bit if you wanted to. Shift D. And you can kind of mess around with their positioning. I'm just going to go ahead and just move these to the side. And what we can do here, move them to the side, we can press G, we can move them down a little bit. It doesn't matter if they're off the screen here, that's fine. Let's go ahead and click this one. We'll press G, we'll bring it across. Just going to go ahead and duplicate that out. And then we can take, say, these three. Just press Shift as you're clicking them. Shift D, move this across. And then we can go ahead and press G and just move this down. Now you'll notice that this one is kind of pushing in on this one right here. So all you need to do is just click that one. Just bring it up to another position, wherever you want it. I'm just going to move mine to the side right here. You can do the same with this one as well. So it's just off the side. And then what I'm going to do is just go ahead and duplicate some of these as well. Just to the sides. Let's put this one here. Okay, so once we've got this, all we need to do now is just start filling in some of the gaps, or as many at least that we can, given where we've placed the balls. So this might be a little bit fiddly at first, but it's okay. You know, this is how it is. I'm going to go ahead and move that one, and then Shift D, and we move this one as well. Let's see. Put that at an angle right there. They don't have to be perfect. Let's go Shift D on this one. I'm just going to get one on the side right here. And then I'm going to go ahead, Shift D, and move this one down and get this one on the side too. So, in theory, you could go ahead and click all of these. And then just bring them up into this part right here. Just press G. Move this across. And we can go ahead and just put them here. And then I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to get rid of this one. And then I'm going to just take this one. Just move this down to here. Put the G. You know, I'm going to actually move this one down here. Just off the side. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to make a nice little pattern going on here. Or at least something of akin. Move this down. Move this down. And then maybe we can select some more of these in the middle. And just bring these up to the top. So let's go Shift D. Bring these up. Kind of get to where we need to be. I'm going to delete that one because it's intersecting. This one because it's intersecting. That one because it's intersecting. Yes, yes. Let's move this. Okay, so once we've got this, let's go ahead. I'm just going to open this up so you guys can see. So you've got these little options right here at the top where the cursor is. Hopefully you can see that. And if we go into the viewport shading rendered, we can now see what this looks like. So I don't quite like the lighting on this, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the lighting just in the background right here. And I'm going to go and add, and we'll go with plain. Now I love doing this lighting technique because it just works so well for me, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G, bring this up. You want to go, let's see. You want to go somewhere above the camera where the camera can't see it. So, as you can see right there, oops, come on, shift, there we go. Come on. Right, yeah. Sorry, computer's not responding there. So, this is your camera right here. This is the plane that we're going to make the emission. So, I'm just going to go ahead and just shape that out just a little bit, scale it. I'm going to go ahead to the materials tab just at the bottom. And we're going to change out that principal BSDF that we have right here to an emission. So now you'll see, once we've got this rendered right here, there's a little bit of light coming in. So if I turn the strength down, we have no light. And if I turn the strength up, we have light. So this is light coming from above. And this will create an amazing shine. This will give us that nice little shine that's coming over. If we had a light from the side, it would do the same. If we had a light from the other side, it would do the same. So what I'm going to do is going to, let's see, arrange just some of these just for one moment. I just want the circle. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go view and we're camera, active camera. I just want to try and amend this one because it's kind of sat in an awkward position. Whilst it's okay for them to touch, I don't want them to kind of mesh, you know what I mean. So let's see, where are you at? There we go. Okay, I think we're pretty cool with that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the background to black. Let's go with new on the materials tab, and we're just going to go straight to charcoal black. So to do that, we're going to turn up the roughness, and that will give us this nice deep black. So with the balls themselves, what I'm going to do is let's go with new, and what I'm going to do is we will go with shiny. I'm going to put shiny, let's say red. We'll go shiny red, and I'll show you why I'm doing this in a moment. So you have this nice little shiny red right here. We're going to change it to red. It's not exactly shiny, but we'll go metallic. Now you remember what I was saying about that light before, you're going to get a nice little shine on this. So when I remove the roughness, you should have a nice little kind of square going on. So let's turn this roughness down. And there's your nice square, and you've also got the reflection of everything else in the surrounding area. And what you'll have with these balls that are here, you'll have the reflection right here on this one too. So what I'm going to do, this light right here, this emission, I'm just going to go ahead and scale it out. Just ever so slightly. It kind of looks like an eye, I think. But what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to offset it. So instead of having a line straight down the middle here, we're going to press G. Let's move this across. And the line's going to go to the side. And what that's going to do, it's going to give us a nice little arc coming over this side so we can see that this is a circle and not just a mirror. And what it's going to do as well, it's going to give us a little bit of shade on this side as well, so we've got that nice little kind of diffuse on this side as well. So what you can also do is you can go Shift D and duplicate this, and you can have one for the other side as well. Now at this point, if you wanted one for the other side, what I would suggest is so you've got both of the lamps right there. Yeah, you can see this. You've got this emission right here, you've got the secondary emission that we've just made right here, and they have the same material. So if I go emission, and this is the light that we have in the scene. So If I click on this one, we've got emission lights. If I click on this one, we have emission lights. So if we click on the second one again, and we just press minus to get rid of that emission light, what we can do is we can go ahead, we can go to the drop down menu, we can have a emission light again, or you could go new and we could say emission and we could go blue. Since the balls are red, we don't want to put too much red into the scene because all you'll have is red. So maybe we will want to work with our opposites on our colour spectrum, yeah? So from this point, we're going to go, this is the emission blue that we've already signed in right here. What we want to do, go to Principled BSDF, we will change this to emission, and the colour, of course, will be blue. Now I like my royal blues, they look the best. So what we're going to do now, emission blue, and if it doesn't change, we go to edit mode, and we're going to click assign. So this emission isn't very strong at the moment, so I'm just going to turn this up a little bit. And now you see that the blue's coming through. So you have this nice little darker shadow on this side. The emission of blue is coming through on this side right here, and also the background that we had as black, a charcoal black, is now a nice little blue kind of tone. So it's going to offset that red a little bit as well. So, as well as that, with the reflection, we can now see that we have these two lights going on in the background. You can add more lights if you want to make the effect a little bit better, but for me personally, I'm going to keep it like this. So, now, if you want to keep this red, you can do. It's totally up to you, it's your project. Sorry, I'm just waxed that out of thingy there. Let's go to viewpoint and camera. There we go. Okay, so press shift to move this and then center scroll so you can go like this. Sometimes what I've noticed, I thought that I had a broken keyboard and my shift button wasn't working properly. Just turned out that the program wasn't responding. So do take that in mind. It is a little bit of a glitch in every single version that I've had of Blender. So it may happen, it may not happen. I think it's due to overuse of the systems, and maybe the RAM can't keep up. So we have this now. We have our little red point, and I'm just going to go to that viewport shader right there, which is the third one across, so we can see which colours we're using. So we want the exact same shade on this one as every other one. Now, if you want all of these red, we'll click one of these white ping pong balls, and we'll go down to this drop down menu right here on materials, and we'll go to shiny red. This will give you the exact same tone, the exact same colours. Now, if you wanted a different tone, but you wanted the exact same settings, what we're going to do, click on one of the other balls that's there, go down to the drop down menu, we'll go to shiny red. But what we're going to do is we're going to click the new material, which is almost like two pieces of paper, one stacked on top of the other, to duplicate this. And it will give us a shiny red 001. So now what you want to do from this point is take off that shiny red in the 001. Actually, keep the shiny, but take off that red 001, and we'll go shiny yellow. So all we need to do now, press enter. This is now shiny yellow, and we need to make this yellow. So we go to the colour wheel right here, and we'll change this to a nice kind of yellow. It's a bit vibrant for what I'd like, but each to their own. So we now have this shiny yellow. So what you'll see within this is if we go to shiny red, we have the exact same settings as we do with the shiny yellow. Yeah, you see this? So all of these will be the exact same settings unless you make amendments. So let's go to another one of these balls right here, and we'll go down to the drop down menu. We have shiny red, we have shiny yellow. If we click shiny yellow, you can click any one. You can click red or you can click yellow, it doesn't matter. We'll go ahead and duplicate this again, and you'll notice that it says 001 on the end. We'll double click this and we'll change the name. Come on, if it ever lets me. There we go. Right, so Now we're going to go shiny, and I think we may have blue. Let's go blue. Shiny blue. Again, exact same settings as yellow and red, except from we're changing the colour wheel. And now we have shiny blue. Exact same settings, exact same reflective stuff, roughness, XYZ. You get the idea of this now, yeah? So let's go into this one. We'll go down to drop down. We'll go shiny blue. We'll take this one. Maybe at the bottom, just select a few of them. We'll go shiny blue. Take this one. Shiny blue. Shiny blue. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. We can go drop down menu. Shiny red. Actually, no, let's not do a red next to a red. Let's do a yellow next to a red. So, we could go ahead, click this one right here. We could go shiny red. For the drop down menu, we could go ahead with this one. We could go shiny red. Drop down, shiny blue. Yeah, you get the idea. So, I don't quite like the blues because I feel that it's too much with the background. So, if you want to change your blue, let's go. So, if, say, we didn't like that blue that we've chosen and we want to go with the green instead, and we've chosen all of these different parts right here, right? It's a problem. It's a problem because we've done so much work, right? Easy trick for you, right? We change this to green. We pull this and we change this to green. So we change the name to shiny green and we go to the colour wheel and we will select green. And now our project is saved. We don't have to backtrack everything. Everything has gone green now. It's fine. Right, so shiny green. Let's go. Let's make an orange. So let's go to the drop down menu. Let's go to yellow. And we will duplicate. And we will change that yellow to orange. So I thought I'd teach you that little trick as well, just in case you make a mistake on anything. And you need to change something. Instead of you backtracking everything, if you've just got that one material, you can change that material and change its name and change its properties at the same time. And if you wanted the other material, you could make a secondary material and mix and match what you would like. So it's a nice little neat trick that I learned how to do a while back. So now we have this nice little shiny orange, or we should have shiny orange, although it's all turned to... I think I've just been talking. Let's backtrack that a little bit. Yes, I've been talking to you a lot. So we got the shiny yellow. We duplicate. Yes, shiny yellow 001. That's because I'm nattering and I'm not paying attention. Right, let's get rid of this yellow 001. If you picked up on that before I did, congratulations. You're paying attention to what I'm telling you. So let's go with shiny orange. And let's switch this yellow out to that orange. Right, so we have the orange now. So let's select a few of these. I don't know whether this version will do this, but if I select 3 of them and then select them all as being shiny orange. Ah, yes, it only works with 1. So let's do this individually. Unfortunately, it does that. I don't know why it does that. Another program that I worked with, I'm not too sure which one it was, but if you selected multiple items, it would change them all. So, yeah, clearly Blender doesn't have that feature just yet, if they ever have that feature. Let's go ahead and just fill in some of these gaps right here. This reminds me of baubles. Let's go, tell you what, we'll not have a double green here, we'll have a red. Let's go with this one. We will have, let's make a new one. I feel that there's not enough tones in this. Let's choose shiny yellow. We will duplicate. And let's get rid of that yellow and 001. And what can we do? We could do purple. Actually, no, we've got a blue background. Purple might not be the best for this. Let me see. We could do pink. I'm not fond on pink, but we can do pink. So now we have shiny pink. I take this to this side right here. Nice shiny pink. Yeah, let's get this in here just a bit more. It takes a while. It takes a while. Sometimes you sat here and you're just like click, 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 and yeah. Okay, let's go with, we have green, we have pink, we have red. Yeah, orange. Orange. We go in orange there. Let's put a pink here. We take this one and we can put this one as red. Let's take this one. You can have like some shiny silver actually. Shall we make a silver? Let's make a silver. Just to offset these tones a little bit. So we go shiny silver. Oh, duplicate. Duplicate. I don't think I duplicated. Hold on. So, let me see. No, I didn't. Right. 1 second. Right, shiny yellow. Duplicate. Yellow 001 at the end. And we will go silver. Come on. Oh my gosh, too far. Silver. It's deleted most of my stuff because I call it ghosting within computers. If computers can't catch up after a certain amount of seconds, they kind of ghost. So it's like if you delete something on a document, it kind of goes like this rather than responding in time to what you're pressing. So I think my computer's got a little bit of an overload. So, well, I'm recording at the same time as being on Blender. I'm not surprised it's got a little bit of an overload. So, we're going to do shiny silver. Let's go with this base colour right here. We want to go white. And just bring this bar down at the side to grey. And this should give us our nice silver toning. So, the next one that we can do, so we can go ahead and put a silver on this one. So we will go shiny silver again. Come on. Put this one down here as shiny silver. Let's go ahead. Put another silver in this one. And maybe we could change this one to a gold. Maybe we could have like a gold colour, so maybe an orange. An orange would be great right here. So you'll notice as well, you can't really see what's going on in this image. It's very dark, right? So, what we can do with this, we have an emission here, we have an emission here. So we can go ahead and take this one. We can turn this tone ever so slightly up. It's going to make your background grey. But to offset this, we have the blue right here. So we can also turn this one up as well. And this will give us a nice little blue kind of haze, little blue shadow, stuff like that. And what we can do as well, that I kind of want to try out, I'm just going to go ahead and just put this to this setting right here. Let's take the plane underneath that we have, press G, bring it down. You'll notice it goes a little bit smaller than your screen size, that's fine. We can press S to scale out. What we can do is all of these balls that you've made, make sure that they've all got some sort of tone to them. Obviously this one right here doesn't. Let's go shiny silver. Just put it to something random, like green or something like that. So, and then we have this rogue one at the side. I'll get rid of that. Let's box select. Just click and select them all. We're going to go Shift D, duplicate, bring them down just underneath, and we'll go rotate, and you want to type in 180. And then we'll go ahead and press G, bring them up a little bit. Just so that they're underneath, and it kind of fills the gap at the back. This is something if you want to do this. And then we can go ahead and select these two again. And we can go Shift D and we can kind of duplicate them underneath as well. So it looks like when you've got your phone screen up that you've got kind of a box of balls of different assorted colours and stuff. So you see this one where you've got like kind of red tone here, red tone here, red tone here, red tone here. We take this middle red right here. We go down to the drop down menu and we will put this as a green. Let's see, where else do we have this? We have a lot of reds right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and change this red to, say, yellow. And we could go ahead and change this red right here to a silver. There we go. This purple, purpley pink. You could go with an orange. So, the end result, we should have something like this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the plane that we have at the back right here. I'm going to make it an emission. So let's go Principled BSDF, emission. And we can kind of tone this up just a little bit. So now we've kind of got all this shine going on and stuff. And I mean, this is going to be a big render when you're doing it. So what I'm going to do as well, let's go ahead and change this grey background to a white background. Maybe we could try that. So go on to your world settings. We'll go for a colour right here and we'll just change this up. And now we've got this nice little colourful background going on. And I've got some gaps just at the edge right here. So what I'm going to do, let's take... out of all of these rows of balls that we have, let's go on the second one. What I'm going to do, Shift D, just to duplicate those again. And I'm just going to place them roughly at the top. Just here. And I'm going to try and fill in the gaps that I have. So let's take this red one, let's press G, bring it forward. This one at the top. We're looking just to fill anything that we can see that's white. I'll put that one there. Just fill in that gap. I might actually shift duplicate that one. Just go across the back. Let's go ahead and place a silver just in the middle. Oops, we've got the background as well. Yeah, you just want the ball, not the background. You could go Shift D with this, or you could go G and move it. It's totally up to you. Just going to go ahead and just fill in that little gap right there. Let's go Shift D again. Press G. Bring it across. Shift D. Okay, so hopefully this renders in properly, but you can kind of see all the rest of the balls that are going on around the area. So what we could do as well, we can actually take some of these ones that we've got at the side right here. Say we choose this one, this one, this one, and this one. Come on. Okay, I'm just going to take it off the render just for 1 second. Being a little bit slow with me. So you want a little bit of reflection on the top. So if we just choose some of these, press J, bring these up. And also I want a little bit of diffusion as well. So if I just place these in front of the camera, I just bring them down. So they're roughly at different levels right here. What we can do is, let's take this one. Oops. I'm going to keep this one in the corner right here. So, when we've got our balls right here, I'm going to go ahead and press G, bring this up. But I'm going to get it so that it's just in the corner right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring this red one just slightly down. Actually, no, I'm going to bring the red one just slightly up, just about there. This silver one right here will bring down to a point. That should be fine. So what I'm going to do, click the camera itself. Camera's right here if you can't click this bit. I'm going to go to camera. You want to go depth of field, click it, check that box, get the drop data. And what we're going to do is select one of these balls that's in the middle right here. So you want this row right here. So when we put this onto our render bit, of course the orange box is our screen that we have. We're going to go ahead and go for the f-stop and just turn it all the way down. And you'll see that these balls right here are out of focus. And these balls in the background are in focus, and the balls in the background are out of focus. So this is going to give us our depth of field. So you should have something like this. So you've got all these nice little shiny balls, and then you've got this. What you can do, it's almost like the balls are kind of falling in on each other, so you can see the reflections as well in the background of all these balls kind of falling down. So it almost looks like you've got a box of balls on your phone screen, and people are just like throwing the balls into the box. So this is the blurred bits. Now if you wanted to animate this, you can do. Depends on your phone type, because my phone can do it, but it depends on some phone types. So if you can do animations on your home screen, or you can do animations on your phone background, this is a great way of doing things. So you'll have to do a couple of physics kind of stuff, or just straight up animation. But for me, I'm going to be doing the image today. So all you need to do, the animation bar is just at the bottom here. You just add keyframes to it and stuff like that. It will take longer to render a video, I'll tell you that now. It'll take a couple of days, especially if you've just got a basic PC. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like basic PC is in like it's not a good PC, but for how do I put this? For general PCs, if you're making stuff on Blender, it will take longer. For me personally, I have a gaming PC. It's not one of the top of the range PCs, but it can render things. It took 5 days to render a video at one point. So just be aware that if you are making animations at any point, it will take a while. So make sure that you can set your computer to the side and you're not going to be using it for a few days. That's all I'm saying. And check up on your animations and your frames per second as well, because depending on the phone, depends on the frames per second. You'll have to do a little bit of research on your own phones, but you should find something on the internet that will tell you how many pixels you need, and the font's resolution as well, and what it can handle. So once we've got all of this done, what I can do is I can actually raise some of these. So instead of looking like a flat plane in the background, we can actually make it look a little bit more bumpy. So we can go ahead and take this green one right here at the side. For those of you who are asking about the non-animations, we are making the image today. So I'll show you how to make the image and stuff. It's a little bit fiddly because what it is, with my recording software, I can record the screen that I have with Blender, but I can't record the extra box that comes out for the rendering. So I'll tell you what you need to click, but you know, obviously this is just what I see and this is what you see. So what I'm going to do, this green one right here that we have selected, I'm just going to go ahead and press G. It's going to bring this down a little bit so it kind of blurs just ever so slightly. And then I'm going to go ahead and just put some of these balls up a little bit. So you've got that variation. Because if you had a box of balls, don't know how many times I've said balls today, they're not going to be even in the box. They're not going to be perfect. They're not going to be straight like this. So it's just nice to put them at different levels. And then you can do the underside as well. You kind of pull this one up a little bit. And take some of these from the base. Just pull those up or down, wherever you need them to go. ba ba ba. Ich liebe es. Sorry. I spent a couple of years in Germany. Well, not a couple of years, but like, you know, I was like going to and from Germany on holidays for a few years. You pick things up. Right, okay. So, once we've got this, got this nice little kind of montage of balls. I said it again. We can go ahead and render. So what I'm going to ask you to do, the render shading ports right here, of which there are 4. You've got Wireframe, you've got this one, you've got this one, and you've got this one. Place it on this one. Because if you've got it on the end one, it means that your computer's using up a lot of RAM to be able to render the image of what it can see. So it'll slow down your main rendering processes. So when you're rendering this image, we're going to go on to render, click render image. Now I've got a little box that's just popped up on my screen and you guys can't see it. I'm trying to figure out why that is. So what it is, essentially when you're rendering something, a little box will pop up and it'll start rendering it. Now you can't save it whilst it's in that state, but what it'll have is a little bar at the top and it'll say frame 1 and then a whole load of information. What you want to see is the sample at the end. There's a word, sample, and then it will say out of 4,000 or out of 4,096 in my case. Sorry, did I just hit the microphone? RIP headphone users. So the sample rates, you need to wait for your initial sample pieces to generate, and then when it reaches that 4,000 or whatever number displays, you can then go on to image and then save, and that's how you save the images. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I hope that whatever you're doing within your life, you know, enjoy. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Please like, subscribe, and do all that jazz, yeah? Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing kind of a cube, kind of abstract phone background, phone homepage kind of thing. So what we're going to start off with, I'm just going to go ahead, I'm just going to find out the dimensions for my phone, because what we need to do is we need to take this camera right here, we're going to go into the output, and we're going to be concentrating on the resolution of X and Y under formats. So primarily what we're doing is we're making sure that the camera is the exact same size for our phone screens. So the exact same size, the exact same pixels that we need as well, so that there's going to be no warping and that everything's going to look pretty cool. So what you're going to need to do is whatever mobile phone that you have, cell phone, whatever you call them, smartphone, find out by pixel what your screen size is. And you're going to need it by pixel because this works by pixel. And to be honest with you, working by pixel for me is just a lot better than working by dimensions. Primarily because you can just do so much more with it. You can edit down to the pixel. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and just put my phone in for 1 second. So I am 1440 with 3088. So let's go with 3088. And if you guys just saw that, you can see that the camera has now changed position. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and split the atom. Boop, boop, boop. And we're on this side, we're going to go view. And we're going to go, let's go camera, active camera. So now we can see that we've got a lovely, nice default cube. So we're going to be using this lovely, nice default cube to make a couple of creations today. But I don't like the angle of the camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually change the angle of the camera to more or less just about here. So it's just off center. And we'll go view. And we will align view. Align camera to view, and now you can see that we've got both cameras kind of aligned. There's only one camera in this scene at the moment. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and just delete the light. I'm going to take this default cube right here. And before we start anything, so you guys know, we're going to switch from Eevee to cycles. We'll go ahead and we'll go to modifiers, add modifier, and you want to go for wireframe so that we've got something like this. Make the thickness a little bit more prominent, just as such. I've got mine at 0.173 meters, just like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to shade smooth, so we've got this nice little kind of curvy box thing. We'll go to materials tab, and we'll go principal BSDF, and we'll switch that out for an emission. So now we've got this nice glowing cube. Obviously we've got no background at the moment, but we've got the nice glowing cube. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this cube right here, I'm going to shrink it down just ever so slightly. And we're just going to fill the screen with cubes. That is literally all we're doing. Like the easiest tutorial going. So you can do this really any way that you want to. You can move these diagonally, you can have these in a row. To be honest with you, what I'm going to do, let's press 1 so we go into side view. I can rotate this round actually afterwards. Just give me 1 second. So we're going to go ahead, click on your object, we'll go Shift D, we'll move this across, and then we're going to go Shift D, move this across again. Just get it into rough perspectives. The reason why I'm not typing any numbers in here just to make it straight is primarily because I don't want this to be straight. I want this to be uneven, and I want it to have gaps and imperfections. So what I'm going to do, take all of these. We're going to go Shift D, we'll bring this down. We'll go Shift D again, we'll bring this down. We're going to go and select everything again. We'll go Shift D, bring this down. So you've got this nice little cube kind of thing going on. We're going to go ahead, grab all of these. We'll go rotate. And you want to go on the Z-axis. And we'll go 90. Just type in 90. And it should go sideways like this. Okay, so the next part that we need. I'm going to go ahead, because we've got quite a long canvas right here. We need a little bit more space. So I'm going to go ahead, bring this up. Let's go G. Let's go Shift D. I'll bring this down. And then we're going to go Shift D again. We'll bring this down. So you've got this nice little row of blocks. So when we render it, it should look something like this. What I'm going to do with the background, I'm going to make it completely black as well. So you just want to go into your world settings. And then we're going to go black. So it's something like this. Like a geometry kind of thing. Let's take this off the render just for 2 seconds. What I'm going to do, let's go just on the side right here. I'm going to choose random boxes and I'm just going to bring them back. So you can do this in many different ways. You can select a box from here. You can have it side view. So if you press 1 on this side, so you got side view, yeah? So here we can see our canvas. We have this beautiful little orange line around the edge. So we can see where the camera is going to sit. If we choose a cube from in here, we can move this back or forward. So we can just go ahead and press G and just move this back. We can select multiple cubes for this. We're just going to go ahead and do some depth of field as well in the end. So we could go ahead, select a load of these, we could press G, take these back. Let's go ahead and select a couple on the outside too. Just hold Shift. Sorry, my thing's in the way right here. Hold Shift. We're going to go ahead and just go ahead and select like random ones. We can press G, bring these forward. We could go ahead again into the background and we could just select any random ones that we really want. You just want to just randomize the heck out of this thing. You can go ahead and just bring those back, forward, wherever you want to put them. Let's go with one more run, and then I'll start to do some depth of field with you guys. See what we can do with that, because I think these are a little bit too clumped at the bottom right here. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull these forward, press G, pull them forward. Okay, so we can't really see much of what's going on right now, so we're going to go ahead, click the camera, and your camera should be here as well at the side. So let's go ahead, go on to camera settings, which is data. We're going to go depth of field, and there should be a little drop down just here. Take your little dropper, and you can have something at the front if you'd like, something at the back if you'd like. Maybe we could go for this one at the front just for the moment, just for an example. Turn down your f-stop under aperture, and you'll notice that the background blurs, but these ones are in focus. So what you can do with this is you can go ahead and turn that up if you wanted to, turn it down if you wanted to. To be honest with you, I think I might choose a block that's a little bit further back, maybe this one. We can just mess around with the aperture in and out just there. If you want the one at the front, it's just here. So what we can do as well, we can actually mess around with some of these settings, just play around with things, see what you want, see what you don't want, how many blades you'd like on this. Let's see, so we can also go ahead and change the actual object itself in the materials section. So we can go ahead and add different colours. You can also add textures to this as well, just to pop these out a little bit. So if we go over to the shading tab, we have emission and we have material output. Now, what we need to do, these are all the same material, so it doesn't matter which one you click unless you've changed it to a different material. We've got to go ahead and add, or we can go texture. Let's go ahead and add a noise. Let's add a noise texture. So you want to go colour to colour. You notice that all of this changes into this kind of rainbow kind of style. And you just want to go ahead, shrink it down, shrink it up, whatever you'd like. We'll go to add and we'll go colour ramp. So now we have this black and white kind of look going on. The more that you pull the black towards the white and the white towards the black, the more contrast it will be. So you can see it like this. So what I would suggest is maybe add a middle colour. You have a blue or something like that. Just make these back a little bit. You could also, for this, you could change this from colour to strength. And see how that looks on render. You've got this kind of like 90s kind of look going on. So if we go to the layout right now, we now have these little boxes that are in focus, and we've got these little boxes that are at the back here. So depending on what you want to do with this project and depending on your focus as well, is totally dependent on how it's going to look. So at the moment I think we have this square right here, if you guys can see this because it's kind of changed now. Let's see what I can do with this. Can I lighten this? Yeah, I think with the blue, oh, there we go. Okay, so we'll put it into this setting right here. Because I couldn't see the blue on the grey, you see. I was noticing that there was something there, but it was like, it was just slightly off. So, let's see. You wanted this row entirely is in focus. But you'll notice most of them are off screen. So if you wanted the focus with this one in particular, what you'd have to do is bring others forward. So let's go with this one. So we need the second row right here. If we press G and we bring this forward, you see as soon as it's brought forward, you can kind of see the detail a little bit more on there. So you could also take maybe these ones and you could go G, let's bring these forward kind of thing. So you've got that nice little detail coming in at the bottom. But what you really want is the detail at the top. So we can take these ones right here, G, bring this forward. So now you've got like little blurs going on, but not quite a lot. Alternatively, if you just wanted, say, this, you could go with the camera settings. And you could go and just up it a little bit. So you can have everything in focus. Maybe just about there. So you can see the main squares at the front, but it's blurred at the back. It's totally up to you how you'd like this to look. I could go ahead and Shift D this and just make more squares at the back. I mean, it's totally up to you. It's your wallpaper. If you're wanting kind of like that 90s look, you've kind of got that right there. Let's go and render. So it's like kind of I don't know whether you guys are old enough, but we used to have like old PCs. It was just blocks. Like you didn't get 3D creatures or anything like that. It was just like blocks. It was like having a piece of cardboard or something with a drawing on it, and it was just yeah, that was our graphics. So it's kind of similar really to what I experienced as a kid growing up with PCs. If that's something similar that you guys have, I mean, like, totally comment it down below of what type of computers you had. But yeah, this is kind of like the 90s kind of computer screensaver project. Yeah, so that's the end of this project today. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing phone backgrounds again. So what I'm going to do, as you guys know, if you've been following along with the tutorials, I think this is like the 5th one that I've done now with phone backgrounds. You need to find out how big your phone is dimension wise. I would do it down to the pixels. So with my phone in particular, we're going with 1440 against 3088. Let's see, 3088. So to get to this page as well, you're going to want to go to the output. So this is your image output as well. We're going to go to render, take Eevee and change it to cycles. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go on side view right here, just press 1 on your number pad if you've got one of those, and I'm going to go ahead and put these screencasting keys on, which I have neglected to do. So, we're going to go ahead, get rid of the default cube, we'll go to add, and we'll go to plane. I'm going to rotate this by 90, and just scale it outwards. And what I'm going to do, let's go to shading tab. We're going to go new, and what I'm going to do is we'll go to add, and we'll go noise, colour to base colour. What you want to do essentially is get a colour ramp in here as well, so let's go add colour ramp. Wherever the colour ramp has gone, where have you gone? Colour ramp right in the middle right there. Just contrast it in just ever so slightly so you kind of get that nice little edge going on. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go and scale this to a point where we've kind of got this nice little pattern going halfway, or at least half and half of a pattern. So you can distort, so you can put this nicely. Let's go with roughness. Let's see what we can do with that. Okay, we just need something like this, essentially. Okay, so what we can do, I'm just going to pull the details in. Maybe pull this white over a little bit. You want something that's stark contrast. So try and minimize the shadows that you've got within this. We're going to go to layout. And what I'm going to do is view. We'll go align view, camera to view, so that we've got this, and we're going to go add, And we're going to go, you can go icosphere or you can go UV sphere, it's totally up to you. So this should be in front right now. Right click, shade. I'm just going to go ahead and split the atom so you guys can see a side view of what's going on. So, you've got your camera right here. You've got your plain background right here. I'm just going to get rid of this light just here. And then you've got the ball that's in front. So what I'm going to do is press G. I'm going to go ahead and move this across, scale this in. And what we want to do, essentially, is we want to take this camera just around the outside. We're going to go camera right here. Let's go depth of field. Little pointer that we've got. Attach it to the sphere and then lower your f-stop. So the idea is when we render this, this background should be blurred. So if I pull the f-stop up, you can see how it focuses in. If I pull this back, you can see how it focuses out. Now, the focus isn't too great, and what I want is a little bit of a better focus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G, and I'm going to bring this back. So we've got this nice little blurred background. And to fill the sides right here, we're going to go ahead and press S for scale. And so we've got our nice little blob right here. So when we render this, we now have this blurred background, nice blob in the middle. So what I'm going to do is take this blob, we're going to Shift D, and we're just going to basically put them randomly all over the page. So Shift D again. Let's go rotate that in. Doesn't matter if it comes off the edge, just leave it where it is, it's cool. Let's go ahead, Shift D, and we can move these around and rotate them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do before we go any further is add a little bit of a material to them. Because as you see, we don't have a material. So select one of your little spheres and we'll go new. And we're going to go to Principled BSDF. I'm going to change this to Glass BSDF. What you want to do is turn down the roughness. Okay, so we're going to put this, we're going to rename glass. Okay, select your sphere over here, go down to the drop down, go glass, select this sphere, and we're going to go glass again. And just all you want to do is just go around to all the spheres that we just made and just come down to this drop down and make them all glass. Okay, so once we've got that, I think I'm missing one. No, not you. Yes, you. Okay, so once we got this glass material, I'm just going to go ahead and go sideways here so I can catch all of these. Alright, so Shift D again. We'll go ahead and we'll rotate round, just randomly. Oops. Sits to the bottom right here. Go ahead and select again. And the idea is just create, and then what we'll do is we'll move everything to where it needs to be. So we'll go rotate again, rotate this round. Just make sure none of them are touching each other. So you've got this one right here that's kind of touching, so let's go ahead and take this, just move this down. And then anything that's on the outside, just kind of bring it in. So once we bring this in as well, what we're going to do, so 1 second. You just want to get as many of these into the picture as you possibly can. It doesn't matter if they're like slightly on the outside, it kind of gives that impression that you've got depth as well. So, especially with these two, just move them apart. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all of these, let's Shift D, And then I'm going to go ahead, rotate. We'll go 180. And then again, we're just going to do the same thing. Oops, we've lost it. Right, okay, hold on. Let's get back to the camera view. Okay, so we'll put them here. Just remove any of the ones that are kind of stuck together. Let's remove this one. So this shouldn't take too long. Right, so once you've got this now, we're going to go ahead and add. We'll go with a plane, and this will be our light source. What we can do is press G, bring this up, bring this across, and then we're going to rotate this just ever so slightly. So now you've got this nice little light source at the side, background and foreground. We'll go new, switch this out for an emission, and then you just want to turn the emission up. So now you can see that we've got this kind of square going on in the background, but I think that it's too small. So I'm just going to scale this out. I'm just going to press G and bring this up. And then we can scale this out again if you want to. Just make that a little bit bigger. And then G, we can bring this up again. Just to the center part right here. So we've got this nice little wave coming across. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this one because it's clipped. Let's press G. Let's bring this up. Okay, so we can select a few of these just at the bottom right here. Just to fill that top section where we don't really have much. Come on. There we go. Okay, so let's press that. So let's go across. I'm going to have these two right here. And then I'm going to take this one from the middle. So this is kind of like an easy background that you can make for your phone with Blender. If you were so inclined. And yeah, that's the tutorial for now. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a background for a phone again. Just a nice little home screen kind of add-on that you can have. So what I'm going to do to this project first and foremost is I'm going to research my phone. So let's go with this phone right here. So, I've just researched my phone on Google, on my other screen. And what you want to do, the primary reason why you want to do this is because you want the pixel sizes of the phone. So, for my phone in particular, it's 1440 with 3088 pixels. So, what I'm going to do, let's go up to the render tab to begin with. We'll switch out the Eevee to cycles. And then we're going to go ahead to the output. And what you want to look for is format, resolution, and you're working with X and Y. Just ignore the aspects. So what you want to do is go ahead and just place in the numbers for the pixels on your phone screen. So you'll see the camera that we have right here will change shape as I type this in. So let's go 1440 for the first, which should be that height, and then we will go ahead and we'll type in this 3088. And this should roughly be the size of my phone screen. So if I split the atom right here, and then we go to view, we can now go viewpoint and we can go camera. So this should be the rough size of my phone, and hopefully it's going to be the exact same size. So what we want to do, because this is at an angle right now, we want this pointing directly down when we're doing our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the default cube, and I'm going to get rid of the lighting. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add a plane to this. Just one second, just making sure this is correct. Right, okay, yes. So what you primarily want to do is, let's press 7 so that we're straight up right here. We're going to go S, scale this out, and then we're going to go S again, and we're going to scale this lengthways. Now this will be the rough size of our phone screen. So what we're going to do is press View, Align View, and then you want to go Camera to View. So now the camera is pointing directly above our little plane that we've just made. So this is our camera right here, selected in orange. So once we've got our little plane and we click it, we'll notice if we just scale this outwards just ever so slightly, we have this box in the middle. Now that is our camera. That's what the camera can see. That's what's going to render. So what you want to do, scale this inwards just ever so slightly, and just scale this down just ever so slightly as well. So you're just outside of this camera box right here, and this will benefit you later on. So what we're going to do, first and foremost, select your canvas right here. We'll go to Shading tab, and what we want to do is we want to make a new material. So we're going to click the new material right here. We automatically get Principled BSDF, and we get the material output right here. You're going to need the material output. If you delete this, you're not going to get a material. You have to remake it. So we're going to call this the background. And what we want to do, you've got different textures that you can add on here. So if we go to Add, and we go Texture, these are all the different textures that we can have. Now in this particular one, we're going to be working with either gabor texture, or we can work with noise texture. So all the rest of the textures I will be going over in other projects as well. So if we go with the gabor texture and replace this here, totally up to you what you want to use, and we go value to base color, we'll have this nice little wave kind of pattern going on. And if we go ahead and we go into the noise, so we just type in noise texture, we can go color to base color, and this is what we'll have. So what we want to do, really, what I would like to do is use the noise texture, because we need a little bit of distortion today. So what I'm going to do, we're going to keep the noise texture right here. This will be our little distortion that's going on. We have the distortion at 7.9 just at the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and scale this up a little bit, so we've got kind of a little thing going on. Just mess around with your settings. You want something roughly like this. So you can see my settings right here on the screen. Just copy what I'm doing. You can take down your roughness as well. Definitely take down your roughness. We want a nice little contrast on this too. So we're going to go Add, and we're going to go Color Ramp. Color spelt the American way, so C-O-L-O-R, and then just ramp at the end. So what we want to do with this, we want to add rainbow to this. So what I'm going to do, let's make this lighter. We're going to go ahead and add red. We could go ahead and add maybe some yellow. Make them really bright and vibrant colours. We've got the orange right here. I mean, you could use the orange if you want to, but to be honest with you, let's see. I want let's go with yellow orange. So we go yellow right here. The closer you bring these colours together, the more they're going to be prominent next to each other. You see how this is quite prominent in the middle with the yellow and the orange, and if I take it away, it kind of fades off. So we need the yellow, the orange together. We're going to go red right next to that. Let's kind of pull that in just a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and just move this yellow just back just ever so slightly. I want to take away this white as well, so I'm going to go ahead and change this up for a green. Let's go ahead and put another red in there. I'm going to go ahead and just switch the green between that. So basically what you're trying to do is just kind of create this nice little contrasted piece. Try and keep somewhat of a rainbow going with it. Let's see. So we could go yellow, orange, red. We could put a purple right here. Let's switch out this for purple. Maybe just make that a little bit deeper. Yeah, yellow, orange, red, purple. Let's go with a dark blue for this one. And then, once we've got that, we can then add another one. For this one, we can go with, let's go with a light blue. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move these up a little bit. Just kind of got that nice little contrast going on. If you can get them equidistant, even better. Let's go with, so we had blue, and then we're going to go with, again, let's go yellow, but I want to copy this yellow. So we're looking at position 0.02. So if we type in I think it was 0.2 I said. So it should be, actually no, sorry, that's the other position. If we go on the yellow right here, what you want to do is you want to copy this number, right? So let's go back. Sorry, that's my mistake. So the hex right here that you can see at the bottom, this is a specific colour. So if you can take this, that's great. The alternative is go onto your blue right here, click the blue, click the dropper icon, and then go to the yellow at the side, and this should make the exact same yellow as you have here. So make sure you've got your yellow on that side. Let's pull the blue on that side. Let's pull this one on this side. We can mess around with the settings as well, just to kind of pull these colours out a little bit more contrast. And then we kind of want that purple kind of just here. Nice little blue coming through. So in the end you should have something like this. I think that red is a little bit too much. I'm just going to go ahead and move that purple over. So, once you've got this, you can then start messing around with the settings. Distort it a little bit more if you wanted to. Bring it out a little bit more if you wanted to. For me personally, mine's purple. More purple than anything really. So, if you wanted to amend that purple and all the blues, you could actually put the blues together, the purples together kind of thing. Pull this red across, and we could have more orange coming into here. Or you could have a little bit more yellow if you wanted to. So it totally depends on what you'd like colour-wise with this. Totally up to you. Kind of reminds me of the 80s. So yeah, you could do something like this. Just kind of macho it down a little bit. It's almost like a kind of fire kind of look. So, once we've got this, what we can do is we can go back to layout. We've got the layout right here. So we've got this nice little pattern going on. We can then go ahead and add UV sphere. Right click, shade smooth. We're going to go to the materials tab right here, new. And we're going to go ahead and change this out for glass. BSDF, principal BSDF to glass. So take down your roughness as well. And what you'll have, oops, if we go onto this render tab right here, is a nice little kind of glass ball that goes on top. Now, obviously we don't have any lighting at the moment, so what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and add a plane. We're going to go G, bring this up, and we're going to go Shift D, move this across. We'll select both, Shift D, move this across. we'll select all of these, Shift D, move this across, and then we're just going to go ahead, move this across again, move this across again. So we've got this nice little grid going on. So take one of these pieces, and we're going to go New, change your BSDF, your principal BSDF to Emission. And now we've got this nice little light going on. So when we go to render, we can now see that we've got light coming in and out of this. So light off, light on kind of thing. Go on to the next one. Go down to the drop down. Actually, first of all, name this. Put this as emission light. Click on your next square across. Go to the drop down. And you want to put all of these to emission light. Now you'll notice it gets brighter and brighter within the scene. That's okay. That's fine. We can amend that later on. So you just primarily just want to fill all these in. Emission light, emission light, emission light. It's all good. Might take you a minute. Ba, ba, ba. Come on. That one didn't mark up. Okay. So, last two. And then, what you want to do, select all of these that you've just made with box select. Go ahead and just angle it just slightly. So we can angle it just this way. Press G, bring it across. And when we go into the render tab right here, we should have a lot of light coming in. Now, amend the light, make it a little bit darker. And what we want to do is we want to get to this point where you can see the reflection of the light on the piece. So we can go ahead, press G, bring it forward. Bring it to the side just ever so slightly. Let's go ahead and just roughen the background up as well. Just lower that metallic if you've got metallic on there. So, what I'm going to do now, we're going to look at the ISO, I think. Oh, sorry, IOR. Just change the IOR a little bit. So we've got that nice little shine coming through. So you'll notice that what we've got now is this grey bit in the middle. That's the background. So it means that it's super shiny. So we're just going to go ahead, just switch out this IOR just ever so slightly. So we've got the reflection of the lighting, but then we also have the actual glass itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower this so we get that nice little shadow cast just over the bottom there. So I'm just going to press G, bring this down. And we can get that nice little cast right there. So what we can do as well, we can take the, let's go for the emission. We can take this emission, we can actually make it brighter. We can make this darker, whichever you'd like for your project. I think we should go roughly there. Maybe that would be the case. And I might actually turn this around as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and just select everything on this emission right here. I'm just going to go rotate, and I'm just going to rotate this round so it's facing the piece a little bit more. So we've got more of that light difference going on. Okay, so once we have this going on, what we can do is we can now amend the glass that's coming through right here. So what I'm going to do, let's go into regular mode. We're going to have water droplets on this. So I'm just going to go for 1, which is the side view. We're going to go ahead and just go to your second render tab right here. We'll go to edit mode. I'm going to go ahead and select all of the boxes at the bottom. Press your X-ray toggle. You want to go for faces. And anything that's on the bottom right here, about halfway, we're going to go ahead and go just delete. And we're going to go faces. What you want to do then, select all of your sides. So now you've selected the bottom of the ring. We're going to press F for fill. We'll go ahead, select object mode again. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring this down. So we're going to press G, bring it down. And you want it just sat on top, so you can see through it, but it's not quite see-through. So the next bit that we want to do, let's get rid of this X-ray toggle for a moment. Come on. I'm going to go ahead and just move this to the side so it's off center a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Shift D. We're going to scale this up. Maybe just a little bit. So press G so it's off the side of the camera. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring this forward, and maybe you could put one just at the top right here. Another one just at the top right here. And the idea is, if we just go ahead and scale this out, you can put your time and date in the middle. So you go ahead with that. Nice little blob of water kind of thing. I'm just going to go ahead and shade this down a little bit. So obviously it looks like there's water just on that bit of the phone. Let's go ahead and scale that one down too. Or you can go ahead and scale them like downwards, just to kind of give it that little differential of shape if you wanted to. To be honest with you, I don't quite like these at the back, so I'm just going to remove them. If you want them, you can have them. Okay, so let's go Shift E on this one again, because this is the original. We go ahead and place one here. We go ahead and place one roughly about here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start scaling things and moving things into different perspectives. So let's scale down a couple of these. Let's go ahead and scale down this so it kind of looks like there's little drops of water all over the phone screen right here. Press G, just bring this across. And then we can select some of these. So you want to do smaller bits in the middle and larger bits on the outside. So let's go Shift D, duplicate this out. Just make sure you don't have the background selected as well like I did. Just double click it, it should just come off like that. So Shift D. Leave them where they are. R for rotate. And we can turn this around. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take that off. I don't think it was selecting correctly. So, we can do that. Press G, bring this on. Going to go ahead again. Let's go to second run. Okay, Shift D. Keep it where it is. We got R for rotate. So go ahead and rotate them in that position. We could go Shift D again. Let's keep them where they are. R for rotate. You can put these ones here. Yeah, I completely forgot again. Oh my gosh. Absent-minded me. Right, so for those of you who don't know the controls right here, let's go with this. So click on these, hold Shift, and then we're going to go Shift D and keep it where it is. Rotate. Sorry, R for rotate. Come on. If it ever responds. There we go, R for rotate. Yeah, rotate those around, just get rid of that extra background that you've got there. And then you should have some nice little kind of pieces just on a funky phone screen. Let's go ahead, actually, and I'm going to change this. I'm going to have some that are going off just off the edge. So let's move this here, G, move this one across. Just kind of put this one here. I'm going to go ahead and just select a few of these and then just re-rotate them a little bit. Just random ones. Let's go with that. Let's go Shift D. Keep it where it is. Alpha rotate. Oops. Let's do that again. Alpha rotate, and you want it on the Z axis. Let's go G, bring that up. Just make sure nothing is touching anything else. So there's no objects in the way of anyone else. So yeah, that is the phone screen in a nutshell. I mean, you guys can add some more stuff to it if you'd like. Just going to go ahead and make that a big one. Just on that side. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, all of that jazz. And I will see you in the next one. Cheers. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a phone background. So what we're going to do, go ahead and click on the camera right here, and we're going to go ahead and up to render. Switch out the Eevee on render engine to cycles, and then we'll go down to output, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to type in our resolution for our image. So for my phone, I probably would have a different resolution to you. So what I would suggest is research your phone on Google, find out the resolution down to the pixels, and then we'll work from there. So mine is 1440 on the X, and we are, I think, 3088 on the Y. So this should be my phone screen right here. I'm just going to go ahead and split this to the side, and we'll go view, cameras and active camera. When it decides to play ball, where are we at? Align view, active camera, yeah. Okay, so we now have the camera in the side. This is what will be rendered if we ever click the render button up here and render the image. Obviously we don't want a default cube, unless of course you want a default cube, then that's totally up to you. But what we're going to do today is we're going to do a little bit of a corridor. So what I'm going to do is, let's go with add, and I will go with, let's go with plane. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and rotate this by 90. And what I'm going to do as well, let's get this camera angle to where we can see. So we're going to go view, and what you want to do, align view. And then we're going to go with camera to view. So now we can see that we've got this side box right here, and we can see what's going on, and we also have the camera sitting right in front of it. So what I'm going to do with this is we're going to go edit mode. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in. So we're like this, yeah. Press delete, and we want to delete the face. And then we're going to go ahead and select this face at the back. We're going to go delete face again. Press A to select everything. And we're going to go E for extrude. So, once we've got this right here, what we can do is we can go to object mode. You can shade this smooth if you'd like, but I'm going to keep mine the same way. We will go with the materials tab. We're going to make this one black. So, primarily what you need to do is you need to make this square. So if we scale this, and then we scale up as well, make this square roughly the same size as where you're putting the screen. So here we have the camera, and then here we have the background as well. You want to make sure that this is on the outside. So press G, and you can bring this forward just ever so slightly, just to here. So we're going to have one black, one white, one black, one white, one black, one white. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale this out just ever so slightly. So Shift D, put this next to it, and what we will do, we'll minus off the black that we did, we'll put new, this will be white, and then we're going to click both of them. You want to go Shift D again to the side. If you press 1, you can go straight to the side. So we've got the camera right here. We need to be going this way with our design. So we're going to take all of these four. Shift D. We'll go across again. And then we're going to take all of these 8s. Shift D. So now we should have 16. We go across again. So now we've got this nice little corridor going on. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go Shift D, and I'm just going to move this ever so slightly. So we're now going to start to rotate this a little bit. So we're going to go R for rotate, and you want to go with the Z axis. And we're just going to rotate it out just a little bit, and then place it back in alignment. So now we go again, Shift D, rotate, and then we're just going to go ahead and place it back in alignment. And then you can go again, Shift D, press G, oops. So, once you've got it aligned and you can no longer see around the edge of the corridor, what we're going to do is going to start adding some lighting. So at the moment we can see that we have this nice little corridor going on, and we have our light at the back just here that's shining a little bit of light into the back. So what we can do, take your lights that you have here, we're going to press G, bring this down. So you can see somewhat into the corridor. You can bring this across just here. Maybe brighten this up as well. So just increase your exposure. And then, once we have this, we can go to the camera. Select your camera that should be in the middle, just here. Okay, so we're going to go depth of field, take the dropper, and select something relatively in the middle. Let's go ahead and just pull that f-stop all the way down, so you're blurring the foreground, and then you're blurring the background, but you've got a little bit of detail in the middle. So when you have your phone screen icons right here, it looks like they're floating within that little scene. So at the back here as well, we could add some little bit of depth. So what we could do is take the light, I'm going to go Shift D, just go ahead and move this in. I'm going to press G, I'm just going to bring it to the back, so that we've got a little bit of lighting going on. And what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to change it to red. Or we could do a nice blue or purple or something like that. So we now have this, and I'm going to turn this up a little bit more. So let's see, we could increase the power on this one. So we have a little bit of purple coming in at the back here. You could also let's turn this around if it'll let me. Just going to go ahead and just press G and bring it across. So now we've kind of got this nice little echo of purple coming through. I'm going to go ahead and just turn the exposure down just ever so slightly. And now we have this nice little corridor coming through. So, you have these little gaps as well. You could do whatever you wanted with those. To be honest with you, I think they look okay. Yeah, so that's the tutorial for today. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Just remember to click render, render image, wait for all the samples to come through, and then save under the items listings. Right, I will see you guys later. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a home screen for a phone. So what I need you to do to begin with is switch out your Eevee to cycles on the render tab at the side here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to output, and you want to find out the size of your screen via pixels. So just go ahead and put this in here. So we're going to go 144 for mine and 3088 for the other one. So once we've got these dimensions in, you can see that the camera changes size, and that will be the size for my phone in particular. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and split the atom. Let's go ahead and get that active camera scene on this side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the default cube, and I'm going to put in a plane. So let's go ahead and add a plane. Scale this out, make sure that it is covering the entire camera base because we're going to need it to do that. And what I'm going to do is we're going to add, and I'm going to go ahead with a UV sphere. I'm going to go ahead and shade smooth. Let's go G, bring this up. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this pretty big actually for the center of the screen. Let's just move this across a little bit. And I'm just going to go ahead and shrink it down so that it's got a nice little variable to it. Just as such. So what we're going to do, go to the particles section, press plus. We're going to go with hair. Let's increase that number by a couple of zeros. You can have it this big if you'd like. And then we're going to go ahead and make it, I think, maybe 1 meter. Should do it, just under 1 meter. Okay, so it just fits the side of the screen right there. And what we should do, when we render this out, we can now see that we have this nice little fur ball going on. What we can also do is we can edit this via particle edit. Just at the side, right here. And we can kind of move some of this hair just a little bit. Just at the side. So I'm just going to take this off rendered mode for a moment. And I'm just going to move some of these particles. Maybe move some of the base there. Just kind of give it a little swirl in the middle. And then once we come back off this, we should have something that looks relatively like this. So it's not a perfect pom-pom, it's got little imperfections, the hair's going in different places, almost like someone's just plonked it down, and that's kind of like a thumb mark that's going on right there. So what you want to do as well is with this brush tool, this particle edit, if I just go ahead and just go into wireframe on here for a moment, you want to kind of smush this at the bottom outwards, or at least attempt to. Just kind of morph it and rotate it a little bit, so it's not perfect, but it's got like character. So if we go back to object mode again, and we've got the render, that should render in theory. Don't know why it's not rendering, but we should have a render on there. Come on, that's really weird. So yeah, there we go. I think the computer just needed to catch up a little bit. So we've got this nice little pom-pom going on here. What we can do is we can add a little material to it, so we can go new. What you want to do, switch out the principal BSDF to hair BSDF. What we're going to do, go to shading tab. We've got this little object on here. So, hair BSDF, what we're going to do is we're going to go color ramp. So let's go color, color ramp right here. And we're going to go color to color. So, what we're essentially doing here is we're putting different tones into this. So if we move the black up, it will go blacker. If we move the white up, we're going to get some more white on the outside there. So the idea for me, really, is to kind of have this black core, white outer, just for this particular one. So, once we've done this, we can add a little bit of blue in here if you wanted to. Just give it a little bit of tone. Just pull this white back. And you should have some a little bit of tone right there. I'm just going to go ahead, pull the blue forward a little bit. And then I'm going to go with the black in the centre. So we've got that nice little variant that's going on. So you can actually add roughness to this. Make it a little bit rougher. Take the roughness away. Up to you. We've also got this roughness as well that you can mess with. So, what I would say is, let's have this as the piece. We're going to go for the base right here, new. I'm going to make this black. So we can see this nice little pom-pom that we've got going on. So you can actually do something with this as well. If you didn't like the hair BSDF, we could go ahead and scrap this. And we could go with, let's go ahead and add BSDF. We want principal BSDF. I'm just going to go ahead and show you this underneath, so you guys can see what's going on. So if we take the colour and place it in the base colour of the regular, and we just go BSDF to surface, we're going to get this kind of tone going on. So I'm just going to go ahead and lower that white a little bit. So we've got that nice blue coming through. You could go ahead and you could add another colour to this as well. You could move this to this side. We could go with a nice little light blue for the edges. Just kind of give it that little undertone from that side as well. You can also do it on that side. You have this nice little vibrant pom-pom. So what I'm going to do as well, there should be a light within this scene. So let's click the light. I'm going to go ahead and just pull the exposure up just ever so slightly as well. This black underneath, let's make this rough. So there's no reflection, there's not much of one at least. And what I'm going to do, let's go to layout. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this particular ball as the centerpiece. So I'm going to click the camera. Let's go with depth of field. And we click the sphere. Turn down your f-stop. This will blur the background as well. And we're just going to take this sphere. Let's go ahead and move this one backwards. So we've got these other ones in the back. We're going to go Shift D. Just going to move this to the side. Just try and get these to arch around the original. So we can have that there, G, and we'll go across. Don't make them central, because the other one's quite central. Just kind of offset them. So we can have this one right here. take this one that we just made, which is the second one, we'll press G. We'll bring this forward. And then we'll just move this to the side as well. That way. So we've got that nice little curve going. Oh, sorry, we got that nice little curve going on in the back. I kind of wanted that a little closer, but I don't know what happened there. Right, there we go. So we got these nice little free pom-poms going on. We could have done a little bit less hair if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, they kind of look cute the way that they are. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a couple more at the back, just to kind of give that depth. And I'm going to go ahead and add them at the front as well. So, let's just take this out. Well, let's go G. Bring this in front. Oops. Come on. Yeah, okay. So, now we have this one. And these will be quite blurred at the front right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and just press G again and just bring them back. And then we're just going to go up again. So we can just bring them just in front. Just as such. So now we have these little pom-poms at the back right here. We got these little pom-poms at the front. This one's in focus. And if you really wanted to, you could add some more of these at the back as well. So if we go ahead and we just click these two. Shift D. When it responds. Let's go ahead and put these at the back. So I'm just going to take it off the render for a moment because it is taking a while to do this. So you just want to be able to just see them kind of thing. So go ahead, do some more. Just as such. And maybe one more. Just up here at the back. So now we've got this nice little pom-pom set out. I think this would be great for a phone screen, maybe like a background or something like that, more than a home page. But it's kind of like nice little kind of cuteness, I guess. So, yeah, render this out for yourselves when you've finished. And, yeah, leave a comment, like, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So, on this tutorial in particular, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be making another phone background. So what you want to do is go over to Format, and you want to place in via pixel the size of your phone screen. So we're also going to go on to the render tab. We will go to cycles, change this out. We're going to go 7 to heaven, get rid of the default cube, and what we're going to do is go to view, active view, camera to view. So we've got a view straight over the top. We're going to add plane, scale this out so it's just outside of the camera view. And what I'm going to do is let's go to add UV sphere. If you can hear that noise in the background, that's my dog playing. Let's go to shade smooth. What we're going to do, go to material and we'll go new. Let's go from principal BSDF to glass BSDF. And what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to place these little balls all over the place. So what I'm going to do as well is just put this sideways. Okay, so let's go with this one being on the side just here. We'll have another one coming out just at the side here, just on the side. Bring this down. And what I'm going to do, take the center one, I'm just going to offset it just slightly. We're then going to take another one, shrink this down, and we're going to place G onto this side, G onto this, oh yeah, G onto this side. Let's go Shift D, and then we're going to go ahead and just place these at the back, just as such. So, with this background in particular, we're going to go New, and we're going to change this to blue. So when we render this, we should have something like this. Do you mind not ripping your oh, don't rip that. Come on, leave it be. He's ripping his toys. Right, so I'm just going to put the lighting up a little bit as well. Let's increase this exposure. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tip the light downwards. So let's go G, and we'll just move this down. So we've got these nice little shadows going on from that. And what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and just change this glass out just a little bit as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just turn the roughness down. So now we've got these nice little glass balls on the side. We could also go ahead, take one of these, move this up, shrink it down. And we could just go ahead and, I'm just going to press G again, sorry, not F. Let's go ahead and just move this here, and then we're going to go Shift D, move this around here-ish. So we've got that nice little offset right there. Shift D, move this up. And press G, move this across. Shift D, move it across. And we'll just go down to here. And then maybe we could do another one just in the middle. So we've got this nice little light source coming from the side right here. Shift D again. Oops. Oh, gosh. Right, we're going to go G. Bring that across. Right, okay, so I think if we just do this from camera, active camera, we can see what's going on right here. We've got a nice little light source going on there. We've got the nice little glass orbs at the side. Oh, I think what I'm going to do, let's see, is just kind of increase the power just a little bit. Let's see if this works. And then we'll increase the exposure just ever so slightly. And this background will make it a little bit darker as well. And maybe less shine. You could do more metallic if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, I'd probably just leave it at that. Yeah, so that's the tutorial for today. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, before we start this tutorial, I'm just going to have to ask you to change the resolution on the camera. So just go to your output and change this resolution to your phone's resolution, because we're doing phone backgrounds at the moment. So you'll see that the camera is nicely set up on my side for phone backgrounds. I'm just going to press 1 on the number pad. And what we're going to do view, align camera to view. So now we have this nice little side view going on. Come on, to get down. Come on, down. Good boy. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just delete the default cube. What I'm going to do with this is we're going to go with add. And what you want to do is a UV sphere, right click shade smooth, and we're going to go add again. And what I'm going to do for this one, I think we'll do another UV sphere, or maybe Let's see, we'll do a torus. I'm going to go rotate, so let's go by 90 degrees. Scale this out. And shade smooth. What I'm going to do with this is, let's go ahead and just make these smaller. I'm going to go and rotate them. Just around to the side, just here. You press G, bring it up. Bring it across. So, for the sphere in the middle, we're going to go new. And we're going to make this metallic and take down the roughness. And for the sphere on the outside, we will go for silver, metallic, all the way, and roughness down. So you should end up with something similar or akin to this. So obviously the lighting hasn't been done yet. So what I'm going to do is go to the world settings. We're going to change this to white. So this is kind of up a little bit. You know, I'm going to actually change this to silver in the middle. And then we'll go for gold on the outside. Just like this. Okay, so once we've got this, we're going to take this as a whole. And we're going to go ahead and we're just going to go Shift D. Duplicate this round. Shift D, and we'll duplicate this again. And we're going to go ahead and go Shift D and duplicate again. Take all of these with box select. Shrink them down just ever so slightly. Let's go G, bring this up. It's going to go to the side right here. And we're going to go ahead and just add Shift D, duplicate onto the side right here. I'm going to go and select everything, just to scale it down. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down again. And what I'm going to start to do now is, let's go with Shift D. We'll move this over just to this side. Copy them. Shift D, we'll move this over to the side. We're going to go Shift D again. And then select everything. We're going to press G, bring it across and make sure that it's just central to the piece right here. So now what we've got, these nice little silver gold rings coming around. We're going to go with add. Let's add a plane to the bottom right here. So scale outwards. I'm just going to press G to bring it down. We'll press G as well to bring it across. G to bring it down again. And what I'm going to do with this one is we'll go black with this. Scale it in. And then we'll just elongate it on this side. Press G, move this across. Over that way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just press G and I'm going to move the camera back. Just to here. And we're going to make this reflective at the bottom. So turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness. Should have something roughly like this. And what I'm going to do with this is, let's go ahead and make this gold less metallic, a little bit more rough. So let me select this. We're going to change this from EV to cycles as well. It's got these nice little gold rings going on. You want to just get your camera as it is. Come on. Let's press G, move it forward. And then I'm going to move it down. Just to here. So, once we've got this, we're going to go ahead and just make this a little bit longer, just at the back. So we've got that nice little distance coming in. G, move it forward. If it does run out at the back here, all you need to do is just go onto your camera, go onto your camera settings, and then end should be 100 meters, and just elongate it a little bit more. So, once we've got this, we now have our little foam background, our little abstract foam background. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!